Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 2 of an awesome What If Deku was resurrected as a phoenix after a suicide attempt story. If you want to see part 3, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Wait, hold the F up. I actually died. Like end of life, graveyard, funeral coffin like died. Izuku, honestly, can't blame Oboro for freaking out and having an existential crisis. Right after things have settled down, Nezu had tea made and given out to those who require it. Then, he runs through everything with both Aizawa and Oboro, both becoming extremely pale and jittery as they process everything that has happened. Oboro, understandably, does not take it well, especially the part where he died. How am I alive? Why am I not dead now? My flames are unique, Shirakumo, Izuku explains. They have the capability to return things back to their base components. I previously thought that such an ability was only relegated to inanimate materials. I had no idea it had the same effect on humans. But, the thing is, your body was resurrected, and you were turned into a genetically engineered monster by forcing multiple different quirks into your body. People are not supposed to have more than one quirk in their genetic makeup. My flames removed the extra quirks from your body, which returned you back to your original form. Shirakumo glances down at his teacup. So, this is really the future. How long has it been? 15 years, Nezu replies. A lot of things have happened since your death, Shirakumo-kun. Your friends, Aizawa and Yamada, have graduated and become full-time staff here in UA. Aizawa was deeply traumatized by your death, and it has influenced how he delivers his teaching to hero hopefuls who step through UA's doors. He has developed a habit of expelling students who do not take things seriously here. The last thing he wants is to see another student die before they can live their full life. He doesn't want history to repeat itself. For his part, the hobo in question remains silent, seemingly lost in his own world. And I was turned into a villain. Shirakumo utters, apparently horrified at himself. Kurogiri is not you, Izuku interjects. Kurogiri was a genetically engineered Numu which, unfortunately, used your body and quirk as a base. You were not in control. You are not at fault for what Kurogiri did to me, my classmates, and my teachers. This is not your fault. Shirakumo is silent, shakily releasing a breath and gripping his teacup hard. So, what is going to happen now? Hitoshi asks. Many things, Shinsu-kun, Nezu replies seriously. The attack at the USJ should never have happened in the first place. While Midoriya-kun has done us a huge service by eliminating the ringleader and returning a warp quirk villain back to his original self, it is my responsibility to make sure that such an attack will never happen again. And what about Shirakumo? Okako points out. I will do my best to establish contact with his parents to let them know that Shirakumo is alive, Nezu replies. They deserve to know that their beloved son is back. In the meantime, Shirakumo will stay with me on campus for his own safety. The fact that his body was stolen in the first place leaves open the very real possibility of the culprit attempting to do so again. I can guarantee that word about what happened to Shigaraki and the Numu would have reached his ears by now. Obviously, today's attack was premeditated for many years before, and losing his greatest pawns will set him back for a significant length of time. He is not going to take this sitting down, and while I can foresee that he will show restraint and bide his time, we can expect some form of retaliation sometime in the near future. Who is this villain? Nito asks. One that the less said about him, the better, Nezu emphasizes seriously. This villain is the absolute worst of the worst, the very incarnation of evil itself. He haunts the nightmares of heroes and villains alike, and the fact that he just declared war on us through this attack is enough for me to start shitting bricks, pardon my language. He takes a sip of tea, and quite frankly, if it hadn't been for Midoriya here, who threw a spanner into his plans and set him back by years, I would have gone into crisis mode and mobilized us all for the coming war. So what now, then? Inasa asks, unnaturally quiet. We prepare, Nezu replies. While the villain has been set back, he will regroup and strike again. We must remain vigilant and prepare for the strike before it hits. In the meantime, I will consider whether it will be wise to continue with the sports festival in light of this attack. While it is important that the school sends a message that we will not be cowed by villainous forces, the safety of my students is paramount. I will be discussing with the school board to determine the outcome by the end of this week. Anything else? Izuku asks. All students will be given the rest of the week off to give us time to overhaul the security within the campus. Additionally, all 1A students will be required to have sessions with Hound Dog starting next Monday. Every one of you went through a traumatic event that should not be brushed under the rug. I will make it mandatory, and unless you have a valid reason like illness, non-attendance will result in you being kicked out of the heroics course. There is no argument from the 1A quintet. Shirakumo, Aizawa, Nezu turns next. Hound Dog's office will be open to the both of you too. Your trauma is perhaps the greatest among us in this room, and it is important that you do not carry scars moving forward from today's events. Unlike the students, attendance is not mandatory, but I highly encourage you both to see him. Oboro nods, while Aizawa grunts quietly in acknowledgement. If there is nothing else, we will adjourn for today, Nezu concludes. Students, you are dismissed. Izuku, Shirakumo, let us get moving, yes. The students get up. Inasa goes to Izuku and crushes him in one last hug. Izuku then receives hugs from the rest of his circle, before they leave the infirmary together. Aizawa gets up too, and is about to leave when Oboro calls out, "Shouter." The hobo stills, but does not turn around. His head is bowed, shoulders hunched in. Izuku waits to see if Aizawa would do anything, but he just leaves the infirmary without a further word. Oboro visibly wilts, and his body trembles slightly. Izuku and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 go to the resurrected teen and try to provide whatever support they can. The gesture only goes so much, both know all too well, but it is the least they can do for someone who had their entire world turned upside down and smashed to smithereens. Come, Nezu says, let's go. Oboro is housed in Izuku's room for the time being. The air between him and Izuku is not awkward, but there is an understandable tension wafting around. The cloud-quirked teen sits at one corner, not moving and refusing to speak. When Izuku offers to let him use his onsen to perhaps relax a little, Oboro simply shakes his head and curls deeper into himself. Izuku ponders whether or not Oboro wants to be left alone. Oboro did not explicitly say that he wants to be alone, but it is also blindingly obvious that he is not ready or willing to speak to anyone just yet. After thinking about it, Izuku decides to compromise. He sits down next to Oboro and stays there. He does not utter a word or make a sound. Izuku simply adds himself into Oboro's personal space and just be there with him. Misery craves company, as the saying goes. Oboro may not be ready to talk, but he could do with someone staying with him, keeping away the loneliness and being a pillar of silent support. Izuku stays there for hours, well into the night. He skips dinner, having no appetite after the events of the day. He stays with Oboro throughout, occasionally glancing at the teen, but never saying anything. As the clock approaches midnight, Oboro finally says, "Why are you staying with me?" "You look like you want someone to be with you," Izuku replies earnestly. "I understand that talking may be difficult, but I also want you to know that you are not alone." Oboro goes silent after that, but he does change his position so that he is flush against Izuku's side. "How can you bear to be with me? I caused so much pain for everyone." "You did, but it was not your fault," Izuku patiently replies. "Your death was accidental, no one could have foreseen that. Nobody could have also foreseen you being resurrected and turned into a villain whose only purpose is to do the bidding of an evil mastermind who wants the world to burn. I am very sure that if someone could go back in time and stop your death before it could happen, they most certainly would." Oboro glances down at his hands. "What about Shouter? And Hisashi?" "They will come around, sooner or later," Izuku replies. "You can't blame them for needing some space to process everything that has happened. They mourned your death for 15 years, and only found out that you had been turned into a villain today. They could never have expected, in their wildest dreams, that you would return to them, alive and well. But, if there is one thing I know, it is that they are immensely overjoyed that you are back. They just need some time to process and move forward from the shock." Things might not be the same anymore, what with the 15-year gap, but it will get better, I promise. Oboro sniffles. I'm scared, Midoriya. I'm so scared. I know, and it is okay to be scared. Izuku wraps an arm around the taller teen's shoulders. But remember that you have people who have your back. Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei, Principal Nezu, Hound Dog, Kigo, and me. As the one who returned you back to your original body, it is my responsibility to look out for you. I have seen, firsthand, the lengths that villain will go to burn the world to the ground. And as a hero in training, I will not rest until he is stopped and neutralized forever. Oboro buries his head into Izuku's shoulder, and they stay together, in silence in each other's presence, until Morphew's call reaches their ears. Izuku wakes up to his phone pinging. Not his alarm, but the notification of incoming messages. Slipping out of his futon, taking extra care not to wake Oboro, who is sleeping beside him, Izuku unlocks his phone and checks the time. 4:28 a.m. The messages are coming from his group chat, which he opens to read. Send but might to hell sleepy cat, can't sleep sleepy cat, insomnia being a beach again sleepy cat, anyone else up? Flaming Demon has come online. Flaming Demon was woken up by phone pinging sleepy cat, HT, sorry man sleepy cat, didn't mean to disturb you Flaming Demon, it's fine Flaming Demon. Honestly don't think I can get much sleep because of what happened Flaming Demon, anyone else? Wind Maestro has come online. Defying Gravity has come online. Edgelord has come online. Copycat has come online. Defying Gravity, hi Defying Gravity. Can't go back to sleep Flaming Demon, what happened? Defying Gravity, Nightmare Copycat, same, actually Wind Maestro, me too. Edgelord, Dark Shadow is acting too jumpy for me to fall into the temporary void of darkness Flame Demon. Wanna do a group call? Izuku gets an affirmative from all of his friends, although Okako sends a message saying that she only can do audio. Izuku sets up the call and goes outside to the veranda, closing the screen doors behind him so as to not disturb Oboro. One by one, his friends enter the call. Hey guys. Hey. Hello. Good morning. Yellow. Hey, what do you guys want to talk about? Izuku prompts. Nito goes first. I just can't believe we were attacked, you know. Like, this is only our first week of school, and we already have to fight actual, real-life villains. I get what you mean, Hitoshi mumbles, and I wasn't even there to experience it firsthand. This is just, fed up, Okako sniffles. I can't even close my eyes before the nightmare begins. Do you want to talk about it, Uraraka-san? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asks. I just see villains everywhere. They are all laughing, twisted with bloodthirsty smiles. I couldn't move, and all around me, everyone in our class was dying. I see Midori-kun having his wings torn off, Yorashi being pulverized into powder, and I saw 13 Sensei being disintegrated by their own black hole. I thought I would never wake up from the nightmare, and now that I'm awake, I'm scared of going back to sleep and experiencing it all over again. Maybe make yourself a cup of tea. Inasa suggests, tone quiet, if you can't sleep, you can start the day early. I think I'll do just that, Okako nods off screen, thanks Yorashi-kun. No probs. Okako goes silent after that, her footsteps fading away. There is a pause in the conversation for about a moment, before Hitoshi speaks up. How is Shirakumo? He's sleeping, Izuku replies. Honestly, he needs all the support he can get. He looks so lost, and so dumb and guilty too. He is hiding himself away, and only because I stayed with him for hours did he speak to me. Can't blame him, Nito sighs. You wake up and find out that you not only died, but was also resurrected and turned into a villain. That has to be the rudest shock to anyone's psyche imaginable. The darkness is a cruel place, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 utters cryptically. It destroys the mind and soul. Shirakumo has been lost to the darkness for too long. Will he be okay, though? Inasa asks. I hope that with therapy and support, he will, Izuku replies. But also, how are you guys faring? It takes a moment for someone to respond. I don't want to be alone, Inasa says. Having a video call with you guys is fine, But I just want to be with you guys in person, you know. I nearly lost all of you yesterday, and being with everyone in the flesh, I think will help me to move forward from this. So, a sleepover, at Midoriya's place. Hitoshi suggests. I will ask Dad about it, Izuku replies, but I think he will be more than happy to allow it. He knows how much this has affected us, and I too think that he would want me to be with friends instead of processing through things alone. Plus, it would be good for Shirakumo to have some company, especially since I think it will be a while before Aizawa or Yamada are ready to be with him. Sounds like a plan, then, Nito says. Okako comes back. Hey guys, what did I miss? We're planning a sleepover at Midoriya's residence, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 fills her in. Are you acceptable to such an arrangement? Oh, yes, please. Okako agrees without hesitation. Maybe I can actually get some sleep then, knowing that my friends are in the same room with me. Perfect, I will go and check to see if Dad is awake now, Izuku says. I will let him know and get back to you guys ASAP. The group voices their agreement, and after bidding each other farewell, the call ends. Izuku heads back into his room, checks that Oboro is still asleep, and heads out. There is a soft light coming from the living room, and it is where Izuku finds Nezu, 𝐂𝐸𝐴 a cup of tea and appearing in deep thought. Dad. Nezu turns to Izuku. Oh, good morning, Izuku. Couldn't sleep. I mean, I was able to, but my friends couldn't. Izuku sits down. We were having a group call earlier. They told me how what happened at the USJ is affecting them. Uraraka-san said that every time she closes her eyes, she suffers nightmares, and the others have difficulty processing what they went through. Shinsu-kun brought up the idea of us having a sleepover here so that we can all be together through this period of time. It will also be good for Shirakumo too. He has been hiding himself away, and having supportive friends will help him immensely. What do you say, Dad? Can they come over? I think it's a capital idea, son. Nezu beams. Friends should band together and help one another through traumatic events. Let your friends know that they have my approval to come stay over for as long as they want. Thanks, Dad. You're most welcome. Izuku hugs Nezu, and retreats back to his room. He opens the group chat and types in his message. Send but might to hell flaming demon. Operation Sleepover is a go flaming demon. Dad says you guys can stay over for as long as you want Wind Maestro. Great. Sleepy cat, that's awesome copycat. I will start packing right away defying gravity. Can we stay until Sunday? Flaming demon, by all means defying gravity. Sweet edgelord, I will prepare for our cohabitation as we speak flaming demon. Wonderful flaming demon, can I expect to see you guys at the gates at around 8 a.m? Flaming demon, we can have breakfast together in the cafeteria sleepy cat. Will there be coffee? Flaming demon, free flow sleepy cat. Done deal Wind Maestro. I can't wait to see you all again. Defying gravity. Big same copycat. Hey, Copycat, before everyone goes to get ready copycat, there is something I would like to request to you all flaming demon. What is it? Copycat, can you call me by my first name? Copycat, we all survived a massive villain attack. Copycat, I think it is only right that you guys be able to call me Nito Flaming Demon. Done deal, so long as you call me Izuku Wind Maestro, call me Inasa, or whatever you want to call me as. Sleepy cat, Hitoshi, Toshi, Hito, doesn't matter defying gravity. Call me Okako then. Edgelord, everyone call my host Fumi. 𝐴𝐸𝐴 Edgelord. My apologies Edgelord, Dark Shadow got my phone Edgelord. Please call me as 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 or whatever you longing to address me as Flaming Demon, will do happy smiley B to be continued. Inasa is beside himself with worry. When the staff showed up, he and his classmates were retrieved from the different zones and brought outside to have any injuries tended to by paramedics. Inasa is eventually reunited with Okako, Nito, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, but very quickly realizes that Izuku is nowhere to be seen. Their missing friend continues to remain elusive even when 1A is given the all-clear and are made to return to their classroom to await further instructions. They ran into a hysterical Hitoshi on the way back. Apparently, Vlad King had left 1B mid-lesson to respond to the USJ attack, leaving the Insomniac beyond confused and understandably terrified about what was going on. To see that 𝐻𝐻𝐸 made it back without much injury is incredibly relieving for Hitoshi, but that relief is almost overturned into panic once more when he realizes that Izuku is not with them. For the 1A quartet, it only adds to their worry when it becomes apparent that Izuku did not return to the main campus. In their mutual sense of unease and worry, Hitoshi joins the quartet in the 1A classroom. It is all but assured that lessons have been cancelled, so there is no stopping the insomniac from being with his friends in such a desperate, uncertain moment of their lives. The quintet says very little to each other, merely grounding themselves and taking comfort in each other's presence. For the 1A students especially, the trauma is still raw and palpable. Barely a week into their school term, and they were already facing off against villains. Granted, the villains all of them faced were no better than petty criminals and thugs itching for a fight, but this was an attack on an unprecedented scale. Villain attacks usually involved one or two main instigators, not hundreds led by a deranged lunatic, a warper and a genetically engineered monster. It is honestly a miracle that they came out of this debacle relatively unscathed. The only ones who required medical attention were 13, who got their back partially destroyed when the warp quirk turned their quirk on them, and Denki, who short-circuited himself after trying to incapacitate the villains in the zone he, Kyuka and Momo were warped to. However, with Izuku still missing, their concerns and fears hang like a dark cloud above their heads. The rumors from the rest of the 1A students do not help matters, with some gossiping that Izuku battled the genetically engineered monster head-on, or even faced off against the leader in a one-on-one fight. Perhaps no one is more impacted by the uncertainty than Inasa himself. He tried reaching out to Izuku when the warper unleashed his quirk on the class, but he was too slow. Izuku fell into the darkness before Inasa could reach him, and when the world reasserted itself moments later, Inasa found himself in the midst of the conflagration zone, with Izuku nowhere in sight. That was the last time Inasa saw Izuku at the USJ, and it left a stinging pain in the Windemistiar's soul. Returning to the main campus almost feels like a betrayal on Inasa's part. He should have demanded to stay at the USJ, at least until he received word that Izuku is safe. He should have insisted or pushed harder. Instead he let himself be herded back to campus with everyone else. Inasa grits his teeth, fists clenching tightly to the point that his knuckles turn white. He is so stupid. He is the worst friend in the entire world. Izuku is somewhere, and all he is doing is sitting around in a classroom waiting for some word or update. He should have been more assertive, more hot-belted. He should dash. The door opens, and everyone turns towards it. Izuku walks in. Midoriya. Midori-kun. Midoriya. Inasa is the first out of his seat and barrels towards the redhead, with the others not far behind. Izuku is barely able to react before he is scooped up in a suffocating crush of a hug by Inasa, as the other members of his circle crowd around. "Oh my god, Midori-kun." Okako cries, "Where were you? You didn't come back with us. I thought something happened to you, you dips hit." Hitoshi wails, unable to stop the tears of relief. "When you didn't return with the others, I thought you dash. Don't just run off without telling anyone." Nito screeches, clutching at Izuku's armor. "Do you realize how worried we all were? Mido did not die. The darkness did not steal him away." Dark Shadow wails while wrapping herself around Inasa's arms. Guys, Izuku tries to speak, a little hard because his face is squished in between Inasa's massive pectorals. "Let me explain," Present Missy appears. "Come on, let the little listener down. He can't speak when you are pretty much squeezing the life out of him." Inasa reluctantly lets Izuku down, but keeps his arms around him loosely. "I left first to speak with Principal Nezu," the redhead explains. "Something happened when I fought against the leaders of the attack. You fought the leaders." Nito screeches. "They tried to kill Aizawa-sensei," Izuku replies. "I could not let them escape with their lives." Hitoshi is stunned. "Did you?" "I killed the ringleader," Izuku reveals, which makes those listening in gasp. As for the warper, he glances around. "I can't talk about it here. Maybe we can do this outside." "You listeners go ahead," Present Mic ushers them along. "I will handle the rest of your class." Outside in the corridor, the students meet up with Kigo and Nezu. "What happened?" 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 demands. I performed human transmutation on the warper, Izuku tells his friends. What is that? Hitoshi asks. You know my fire, when not inhibited by my cuffs, is able to return materials to their base components. The group nods. Basically, the warper is a being made up of several different quirks. My flames released those quirks from his body, and left behind a teenager. He shares a history with Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei. In what way? Nito clarifies. They were classmates, 15 years ago, Izuku explains. His name is Shirakumo Oboro, and he was killed in a villain confrontation during his second year. His corpse was stolen and turned into the being known as Kurogiri. Basically, Kurogiri is like the genetically engineered monster that came with the ringleader. What happened to this Shirakumo? 𝐒𝐿 asks. He is currently in the infirmary with Aizawa-sensei, Izuku replies. I was about to visit them both, but I wanted to stop by and make sure that you all were okay. Idiot. Inasa booms, once again suffocating Izuku with pectorals. We could say the same for you. You just vanished without telling us. I apologize for that, Nezu pipes up. It was incredibly urgent that I spoke with Izuku about Shirakumo-kun before anything else. It was a matter of national security, after all. 𝐒𝐭𝐼's sharp ears pick up on a tiny detail. Principal Nezu, since when were you on first-name basis with Midori-kun? Nezu is now my dad, Izuku replies brightly. He adopted me less than half an hour ago. And I'm his big bro. Kigo adds in while ruffling the redhead's hair. A beat of silence. Before all 5 teenagers burst into shouts that overlap each other in a bid to be heard first. You were adopted. How did this happen? What a strange twist of events. That's so cool, Midori-kun. You have a family of heroes. God, you get to live the dream that every kid in this country has. I mean, I am grounded for life, because of those two. Izuku gives Kigo and Nezu a side glance. You deserve it. Inasa booms. You could have died by going up against those villains. Izuku places a hand over his heart. It too, Yurashi-kun. Nito nods solemnly. It is clear that Midoriya is too reckless for his own good. I recommend that he be wrapped in bubble wrap and blankets until he learns not to jump straight into attacking villains without backup. All in favor say aye. There is a unanimous aye from the group, and Izuku buries his face into his hands. Traitors, all of you. I will drop out of you, and become a villain. Denied. Nezu chirps. You will serve out your grounding like the good son you are, wrapped in bubble wrap and blankets while being smothered with love. Izuku grumbles into Inasa's pectorals, which all it does is make the larger teen squeeze him tighter, forcing his face deeper into the valley of his pecs. Oh yeah, aren't you supposed to visit Shirakumo in the infirmary? 𝐒𝐭𝐼 asks. I think all of us are going to pay a visit, Hitoshi corrects, giving everyone a glance. We're not going to let our flaming chicken wander around by himself after today. Troll doll reject, Izuku grumbles, still squished into Inasa's pectorals. Consciousness returns to 𝐿𝐿 gradually. Light from the window rouses him from the darkness, and his tired, dry eyes slowly blink open, stinging for a few seconds as the light shines in them. It takes a hot moment for everything to come rushing back to him. Villains attacked the USJ. His students were all separated. The villain with the hands all over him disintegrated his elbow. The towering eldritch monster smashed him into the ground. One of his students somehow rescued him. His pain dissipated when he felt droplets hit his skin. His students. 𝐿𝐿 throws the covers off him. He is about to dash out of wherever the F he currently is, when he feels an all-too-familiar cane hit him on the shoulder. Good to see you awake, 𝐿𝐿-kun. But I did not give you permission to get out of bed just yet. 𝐿𝐿 blinks. Honestly, even though Midoriya-kun healed you completely, the least you can do is allow me to check that there are no lasting side effects, Chiyo tuts under her breath. The elderly heroine then proceeds to manhandle 𝐿𝐿 back onto the bed. She checks him over, nodding to herself. Good, you're fit to be discharged. My students. 𝐿𝐿 begins. All of them are fine, except for Kaminari-kun. 𝐿𝐿 is about to get up again, but Chiyo holds her hand out, he short-circuited himself during the attack. He has already come back to his senses and left about 15 minutes ago. 𝐲𝐿 looks around the infirmary. All of the other beds are empty, except for one, which has the privacy curtain drawn around it. 𝐒𝐲, who is that? The medical heroine goes silent. 𝐒𝐲, who is that? She sighs. I don't think now is the right time to dash. 𝐲𝐿 is out of bed and rushing across. 𝐲𝐿-kun. No dash. He yanks the curtain apart and comes face to face with the sleeping, breathing face of his dead friend, Shirakumo Oboro. The world grinds to a screeching halt before shattering completely. 𝐲𝐿 stares, frozen, at the unmistakable wavy blue hair and the band-aid on the nose. His entire body begins trembling. The teen on the bed grimaces and shifts. 𝐒𝐻, 5 more minutes, ma, the trembling worsens. 𝐒𝐲 moves in to intervene. 𝐲𝐿-kun, whatever you intend to do, I need you to stop. I want you to step away from the bed. Who the F is this? 𝐲𝐿 spins on the elderly heroine. Is this some kind of thing joke? Miles per hour, too loud. The teen sits up and yawns. His eyes blink open. Where am I? He then sees 𝐲𝐿 and 𝐒𝐲. Who are you? 𝐲𝐿 rounds on him, and he gasps, 𝐲𝐿. Apparently blind to the grave danger he is in, Oboro laughs. Oh my god, 𝐲𝐿, is that really you? Why do you look so old? He looks around. Is this the infirmary? Wow. They painted the walls a different color. And, I've never seen that machine before. He gets up and goes to a window. Holy SHD, there are so many new buildings. Is this the future? Was I hit by a time travel quirk? Oboro turns back to 𝐲𝐿. Anyways, how have you been, 𝐲𝐿? How many years is it in the future? What has happened since Dash? He yelps when 𝐲𝐿 pounces on him, knocking over several objects and creating a huge ruckus. 𝐒𝐲 shouts incoherently. Who are you? Oboro looks up, confused and very much freaked out by his friend glaring down murderously at him, hair levitating and eyes burning red from his quirk activating. 𝐲𝐿. What's gotten into you? It's me, Oboro. Bullshit, 𝐲𝐿 suddenly has him in a chokehold. Oboro is dead. I will only ask you one more time. Who the F are you? Izuku and his circle are just reaching the doors of the infirmary when they hear loud noises clatter inside, followed by shouting. What the? Hitoshi raises an eyebrow. Izuku and 𝐒𝐲 are the first ones inside, kicking the doors down. They are greeted by the sight of Aizawa pinning Shirakumo down, and Recovery Girl trying and failing to pull the hobo off the resurrected teen. 𝐒𝐲 immediately detaches a feather and throws it at Aizawa. It hooks the hobo's top and yanks him off Shirakumo. Izuku immediately rushes over to the gasping teen and helps him up. Are you okay? The redhead asks worriedly. Gasping for air and confused out of his mind, Shirakumo can only nod. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐲 wrestles with a rabid Aizawa, who like a feral cat is clawing and scratching about in a manic bid to break free and fling himself back onto Shirakumo. Whoa! Man, chill the F down. 𝐒𝐲 grunts. What's gotten into you? I will kill him. Aizawa snarls. Let me at him. I will kill him for stealing Oboro's face and voice. Izuku very quickly realizes that his homeroom teacher is slipping into a delusional frenzy, so as Recovery Girl goes to Shirakumo's side and tends to the bruises on his throat, Izuku rushes over to 𝐒𝐲 and beach slaps Aizawa across the face hard. His friends gasp and flinch as the impact bounces off the infirmary's walls. Aizawa goes still, the fight draining out of him in an instant. His eyes are wide and uncharacteristically alert, as a red handprint blossoms across his cheek. Snap out of it, Aizawa-sensei, Izuku orders in a no-nonsense tone. He is not a villain, nor an enemy. Comprehension returns to the hobo's eyes. Midoriya, did you just slap me? I had no other choice, sensei, Izuku replies, standing firm. You were assaulting an innocent teenager. I understand why it happened, but there is no reason to take it out on Shirakumo. Aizawa stares incredulously at the redhead. I know about what happened to Shirakumo in your second year, Izuku continues. I know he died when confronting a villain during his work studies program. I know that you witnessed 𝐂𝐬𝐽 be declared dead and his corpse going missing shortly after. He sighs, knowing that this part is the most difficult. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 was turned into a 𝐵𝐵, like the one that tried to turn you into mincemeat at the USJ. He was the warper known as 𝐭𝐻𝐲, the one who warped me and my classmates to the different disaster zones. I turned him back into 𝐂𝐬𝐽 with my flames, because I managed to remove the quirks from his body that made him 𝐭𝐻𝐲. 𝐂𝐬𝐽, for his part, is staring dumbstruck at the redhead. He can't believe his ears, he had died. I don't know how it was possible for 𝐂𝐬𝐽 to be turned into a 𝐵𝐵, but the most important thing is, he is now alive and well. Izuku presses on, your friend is back. And I think he would have very much appreciated it if you didn't strangle him to death. He has already died once, he should not have to die a second time so soon. Aizawa gapes in complete silence, feeling very much like the carpet has been yanked out from underneath him. He turns to 𝐂𝐬𝐽, and back to Izuku, unable to so much as utter a sound. Nezu then decides to intervene. I think all of us have had quite a rough day, so why don't we all take a step back and calm down before we decide on the next step forward? The rodent's tone leaves no room for argument. The tension remains, but there is an unspoken promise of the truth, and a longing on how to move forward from this debacle. To be continued. Wait, hold the F up. I actually died. Like end of life, graveyard, funeral coffin like died. Izuku, honestly, can't blame Oboro for freaking out and having an existential crisis. Right after things have settled down, Nezu had tea made and given out to those who require it. Then, he runs through everything with both Aizawa and Oboro, both becoming extremely pale and jittery as they process everything that has happened. Oboro, understandably, does not take it well, especially the part where he died. How am I alive? Why am I not dead now? My flames are unique, 𝐂𝐬𝐽, Izuku explains. They have the capability to return things back to their base components. I previously thought that such an ability was only relegated to inanimate materials. I had no idea it had the same effect on humans. But, the thing is, your body was resurrected, and you were turned into a genetically engineered monster by forcing multiple different quirks into your body. People are not supposed to have more than one quirk in their genetic makeup. My flames removed the extra quirks from your body, which returned you back to your original form. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 glances down at his teacup. So, this is really the future. How long has it been? 15 years, Nezu replies. A lot of things have happened since your death, 𝐂𝐬𝐽-kun. Your friends, Aizawa and Yamada, have graduated and become full-time staff here in UA. Aizawa was deeply traumatized by your death, and it has influenced how he delivers his teaching to hero hopefuls who step through UA's doors. He has developed a habit of expelling students who do not take things seriously here. The last thing he wants is to see another student die before they can live their full life. He doesn't want history to repeat itself. For his part, the hobo in question remained silent, seemingly lost in his own world. And, I was turned into a villain. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 utters, apparently horrified at himself. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 is not you, Izuku interjects. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 was a genetically engineered 𝐵𝐵 which, unfortunately, used your body and quirk as a base. You were not in control. You are not at fault for what 𝐭𝐻𝐲 did to me, my classmates, and my teachers. This is not your fault. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 is silent, shakily releasing a breath and gripping his teacup hard. So, what is going to happen now? Hitoshi asks. Many things, Shinsu-kun, Nezu replies seriously. The attack at the USJ should never have happened in the first place. While Midoriya-kun has done us a huge service by eliminating the ringleader and returning a warp quirk villain back to his original self, it is my responsibility to make sure that such an attack will never happen again. And what about 𝐂𝐬𝐽? Okako points out. I will do my best to establish contact with his parents to let them know that 𝐂𝐬𝐽 is alive, Nezu replies. They deserve to know that their beloved son is back. In the meantime, 𝐂𝐬𝐽 will stay with me on campus for his own safety. The fact that his body was stolen in the first place leaves open the very real possibility of the culprit attempting to do so again. I can guarantee that word about what happened to Shigaraki and the 𝐵𝐵 would have reached his ears by now. Obviously, Today's attack was premeditated for many years before, and losing his greatest pawns will set him back for a significant length of time. He is not going to take this sitting down, and while I can foresee that he will show restraint and bide his time, we can expect some form of retaliation sometime in the near future. Who is this villain? Nito asks. One that the less said about him, the better, Nezu emphasizes seriously. This villain is the absolute worst of the worst, the very incarnation of evil itself. He haunts the nightmares of heroes and villains alike, and the fact that he just declared war on us through this attack is enough for me to start shitting bricks, pardon my language. He takes a sip of tea, and quite frankly, if it hadn't been for Midoriya here, who threw a spanner into his plans and set him back by years, I would have gone into crisis mode and mobilized us all for the coming war. So what now, then? Inasa asks, unnaturally quiet. We prepare, Nezu replies. While the villain has been set back, he will regroup and strike again. We must remain vigilant and prepare for the strike before it hits. In the meantime, I will consider whether it will be wise to continue with the sports festival in light of this attack. While it is important that the school sends a message that we will not be cowed by villainous forces, the safety of my students is paramount. I will be discussing with the school board to determine the outcome by the end of this week. Anything else? Izuku asks. All students will be given the rest of the week off to give us time to overhaul the security within the campus. Additionally, all 1A students will be required to have sessions with Hound Dog starting next Monday. Every one of you went through a traumatic event that should not be brushed under the rug. I will make it mandatory, and unless you have a valid reason like illness, non-attendance will result in you being kicked out of the heroics course. There is no argument from the 1A quintet. Shirakumo, Aizawa, Nezu turns next. Hound Dog's office will be open to the both of you too. Your trauma is perhaps the greatest among us in this room, and it is important that you do not carry scars moving forward from today's events. Unlike the students, attendance is not mandatory, but I highly encourage you both to see him. Oboro nods, while Aizawa grunts quietly in acknowledgement. If there is nothing else, we will adjourn for today, Nezu concludes. Students, you are dismissed. Izuku, Shirakumo, let us get moving, yes. The students get up. Inasa goes to Izuku and crushes him in one last hug. Izuku then receives hugs from the rest of his circle, before they leave the infirmary together. Aizawa gets up too, and is about to leave when Oboro calls out, Shouter. The hobo stills, but does not turn around. His head is bowed, shoulders hunched in. Izuku waits to see if Aizawa would do anything, but he just leaves the infirmary without a further word. Oboro visibly wilts, and his body trembles slightly. Izuku and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 go to the resurrected teen and try to provide whatever support they can. The gesture only goes so much, both know all too well, but it is the least they can do for someone who had their entire world turned upside down and smashed to smithereens. Come, Nezu says, let's go. Oboro is housed in Izuku's room for the time being. The air between him and Izuku is not awkward, but there is an understandable tension wafting around. The cloud-quirked teen sits at one corner, not moving and refusing to speak. When Izuku offers to let him use his onsen to perhaps relax a little, Oboro simply shakes his head and curls deeper into himself. Izuku ponders whether or not Oboro wants to be left alone. Oboro did not explicitly say that he wants to be alone, but it is also blindingly obvious that he is not ready or willing to speak to anyone just yet. After thinking about it, Izuku decides to compromise. He sits down next to Oboro and stays there. He does not utter a word or make a sound. Izuku simply adds himself into Oboro's personal space and just be there with him. Misery craves company, as the saying goes. Oboro may not be ready to talk, but he could do with someone staying with him, keeping away the loneliness and being a pillar of silent support. Izuku stays there for hours, well into the night. He skips dinner, having no appetite after the events of the day. He stays with Oboro throughout, occasionally glancing at the teen, but never saying anything. As the clock approaches midnight, Oboro finally says, "Why are you staying with me?" "You look like you want someone to be with you," Izuku replies earnestly. "I understand that talking may be difficult, but I also want you to know that you are not alone." Oboro goes silent after that, but he does change his position so that he is flush against Izuku's side. How can you bear to be with me? I caused so much pain for everyone. You did, but it was not your fault, Izuku patiently replies. Your death was accidental, no one could have foreseen that. Nobody could have also foreseen you being resurrected and turned into a villain whose only purpose is to do the bidding of an evil mastermind who wants the world to burn. I am very sure that if someone could go back in time and stop your death before it could happen, they most certainly would. Oboro glances down at his hands. What about 𝐿𝐴 and Hisashi? They will come around, sooner or later, Izuku replies. You can't blame them for needing some space to process everything that has happened. They mourned your death for 15 years, and only found out that you had been turned into a villain today. They could never have expected, in their wildest dreams, that you would return to them, alive and well. But, if there is one thing I know, it is that they are immensely overjoyed that you are back. They just need some time to process and move forward from the shock. Things might not be the same anymore, what with the 15-year gap, but it will get better, I promise. Oboro sniffles. I'm scared, Midoriya. I'm so scared. I know, and it is okay to be scared, Izuku wraps an arm around the taller teen's shoulders. But remember that you have people who have your back. Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei, Principal Nezu, Hound Dog, Kigo, and me. As the one who returned you back to your original body, it is my responsibility to look out for you. I have seen, firsthand, the lengths that villain will go to burn the world to the ground. And as a hero in training, I will not rest until he is stopped and neutralized forever. Oboro buries his head into Izuku's shoulder, and they stay together, in silence in each other's presence, until Morphew's call reaches their ears. Izuku wakes up to his phone pinging. Not his alarm, but the notification of incoming messages. Slipping out of his futon, taking extra care not to wake Oboro, who is sleeping beside him, Izuku unlocks his phone and checks the time. 4:28 a.m. The messages are coming from his group chat, which he opens to read. Send but might to hell sleepy cat, can't sleep sleepy cat, insomnia being a beach again sleepy cat, anyone else up? Flaming Demon has come online. Flaming Demon was woken up by phone pinging sleepy cat, HT, sorry man sleepy cat, didn't mean to disturb you Flaming Demon, it's fine Flaming Demon. Honestly don't think I can get much sleep because of what happened Flaming Demon, anyone else? Wind Maestro has come online. Defying Gravity has come online. Edgelord has come online. Copycat has come online. Defying Gravity, hi Defying Gravity. Can't go back to sleep Flaming Demon, what happened? Defying Gravity, Nightmare Copycat, same, actually Wind Maestro, me too. Edgelord, Dark Shadow is acting too jumpy for me to fall into the temporary void of darkness Flame Demon. Wanna do a group call? Izuku gets an affirmative from all of his friends, although Okako sends a message saying that she only can do audio. Izuku sets up the call and goes outside to the veranda, closing the screen doors behind him so as to not disturb Oboro. One by one, his friends enter the call. Hey guys. Hey. Hello. Good morning. Yellow. Hey, what do you guys want to talk about? Izuku prompts. Nito goes first. I just can't believe we were attacked, you know. Like, this is only our first week of school, and we already have to fight actual, real-life villains. I get what you mean, Hitoshi mumbles, and I wasn't even there to experience it firsthand. This is just fed up, Okako sniffles. I can't even close my eyes before the nightmare begins. Do you want to talk about it, Uraraka-san? Fumikage asks. I just see villains everywhere. They are all laughing, twisted with bloodthirsty smiles. I couldn't move, and all around me, everyone in our class was dying. I see Midori-kun having his wings torn off, Yorashi being pulverized into powder, and I saw 13 sensei being disintegrated by their own black hole. I thought I would never wake up from the nightmare, and now that I'm awake, I'm scared of going back to sleep and experiencing it all over again. Maybe make yourself a cup of tea. Inasa suggests, tone quiet, if you can't sleep, you can start the day early. I think I'll do just that, Okako nods off screen, thanks Yorashi-kun. No probs. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 goes silent after that, her footsteps fading away. There is a pause in the conversation for about a moment, before Hitoshi speaks up. How is Shirakumo? He's sleeping, Izuku replies. Honestly, he needs all the support he can get. He looks so lost, and so dumb and guilty too. He is hiding himself away, and only because I stayed with him for hours did he speak to me. Can't blame him, Nito sighs. You wake up and find out that you not only died, but was also resurrected and turned into a villain. That has to be the rudest shock to anyone's psyche imaginable. The darkness is a cruel place, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 utters cryptically. It destroys the mind and soul. Shirakumo has been lost to the darkness for too long. Will he be okay, though? Inasa asks. I hope that with therapy and support, he will, Izuku replies. But also, how are you guys faring? It takes a moment for someone to respond. I don't want to be alone, Inasa says. Having a video call with you guys is fine, but I just want to be with you guys in person, you know. I nearly lost all of you yesterday, and being with everyone in the flesh, I think will help me to move forward from this. So, a sleepover, at Midoriya's place. Hitoshi suggests. I will ask Dad about it, Izuku replies, but I think he will be more than happy to allow it. He knows how much this has affected us, and I too think that he would want me to be with friends instead of processing through things alone. Plus, it would be good for Shirakumo to have some company, especially since I think it will be a while before Aizawa or Yamada are ready to be with him. Sounds like a plan, then, Nito says. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 comes back. Hey guys, what did I miss? We're planning a sleepover at Midoriya's residence, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 fills her in. Are you acceptable to such an arrangement? Oh, yes, please. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 agrees without hesitation. Maybe I can actually get some sleep then, knowing that my friends are in the same room with me. Perfect, I will go and check to see if Dad is awake now, Izuku says. I will let him know and get back to you guys ASAP. The group voices their agreement, and after bidding each other farewell, the call ends. Izuku heads back into his room, checks that Oboro is still asleep, and heads out. There is a soft light coming from the living room, and it is where Izuku finds Nezu, 𝐂𝐴 a cup of tea and appearing in deep thought. Dad. Nezu turns to Izuku. Oh, good morning, Izuku. Couldn't sleep. I mean, I was able to, but my friends couldn't. Izuku sits down. We were having a group call earlier. They told me how what happened at the USJ is affecting them. Uraraka-san said that every time she closes her eyes, she suffers nightmares, and the others have difficulty processing what they went through. Shinsu-kun brought up the idea of us having a sleepover here so that we can all be together through this PRD of time. It will also be good for Shirakumo too. He has been hiding himself away, and having supportive friends will help him immensely. What do you say, Dad? Can they come over? I think it's a capital idea, son. Nezu beams. Friends should band together and help one another through traumatic events. Let your friends know that they have my approval to come stay over for as long as they want. Thanks, Dad. You're most welcome. Izuku hugs Nezu, and retreats back to his room. He opens the group chat and types in his message. Send but might to hell flaming demon. Operation Sleepover is a go flaming demon. Dad says you guys can stay over for as long as you want Wind Maestro. Great. Sleepy cat, that's awesome copycat. I will start packing right away defying gravity. Can we stay until Sunday? Flaming demon, by all means defying gravity. Sweet edgelord, I will prepare for our cohabitation as we speak flaming demon. Wonderful flaming demon, can I expect to see you guys at the gates at around 8 a.m.? Flaming demon, we can have breakfast together in the cafeteria sleepy cat. Will there be coffee? Flaming demon, free flow sleepy cat. Done deal Wind Maestro. I can't wait to see you all again. Defying gravity. Big same copycat. Hey, copycat, before everyone goes to get ready copycat, there is something I would like to request to you all flaming demon. What is it? Copycat, can you call me by my first name? Copycat, we all survived a massive villain attack. Copycat, I think it is only right that you guys be able to call me Nito Flaming Demon. Done deal, so long as you call me Izuku Wind Maestro, call me Inasa, or whatever you want to call me as. Sleepy cat, Hitoshi, Toshi, Hito, doesn't matter defying gravity. Call me Okako then. Edgelord. Everyone call my host Fumi. 𝐒𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 Edgelord. My apologies Edgelord, Dark Shadow got my phone Edgelord. Please call me as 𝐵𝐵𝐵 or whatever you longing to address me as Flaming Demon, will do. Happy Smiley B to be continued. By 5 minutes to 8, Izuku is already at the gates, patiently waiting for his friends to show up. He taps a finger on his leg. Izuku had been reluctant to leave Oboro behind at the house, but Nezu promised to watch over the despondent teen in his place. Oboro had refused breakfast, mumbling about not being hungry, before retreating to the same corner of the room and curling into himself. It was worrying, but Izuku tries to not think about it for now. He instead focuses on his rumbling stomach, which has not received any sustenance for over 12 hours and counting. Izuku looks forward to having breakfast with his friends, and perhaps talking with them about Oboro and how they can help him. Izuku. The redhead perks up. Hitoshi and Nito are running towards him, waving and bags on their shoulders. Izuku meets them halfway, and all three share a tight hug. God, it's so good to see you guys again. Izuku buries his face into their shoulders. Far too long, Nito agrees. They pull apart. Hitoshi remarks, are we the first? Yep, Izuku nods. We're just waiting for Okako, Inasa, and 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵. Izuku-an. Speak of the devil. Okako runs up to the trio, waving brightly and with her own bag slung over her shoulder. Good morning. Good morning, Okako-chan, Izuku grins. So glad you could join us. I came as fast as I could, the brunette beams, I'm so excited. Izuku. Everyone. No prizes for guessing who that is. Footsteps thunder towards the group. Izuku finds himself being scooped up and squished into voluptuous pectorals once more. I missed you, Izuku. Inasa booms, squeezing the redhead even tighter. I'm so happy to see you again. Nito leans over to Okako. Should someone tell him that Izuku can't breathe? Hitoshi drawls. Wow, what are we then? Chopped liver. 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 appears, evidently moving at a more sedate pace. The sunlight was positively blinding, and I have Izuku to blame for my eyesight failing at such a young age. Big mood. Hitoshi smirks. Inasa is still running his mouth about how much he missed Izuku and can't wait to spend the weekend with him. Said redhead in question is unable to get so much of a response in, courtesy of being smothered by his friend's pectorals. Finally, when the need for oxygen becomes too much to ignore, Izuku squeezes Inasa's left pectoral hard. Ah! Eyes WHP towards Inasa, mouth open from the loud that just escaped from it. What the? Hitoshi eloquently mutters. The sudden action loosens Inasa's grip on Izuku a little, allowing the redhead to finally breathe. Sorry, I needed oxygen. Eyes turn to Izuku, who appears uncannily calm despite the rather SNSL turn of events. Shall we get going? I'm starving, and I'm sure all of you are hungry. Seemingly oblivious to the changed energy in the air, Izuku slides down from Inasa's grip and heads to the gates. Slowly, the rest of the group follows, occasionally glancing at Inasa, who has gone beet red and his eyes glassy with some unknown emotion. Psst. Hitoshi. Yeah, Nito. 1,000 yen that something happens between Izuku and Inasa within the month. Make that 2,000 yen. Oh. Okako adds herself in. Are we betting about Izuku-an and Ina-kuan's relationship? Any offers? Nito smirks. 2,500 yen, but in 3 weeks. Done. They all get their breakfast sets, whipped up hot and steaming by lunch rush, and sit down on a table large enough to accommodate them all. Is Shirakumo and Principal Nezu not joining us? Nito remarks. Dad is staying with Shirakumo, Izuku replies. He's withdrawing into himself again. Still blaming himself. Hitoshi asks. Very much so, Izuku sighs. Is there any way we can make him feel better? Okako asks worriedly. I would say to give him some space and time, but I don't want Shirakumo to withdraw completely, Izuku says, playing with his breakfast. If you guys don't have any plans for today, I was hoping that we can all keep Shirakumo company. I like that idea. Inasa booms, nobody should be alone when they need support. I support this proposal, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nods. The darkness will be kept at bay through our combined light. So what do we do, exactly? Hitoshi wonders. It depends on what Shirakumo wants, Izuku replies. If he wants us to leave him alone, we do so. If he wants us to stay, we do so. If he wants to talk, we listen. And if he wants us to talk, we talk until tongues fall out. Are we all clear? Yes, sir, comes the unanimous chorus. Nezu looks up from his teacup when the sliding door opens. Oh, Izuku, you're back. And your friends are all here. Welcome. Hey, Dad. Principal Nezu. It's good to see you. Again. Inasa booms. Likewise. Yorashikuan. Please make yourselves at home. The others greet the rodent, before Izuku dives straight for the jugular. How is Shirakumo, Dad? Nezu sighs. He's retreated to the corner again. I did try to stay with him as long as possible, but he didn't seem particularly agreeable with my company. Izuku nods. I'll go in and see if he wants us around. The rodent smiles. Go right ahead. Izuku turns to his friends. Wait here, okay. The redhead turns towards his room, absently hearing his friends admire the sitting room. Entering his room, Izuku slides the door shut quietly. Oboro is still in the corner, just as Nezu said. Legs curled into his chest, head drooped down, there is a metaphorical rain cloud rumbling above him. Izuku creeps his way over, and quietly kneels close by. Shirakumo. The only indication that the older teen makes that shows he heard Izuku is a slight twitch. My friends are here for a sleepover until Sunday, Izuku says quietly. Do you mind them being around here? A moment passes, and Shirakumo shakes his head. Then, do you mind them being in the same room? And, occasionally keeping you company? It's totally okay if you're not comfortable, I just want to give you the option of choice. Shirakumo slowly turns to Izuku, eyes dull with sadness and guilt. They can stay. Thanks Shirakumo, I'll bring them in now. Okay, the Cloud Quirk teen nods, and, if you're willing, we will keep you company, alright. A moment of thought, before a second nod. Izuku gets up and heads to the door. He peeks out. Guys, come on in. Just don't make too much noise, okay? The quintet enter, and quietly coo at the room. They all spot Shirakumo, but make no move to approach. Feel free to put your bags wherever, Izuku says. Is Shirakumo? Okako jerks her head towards the downcast teen. He's fine with you guys being here, but don't make him uncomfortable, Izuku replies in a no-nonsense tone. All 5 friends nod. They go to set down their bags. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 then takes the lead and approaches Shirakumo. Good morning. Shirakumo nods, but says nothing. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sits down next to the taller teen, cross-legged. Dark shadow emerges, but sensing the darkness hanging over Shirakumo, whines pitifully. Can I hug him? He is so sad, only if he is not against physical touch, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 reminds. Shirakumo makes no sign of refusal, so Dark Shadow takes it as her cue to wrap around the taller teen and squeeze him in a tight hug. Watching the scene, Izuku smiles when he sees Shirakumo relax slightly. Hey, Inasa speaks up. Can we all hug him? One at a time, Izuku sets the boundaries. We don't want to overwhelm him. Time passes quietly. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 remains by Oboro's side, waiting patiently until Dark Shadow has deemed herself ready to release Oboro from her embrace. Once the sentient quirk pulls away, Inasa takes over. The towering hunk gently pulls Oboro into his lap, gently hugging him. This lasts half an hour, before Okako takes over. Hitoshi and Nito get their chances after that, while the others quietly chat amongst themselves or simply sit in silence. There is no need for animated, lively conversation. The group of 6 simply spend time in each other's presence. There is no sense of personal space among the friends. Unless they are hugging Oboro, they are either sitting flush against each other, or directly facing one another. The sleepover may be off to a quiet start, but everyone prefers it that way. Before anyone realizes it, it is time for lunch. Where do you guys want to eat? Izuku breaks the silence. The cafeteria or somewhere nearby. Maybe outside. Nito suggests. Ooh, maybe a cat cafe. Hitoshi offers, deliberately keeping his excitement down. Cats are always the solution. Izuku turns to Oboro. What do you think, Shirakumo? The taller teen is silent. If anything, he curls deeper into himself. Shouter, loves cats. The temperature in the room plummets. CRP, Hitoshi runs a hand through his hair. Now I feel like a thing JRK. Okako purses her lips. What if we have Aizawa-sensei come with us? Is he even on campus? Nito asks. And is Aizawa-sensei willing to come with us? Fumikage points out, he was also quite badly affected yesterday. Izuku keeps his attention on Oboro. Would you like it if Aizawa-sensei came with us? He nods. Izuku gets up. Excuse me for a moment. He leaves the room and heads for the sitting room. Dad. Just putting down his phone, Nezu looks up. What is it, son? Do you have Aizawa-sensei's contact number? Izuku asks. We want him to join us for lunch at the cat cafe that he used to bring me before school started. I certainly do, Nezu nods. I take it that Shirakumo personally requested for Aizawa to be there. Yes, correct. Nezu picks up his phone, opens the contacts app, and searches for Aizawa's phone number. He starts a call, and brings the phone to his ear. Aizawa-kun. I apologize for calling you without warning, but do you have a moment to spare? Excellent. I will be passing the phone over now. Nezu holds out the phone to Izuku, which he takes. Aizawa-sensei. Gremlin child, what is it? Are you available in about half an hour? Yes, what are you going about? My friends are here for a sleepover, and we want to bring Shirakumo out for lunch at the cat cafe we used to go to before school started. Do you mind coming along? You get to be around cats, and I think Shirakumo will very much appreciate it. Silence follows for several long moments. While he does feel uncomfortable at the lack of a response, Izuku refuses to crumble and holds out strong. All right, I will come. I'll bring Yamada with me. Izuku releases the breath he had been holding in. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Much appreciated. He hears the hobo grunt in acknowledgement. See you at the gates. Another grunt, before the call ends. Izuku hands Nezu the phone back. Thanks Dad, I'll go tell the others. Have fun, son. And stay safe, all right. Izuku nods seriously. I will. Promise and swear on my life. Nezu smiles, and waves him off. Izuku returns to his room and goes inside. All right everyone, his friends and Oboro look up. Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei will be joining us. We're meeting them at the gates. Everyone gets up, Hitoshi helping Oboro to his feet. Grabbing their phones and wallets, they leave the room, bid Nezu farewell, and step out of the house. Izuku lingers behind to stay by Oboro's side, ready to provide any emotional support as needed. Inasa does the same for Izuku, if for an entirely different reason. They reach the gates, and wait for their teachers to show up. Both men show up about 10 minutes later, dressed up in their usual attire. Hey, little listeners, Yamada fingerguns the group. Aizawa's gaze lingers on Oboro, who looks away and finds the pavement more interesting. None of the sextet mentions the sudden onset of tension, waiting for the involved parties to take the first step. Oboro finally meets Aizawa's gaze. The hobo steps closer, but maintains some distance so as to not spook the teen. Oboro, I'm sorry. Izuku sees Aizawa's valiant attempt to remain composed, despite the man unconsciously wearing his scarred heart on his sleeve at this moment. I should not have left alone yesterday. I have no excuse. Oboro appears like he wants to protest, but Aizawa regards him with an insistent, emotional look. Never in my wildest dreams and wishes did I expect to see you alive and in the flesh again. My world had been shattered, and like the coward I am, I tried to convince myself that it was all some dream, or work of some unscrupulous villain with the intent to traumatize me further. I never realized how much I was hurting you by turning my back on you, Oboro. I am so sorry. Quite against his will, tears begin to spill down from Oboro's eyes. Things will never be the same again, Aizawa continues. Hisashi and I are adults, and you are still a teenager. Our friendship will never be what it once was. But, Oboro, we still care about you. We only just got you back. We don't want to lose you a second time. So even though things will be different, we want to help. Let us help you, Oboro. With his breath coming out choppy and shuddering, Oboro closes the distance and hugs Aizawa tightly. He buries his face into the hobo's shoulder, and his weeps come out muffled. It is testament to how impacted Aizawa is by the situation that he willingly returns the hug, burying his own face into Oboro's trembling shoulder. Yamada, bravely being the strong one, joins the hug as his two closest friends break down into tiny pieces. There is not a dry eye anywhere. Izuku feels his own tears threaten to breach the dam. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 has his head bowed and holding a sniffling dark shadow. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 furiously wipes her tears away, an act mirrored by Inasa and Nito. Hitoshi simply lets the tears fall, lips quivering in a valiant bid to not break down in public. Nobody says anything. Everyone lets their pent-up emotions spill over. It is better to let go, rather than try to hold it all in for the sake of strength. The time has come for everyone to be vulnerable, to shed their personas of heroism and just be human. It is time for everyone to begin healing, to let the wounds close up and scar, not as a reminder of trauma, but as a means to move forward from the pain. Hopefully, the future will be a little brighter. To be continued. Once everyone has calmed down, they head for the station and make the short train journey to the cat cafe. The entire ride is silent. While the group has managed to release all of their emotional build-up, they are still quite numb. No one is in the mood for conversation, simply letting the noise of the train rumbling through the tunnel fill the void of silence. It is a short walk from the station exit to the cafe, situated in a row of shops. Since Izuku and Aizawa were frequent patrons, they guide the group to their destination. The cafe, Toe Beans, makes use of a homely, cottage-like aesthetic to remind patrons to leave whatever problems they have at the door and heal themselves through comforting drinks and fur therapy, courtesy of the over 3 dozen cats which call the cafe their home. The cats are all housed on the second floor of the establishment, which is gated to prevent them from escaping. The ground floor is where patrons can have their food and drink before heading upstairs to spend time with the cats, although the second floor does have tables and chairs if patrons wish to bring their meals up while they play with cats. So far, the newcomers seem sold on their first impressions of Toe Beans, with Hitoshi especially excited to see the cats. But first, they need to place their orders. Welcome to Toe Beans, a barista greets them cheerfully. What would you all like today? Good morning, Maiko-san, Izuku greets, the usual for me and Aizawa-sensei. What about you? Maiko asks Hitoshi. Give me your darkest drink. Same for me, to be one with the darkness in my soul, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 adds. Maiko calls back to her co-workers, 2 glasses of milk please. Izuku, Inasa, Nito, 𝐒𝐿𝐼, and Presentamisi all burst into laughter. Aizawa smirks, and even Oboro cracks a small smile, the first ever since waking up in the infirmary. Hitoshi and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, on the other hand, give the barista uncannily matching deadpan frowns. Sorry, I couldn't help myself, Maiko chuckles. We have coffee, Colombian or Arabica. Which would you both like? Arabica, iced and no sugar, Hitoshi replies. Colombian, also no sugar, but hot for me, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 says. The rest of the group give their orders. Hitoshi taps Izuku on the shoulder. Is she like this? Yep. Maiko-san loves to pull that joke for any emo or edgy customers who show up. Works every time. Good to know. Once everyone has their drinks, the group bags a large booth that is able to accommodate them all. So where are the cats? Hitoshi gets straight to the point. Upstairs, Izuku replies, sipping into his highly sugared Taiwan milk tea mixed with grape Yakult and grape pearls. This is so that the cats don't get into your drinks and leave fur everywhere. How many are we talking here? Nito wonders. Over 3 dozen, last I checked, Izuku replies, and he takes pleasure in seeing Hitoshi's eyes light up. But I think the cafe adopted an additional 6 more from a shelter that was forced to close down some time back, but I can't recall. Can we see them now? Hitoshi begs excitedly. Unless you fancy cat fur in your coffee, I suggest you finish your drink first, Izuku smirks. The redhead has never seen someone down an entire cup of dark, bitter coffee so fast in his entire life, and this includes knowing someone like Aizawa. Take me there, now. Hitoshi now looks positively deranged from the sudden rush of caffeine. Calm your badonkers, and follow me. Izuku gets up and heads for the staircase near the back of the room, with Hitoshi rushing after him like an excited puppy. They go upstairs to the second floor, where the undeniable and adorable mews of cats can be heard from behind a closed door. Izuku opens it, and Hitoshi steps into heaven. The room is filled to the brim with cats, of all sizes and colors. Some lay or sit about on the floor, others perch themselves upon the plush furniture and cat trees scattered around the room. All of them turn towards the door, and the mews escalate in volume. Hitoshi's soul ascends to a higher plane of existence as the over 36 cats converge towards them. Several jump onto Izuku, who has knelt down to receive their greetings. Others paw at their legs, demanding pets and affection. Okay, it's nice to see you all again too, Izuku chuckles, as a tabby cat leaps onto his head. Hitoshi, however, is too overwhelmed by the feline flood to utter a word. His mind loses all cognitive capability, with only a singular, primal goal of immersing himself fully among the cats left behind. The insomniac lets the cats climb and paw all over him, sinking to the floor as he becomes buried underneath dozens of cats. Izuku finds himself in a similar fate, but not that he is complaining, really. He too sinks beneath the sea of furry felines, and all worries disappear from his mind. As the old saying goes, furry therapy is always the answer. Taking a long time, aren't they? Nito remarks, sipping his drink. It has been 20 minutes since Izuku and Hitoshi disappeared upstairs to see the cats. Those who remained behind expected a quick return, but the longer the two teens failed to return back down, the more they began to wonder if something had happened. Perhaps the only one who isn't the slightest bit worried is Aizawa, who is about to take a sip of his own black, unsweetened coffee when he has a realization. God fing damn it. Show. Present MIC turns to the hobo. Aizawa slams his cup down on the table, which remains surprisingly intact despite the hard landing. That little SHT. Those at the table jump when the hobo leaps out of his chair and dashes for the staircase. Shouter. Where are you going? Present MIC runs after him. The rest quickly follow suit. When they reach the top, they are greeted by the unbelievable sight of Aizawa on his knees, screaming in frustration. You little F.R. Not again. The teens and Oboro peer around the fuming hobo and a nonplussed present MIC to see what is causing the man's meltdown. They see the cats, which are an adorable sight, but what is underneath the cats has most of them blinking owlishly or trying desperately not to laugh. The only evidence that Izuku is underneath a pile of cats is a little tuft of red hair sticking out from under the feline pile. As for Hitoshi, he too is buried underneath the felines, although unlike Izuku, he is visible under the 7 cats that have him pinned to the floor. The insomniac is giggling wildly, eyes dilated and unseeing, as the cats make themselves comfortable all over him. Holy SHT, Okako splutters behind her restrained laughter. We've lost them. We have lost them to cats. The darkness takes a new form, one less damaging, but no less deadly, Fumikage remarks, folding his arms while dark shadow coos at the sight. Meanwhile, Aizawa continues to lose his SHT, just once. I only ask for once. Is once too much to ask for? What do you mean, Aizawa-sensei? Inasa asks. The hobo glares at him with frustrated irritation. Being smothered by cats, obviously. I've raised cats all of my goddamn life, but no matter how many times I've come here, these ungrateful littles never once smothered me. It's simple, sensei. Izuku's muffled voice comes from underneath the cat pile. You are unworthy. Aizawa promptly screams bloody murder, which the cats all pointedly ignore and continue to suffocate both Izuku and Hitoshi with their furry charms. In the end, the group spends the entire day at the cat cafe. While Aizawa was never able to convince the cats to smother him like they did with Izuku and Hitoshi, a few did take pity on the long-suffering hobo and let themselves be petted by him and even draped themselves on his shoulders, head, and lap. Aizawa sat in one corner, soaking in as much furry attention as possible. He was joined by present Mic and Oboro, the latter who was more than willing to spend as much time as possible with his friend in the company of cats. It also appeared that the cats had an uncanny ability to sense the troubled fog swirling at the back of Oboro's mind. While he also did not have the honor of being smothered, Oboro attracted the attention of a bigger number of cats than the other members of the group, save Izuku and Hitoshi. The cats were also incredibly soft and gentle with Oboro, rubbing their heads against his hands and chest, and occasionally licking his cheek while purring quietly. If present Mic took enough photos on his phone to make up an entire album, that is his own secret. All in all, it was a good day. Less so when they were leaving though, as the cats stubbornly refused to let Izuku, Hitoshi, and Oboro leave the establishment. There was much cajoling to convince the cats to release Oboro from their clingy hold, and the group and staff had to excavate Izuku and Hitoshi from their cat piles. Hitoshi was still lost in his delirious high, resulting in present Mic carrying the dazed teen on his back, while Izuku left the cafe feeling far more refreshed from an effective session of furry therapy. They all had dinner in the cafeteria, before Aizawa and present Mic made their excuses and left for the night. The teens returned to the house, and had a good soak in Izuku's onsen before preparing for the night. While they were away, Nezu had taken the liberty of preparing the futons for the teens to sleep in. Once everyone had freshened up and prepared for bed, there was some discussion on how the futons should be laid out. "I need to sleep near the nightlight I brought along," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 points out. "Otherwise, Dark Shadow could go berserk and tear the whole room apart." Taken from experience. Nito asks. "Once, when I was 8, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 closes his eyes at the memory. That was the year when Dark Shadow grew in her strength and, subsequently, her volatility. I was unlucky to have my nightlight broken, and my parents had yet to buy a replacement. Up until then, Dark Shadow would just be more restless in total darkness, but that night, her increased power and volatility caused her to lose her rational mind, and she tore my room apart when the total darkness robbed her of her senses." Everyone is rendered silent, the only sound coming from the sentient quirk's whimpers. "That's fine with me," Izuku nods after a moment. "Oboro will sleep on my left, just as always. Does anyone else have any other concerns?" There are no objections from Hitoshi, Nito, and Okako, but Inasa suddenly cuts in with a loud voice, "I will sleep with you, Izuku." Silence befalls the room. Nito coughs into his fist, very much aware of the double entendre Inasa probably unknowingly dropped on them all. "Sure. You can put your futon on my right," Izuku replies. Inasa beams, and Hitoshi swears that the room just lit up considerably from the towering hunk's blinding smile. Pure innocence at its finest. The sextet arrange their futons in 2 rows of 3. Izuku goes to turn off the light, and everyone bids each other a good night. Tucking himself in, Izuku shifts into a comfortable position and closes his eyes. He can hear the soft breathing of his friends and Oboro, and the subtle shifting and movement of Dark Shadow as she roams the room, kept in check by the night light. Still, the quiet background noise ensures that sleep comes easy, and Izuku can feel his body slowing down for some much-needed rest, only for a heavy, muscular arm to fall onto his body. Jolted out of near slumber, Izuku opens his eyes. Inasa is facing him, seemingly asleep. The futons are standard size, which if they both had stayed in their original sleeping positions, would have meant there would be a considerable distance between them. Inasa, though, has shifted closer, shrinking the gap to mere centimeters. Izuku can feel his friend's breath rustling over his hair, and they are close enough for Izuku to feel Inasa's body heat. "Inasa." The hunk doesn't respond. Izuku tries to shift away, but the arm draped over him suddenly grabs him and pulls him right into Inasa's chest. Then, in a move that makes Izuku question whether Inasa is really asleep, the hunk rolls onto his back, taking Izuku with him. Inasa's other arm wraps around Izuku's smaller body, locking him in place. Izuku blinks. Is this actually happening? Inasa, for his part, appears steadfastly asleep. His grip on 𝐒𝐿 remains tight, but not suffocating. It is evidently clear, at least on a subconscious level, Inasa doesn't want to let 𝐒𝐿 go. No amount of wiggling or shifting on 𝐒𝐿's part does anything. He is well and truly trapped within his friend's embrace. Inasa. 𝐒𝐿 tries again. All Inasa does is tighten his embrace around the redhead. Seeing that escape is pointless, 𝐒𝐿 takes stock of his situation. Inasa, apparently, sleeps topless. His broad, extremely sculpted torso is bare for all to see. And for 𝐒𝐿, who now finds himself pressed into that bare torso by equally powerful and muscular arms, it is an experience like never before. Sure, this is not the first time 𝐒𝐿 has been pressed into Inasa's chest, courtesy of their hugs where more often than not, 𝐒𝐿 finds his oxygen supply dangerously compromised. But the fact that Inasa is not wearing anything above his waistline, and 𝐒𝐿's cheek is squished into the solid, but incredibly comfortable muscle that is his friend's pectorals, makes the redhead feel an unusual warmth that is not from the fire burning within him. It feels nice, actually. Still, 𝐒𝐿 can't help but notice that up close, Inasa really does have quite voluptuous pectorals. He knows that his friend is built like an armored tank, but DMN. It is like that pre-Quirk era meme with a girl staring with a mix of disturbance and awe at a guy with massive pectorals. Only this time, Inasa has given him an up-close and personal view of his own badonkers that can easily make any young woman jealous. 𝐒𝐿 has no idea what possessed him to do what he did next, but he finds his hand reaching up and giving Inasa's right pectoral a gentle squeeze. Inasa does not react, remaining peacefully asleep. Emboldened by an unknown force, 𝐒𝐿 squeezes the mound of muscle again, and again, and again. He really has no idea why he is doing this. Perhaps a cheeky, immature side of him expects a honking sound to appear whenever he squeezes Inasa's pectoral. Either way, he keeps squeezing and squeezing, until one of Inasa's hands reaches up, grabs 𝐒𝐿 by the back of his head, and pushes his face right into the valley between the pectorals. Startled, 𝐒𝐿 wonders if Inasa had woken up by his incessant squeezing. A glance up, however, shows that Inasa is still very much asleep. That being said, Inasa's hand maintains a firm grip on the back of 𝐒�'s head, keeping his face squished in between those voluptuous pectorals. For the second time, no amount of wiggling or shifting does anything to free 𝐒� from his predicament. Well, guess this is how I die then, 𝐒� thinks to himself, suffocated by my friend's pectorals. What a way to go, indeed. To be continued. 𝐒� comes around to the sound of hushed whispers. Oh my God, is this actually for real? Sure. You'll wake them up. Has he been sleeping like that all night? Should someone check that 𝐒� is still alive? 𝐒𝐿 would very much like to tell his friends that he is still alive, but with Inasa's hand firmly pressing his head into the valley between those badonkers, there is little he can do. And given how deep his face is pressed into those mounds of muscle, trying to speak is likely to not be successful. Should we just wake them up, he hears Oboro ask. Yes, 𝐒� thinks. That would be nice. Eventually, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 takes the initiative. He and Dark Shadow come over, and poke and prod Inasa repeatedly. Dark Shadow does the same with 𝐒�, but she lets off when 𝐒� twitches with each prod, a subtle indication that he is conscious and aware of what is going on. It takes much poking and prodding before Inasa finally reacts. 5 more minutes, Mum. Inasa, you need to wake up, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 pokes harder. You are suffocating 𝐒�. Finally, Inasa opens his eyes. I believe this is the male version of Marshmallow Hell. Nito smirks down at him. What? Only then does Inasa realize the position he is in with 𝐒�. Ooh-wah. 𝐒𝐿. The slightest loosening of his grip is all that is needed for 𝐒� to break free. Pushing himself off Inasa's body, the redhead rolls down to the side, gasping for air and clutching at his heart. Oh God. 𝐒�, are you okay? Inasa screeches, immediately hovering over his friend. 𝐒� doesn't immediately respond, trying to get as much oxygen into his lungs as possible. When he finally looks up, and his friends can see his face, they notice how pale the skin is, and perhaps quite uncomfortably, the slight bluish tinge saturating the pale pallor. Finally, I can breathe. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, why didn't you wake me up? Inasa cries, I didn't know you were being suffocated. You didn't let you up, 𝐒𝐿 coughs, you just held on tighter. Hitoshi suddenly comes to a realization, and a pensive look takes over his face. 𝐒𝐿, did you sleep in that position all night? How could you breathe like that? I couldn't breathe, Hitoshi, 𝐒𝐿 replies, once his breathing has stabilized. Throughout the night, I remember blacking out, but then waking up again a short while later. It happened constantly, until Inasa finally let go of me. The pensive look on Hitoshi's face dissolves into outright horror. 𝐒𝐿, oh God, what is it? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asks, growing deadly serious. 𝐒𝐿, no one can go without oxygen for 4 minutes before permanent brain damage sets in. Hitoshi continues, growing deathly pale. 6 minutes without oxygen, and the person will die from asphyxiation. You say that you were in that position the whole night. The insomniac's eyes become stricken. 𝐒𝐿, I think you died multiple times last night, and it was only because your quirk gives you the power of a phoenix, it resurrected you each time you died from the lack of oxygen. Absolute silence. Why, you're kidding, right? Nito's voice trembles with denial. 𝐒𝐿 didn't really die over and over while we were sleeping around him, right? My dad often works with neuroscientists, Hitoshi replies, and he knows a lot about what happens when a person doesn't get the oxygen they need to survive. The lack of oxygen has been attributed as the cause of mental and behavioral disorders in many of the children he treats, particularly when the lack of oxygen occurs during childbirth. If 𝐒𝐿 is right and he could not breathe whatsoever because of the position he was in, he would have certainly died and stayed dead if not for his quirk. The temperature in the room plummets. 𝐒𝐿 turns to Inasa, who is trembling and pale with horror. The air inside the room starts to pick up and WHP around from the loss of control over Inasa's quirk. With rising panic threatening to explode with devastating consequences, 𝐒𝐿 does the one thing he knows that will stop the imminent catastrophe before anyone gets hurt. He dives into Inasa's chest, wraps his arms around his friend, and buries his face into the valley between Inasa's pectorals. Everyone, understandably, loses their SHT. 𝐒𝐿. What are you doing? You idiot! Did you not hear what Hitoshi said? Inasa, in particular, reacts horribly. He tries to pull 𝐒𝐿 off his chest, screeching hysterically, 𝐒𝐿. Stop! What are you doing? Get off of me! No! I will not! 𝐒𝐿's muffled voice comes from within Inasa's pectorals. I will not get off until you all calm down. Calm down. Nito screeches, you're trying to kill yourself again. I'm not. 𝐒𝐿 shouts back, will you all calm the F down right now? The screeching and screaming stop all at once. Only then does 𝐒𝐿 pull his face out of Inasa's pectorals. Thank you, he begins. For one, I am not suicidal, at least, not anymore. But the point is, I buried my face into Inasa's chest to prove a point. What point? Asks Okako. I am not afraid of Inasa, and I will never be, 𝐒𝐿 replies resolutely. Yes, I apparently died over and over during the night because Inasa unknowingly, he puts great emphasis on that particular word, smothered me with his pectorals in his sleep. I do not fault him for what happened, and I will never fault him. He will always be my friend, and I hope to everything that is holy that you all will continue to treat Inasa like the friend he has always been. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Am I clear? Unknowingly, the redhead's hair had begun to burn with flames as he gave everyone a no-nonsense, expectant look. The rest of the group hastily nod and unanimously reply with a yes, sir. Only then do the flames disappear from 𝐒𝐿's hair. You all go get changed, I need to speak to Inasa for a bit, 𝐒𝐿 says. The continued no-nonsense tone prompts the rest of the group to grab whatever clothes they wanted to wear for the day and quickly flee the room, leaving 𝐒𝐿 and Inasa all by themselves. Silence permeates for several long, awkward seconds. 𝐒𝐿, Inasa, I mean it, 𝐒𝐿 interrupts his friend, reaching up and forcing Inasa to look at him. I will never be afraid of you, and I will always cherish you as one of my closest friends. You smothering me to death with your pectorals will never change that. Please don't be afraid of me or try to run away. I am not afraid of you, and I hope that it is reciprocated. Still, Inasa doesn't look entirely convinced. How can you not be afraid of me? I literally killed you but it was not on purpose, Izuku interjects, cupping Inasa's cheeks. I am 100% sure that you will never kill me on purpose. If anything, what happened last night was a result of your subconscious longing to hold me close and never let go. My repeated deaths throughout the night were just unfortunate side effects of our shared position. Inasa shakily reaches up to hold Izuku's hand. How can you be so blasé about death? Remember how I told you and the others about my childhood? How I was effectively quirkless despite having a quirk factor. Inasa nods, the memory as clear as day. People wanted me dead since I was a child. My own childhood friend told me to kill myself. And then I actually did end my life, only to be resurrected when my quirk factor finally activated. I have already experienced death, figuratively and literally. There is nothing scary about death, although I will admit my perception about death is a little skewed since I keep coming back alive each time. That's fine and all, but are you forgetting something? Inasa interrupts. You keep coming back from the dead. Why, you are literally immortal. That means you can never stay dead. Which means, you will, outlive us. Izuku sighs. I know. I already had that inkling ever since discovering the nature of powers. To be honest, to have that inkling confirmed, I find myself more accepting of it than I thought. How could you just accept it like that? Inasa cries, eyes teary. You will never get to die. You will see all of us pass away. You will be lonely forever. I know, Izuku nods, for he is not going to deceive himself. It will hurt like hell to see all of you die. But there is nothing I can do about it. I can only accept it. At this, the tears that Inasa had been trying to hold back breach the dam. He immediately pulls Izuku into a bone-creaking hug, taking extra care to not suffocate the redhead with his pectorals. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Izuku returns the hug. Life isn't fair. The best I can do is make the most of our time together. Inasa. Inasa weeps into Izuku's shoulder, while he tries to soothe his taller friend as much as possible. Then, from the door, comes knocking. Izuku. Inasa. Is everything okay? Hitoshi peeks his head in. We all heard weeping and raised voices. The insomniac freezes at the sight before him. Izuku calmly turns towards him. What happened? Are the others with you? Izuku asks. Hitoshi slowly nods. You all better come in. There is something important you need to know. With trepidation growing, Hitoshi calls the others in. Once everyone has sat down before Izuku, the redhead repeats what he told Inasa. Understandably, they all don't take it well. Dark Shadow breaks out of fumigage and throws herself at Izuku, wailing and crying. This isn't fair. Nito screams. Is there anything we can do? Okako tries, and fails, to be strong. Not that I'm aware of. Izuku shakes his head as he absently comforts Dark Shadow. Unless my quirk is forcibly removed from me, I am destined for an immortal existence. This is so fed up. Hitoshi screeches. Why do you have to live with this? Every quirk has their downsides, Izuku shrugs. Mine just happens to be immortality. How can you be so calm? Oboro exclaims. It's like you aren't even afraid or anything. Oh, trust me, my anxiety is erupting like you wouldn't believe, Izuku replies calmly. However, I'm doing my best to keep a lid on it by accepting that panicking on the whatifs will not solve matters. As I told Inasa, the best I can do is to make the most of my time with you guys. That prompts a huge dogpile by his distraught friends. With his quirk already somewhere in the pile, Fumigage refrains from jumping in. He does, however, remark, even in the face of such terrible darkness, you remain a pillar of burning light that stands steadfastly against insurmountable odds. You have my admiration and respect, Izuku. Izuku appreciates it. He really does. I wish I could tell you that this was all the angst and despair the septet had to endure today. I regret to say that it is not. Having heard the commotion in Izuku's room, Nezu enters to the sight of his adopted son being smothered by most of his distraught friends and one hysterical shadow quirk. Izuku. Dad. Izuku speaks up from underneath the pile. What's up? I need to speak with you and Shirakumo. This is important. Judging from the grave expression on the mammal's face, 𝐒𝐲 is dead serious. Izuku slowly extracts himself from the dog pile, and with a nod to Oboro, he follows 𝐒𝐲 out of the room, with the 𝐶𝐿 teen following suit. They head into 𝐒𝐲's private study, and sit down on an unlit kotatsu table. Dad, what's going on? Izuku gets straight to the point. 𝐒𝐲 sighs morosely. Remember how I said that I will try to contact Shirakumo's parents to let him know that he is alive and well? Did you find them? Oboro immediately asks. Izuku is immediately gripped with a foreboding feeling. This can't be good. Shirakumo, I managed to contact your mother. 𝐒𝐲 gives the teen a deeply empathetic look. I learnt from her that your father died by suicide 2 weeks after your body went missing. And she refused to believe that you are actually alive. Izuku feels his stomach collapse. What? Oboro stutters, eyes wide and disbelieving. What are you saying? Shirakumo, I'm really sorry, 𝐒𝐲's lip quivers. Apparently, shortly after your father died, your mother was the target of a series of malicious pranks by troublemakers. Imposters posed as you to trick her into believing that you were alive and had returned, only to disappear each time they agreed to reunite with her. Understandably, your mother believed my call was another malicious prank aimed to further traumatize her, and blocked all numbers associated with the school. When I tried to contact her through my own private number, I discovered she changed phone numbers. Just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, Izuku is sadly proven wrong. Poor Oboro is now as pale as a sheet, and his entire body is trembling. You're f***ing with me, he mutters weakly. This isn't real. This isn't f***ing real. Tears trickle from 𝐒𝐲's beady eyes. I'm so sorry, Shirakumo. With a broken sob, Oboro bolts from the table and flees the room. Izuku is quick to chase after him, running out of the house and ignoring his friend's calls and questions. Izuku looks around, trying to see where Oboro has run off to. Oboro! He runs into the woods surrounding the house. Oboro! Where are you? Izuku runs aimlessly, until he hears sobbing in the distance. He heads in that direction, eventually finding Oboro slumped at the base of a large tree, heaving and weeping brokenly. Oboro! Izuku cautiously approaches, trying not to startle the broken teen. He crouches down before Oboro, staying in his personal bubble, but not touching him. Oboro, can I hug you? Still sobbing and weeping, Oboro did not appear to hear Izuku. But mere seconds later, the redhead finds himself bowled over when Oboro leaps into him, clutching him desperately like a lifeline. Izuku pushes himself up into a more comfortable position, and returns the hug with equal fervor. He stays silent, not saying a word. There is no place for meaningless condolences or platitudes. Izuku just provides the physical support Oboro needs, which is really all he can do right now. Why Izuku? The 𝐿 teen asks wetly. Why? I don't know, Oboro. Izuku squeezes Oboro tighter. I really don't know. It goes unsaid, but life is truly unfair. Izuku can only be the pillar for Oboro, as the world crashes down around them both. To be continued. The rest of the day can only be described as somber and dark. Once Oboro is scrayed back to the house, he retreats to Izuku's bedroom and does not come out for the rest of the day. Izuku had the unenviable task of explaining what happened to his friends, which only served to sour the mood further amongst the group. Nobody does anything that day, simply lounging around in the house, keeping each other company in solemn, dreary silence. Inasa, in a bid to show that he has taken Izuku's words to heart, stays by the redhead's side throughout the waking hours, even holding Izuku close to his chest whenever emotion steamrolled the redhead over. The only words shared by the group are when they check on each other. Nothing else is worth saying. They do try to check on Oboro occasionally, although it is really only Izuku or 𝐒𝐲 that are able to get a word out of the distraught teen. Oboro more or less isolated himself all day, not even joining the group for meals or company outside, which no one blames him for. Perhaps the only bright spot of the day comes when 𝐒𝐲 announces to the group that Oboro will be placed under shared foster custody between him and their teachers 𝐈𝐵 and present MIC. The two men had been notified before lunchtime, but it was only after their respective patrols and radio hosting that the pair was able to visit the house and check up on 𝐵oro. In a sudden change of plans, 𝐈𝐵 and present MIC agreed to spend the night in order to keep 𝐵oro company, which was met with silent appreciation from said teen. Another unexpected guest showed up around dinner time, when 𝐒𝐲 appeared, quite unannounced, at the front door with a duffel bag on his shoulder. Fledgling Izuku is bowled over by a hysterical birdman before he could so much as blink. 𝐒𝐲-san. What are you doing here? I thought you said you couldn't come. I may have said that, but will that stop me? No. 𝐒𝐲 buries his tearful face into Izuku's shoulder. And how could I not come? Not after you told me that you are immortal and you will never die. 𝐈𝐵 and present MIC, who happened to be nearby, WHP their heads towards the redhead. Gremlin child, what did Hawks just say? I am immortal, yeah, Izuku pats the weeping winged hero on the head. I can never die. If I do get killed, I will just keep coming back alive. The normally loud voice hero is rendered speechless. How? Gremlin child, how did you find out? 𝐈𝐵 presses with a no-nonsense tone. Izuku hesitates for a moment, before deciding to rip the band-aid off. I was smothered to death by Inasa's pectorals last night. 𝐈𝐵 looks as if Izuku had just grown a second head. Come again, a flabbergasted present Missy asks, not quite believing what he just heard. I had my oxygen supply cut off by Inasa's huge badonkers. Izuku tries to add a little humor to a conversation that is rapidly going off the rails. I remember dying and coming back alive multiple times last night. I don't know how many times I died because of Inasa putting me through marshmallow hell. 𝐈𝐵 looks as if his soul had just left his body, which is both a big mood and extremely understandable. Excuse me for a second. Present as he gets to his feet. The voice hero leaves the house and closes the door behind him. Seconds later, an earth-shattering scream erupts from outside, powerful enough to rattle the house and knock over items from shelves and surfaces. The scream lasts for a good 30 seconds, before stopping. Present Missy re-enters the house, looking as if nothing had happened. Yamada-kun, remind me to deduct from your salary how much it will cost to replace all the windows within a 1 kilometer radius. Nezu takes a sip of his tea. Worth it, the voice hero croaks, before face-planting onto the floor. Which, again, big mood. With that, the weekend comes to an end, and school resumes once more. Returning students idly notice that work crews are busy installing new windows on the twin buildings of the main campus, but pay little attention and stream in for homeroom. Unusually, Izuku and his friends are the first to arrive in their classroom today, which is surprising since tenure is always there when they arrive. They don't dwell on it for too long, and take their respective seats. As time passes, more students begin to turn up. The new arrivals stop dead in their tracks and blink owlishly. Is something wrong? Izuku asks. Momo is the one who voices the collective confusion. Did the seating layout change? Indeed, instead of 4 columns of 5 desks, there are now 3 rows of 7. Yes, it did change, Izuku nods in confirmation. You'll find a sheet of paper that will tell you your new seating positions on Aizawa-sensei's lectern. The arriving students crowd around the lectern, taking note of where their new desks are located. There are some changes, namely the students who are of a shorter stature are now positioned near the front, while those who are taller have been pushed to the back. At precisely 8 a.m., the homeroom bell rings, and Aizawa enters the room. Good morning. Immediately, most of the class burst into confused noise. Sensei. What are you doing here? Weren't you injured? Aizawa activates his quirk, prompting those shouting to shut up. Midoriya healed the injuries I sustained at the USJ. I have been cleared for several days already, so do not ask about my physical state of health. The hobo takes the silence as his cue to carry on. So for homeroom today, we need to go through a few things. First, you will have a new classmate joining you all today. This prompts a round of curious and excited whispers from the majority of the class, especially those who noticed the lone empty seat behind Izuku. However, for the redhead and his friends, they already know who it is, and collectively turn towards the door. "You can come in now," Aizawa calls. The door opens, and Oboro nervously steps inside, wearing a UA uniform. "This is Shirakumo Oboro," Aizawa introduces. "Do not ask him any questions unless he gives you his XPLCT consent. If I hear that any of you have been harassing him, you will be booted out of the heroics program faster than you can say hero. Am I clear?" "Yes, sensei." "Good." Aizawa turns to Oboro, and if his voice is softer and gentler, only he and Oboro need to know that. "Go take your seat." Oboro quickly beelines to his seat, sitting down and trying to make himself as small as possible, especially since many of his new classmates are unsubtly staring at him. "Second thing, we need to talk about what happened last Thursday." Aizawa's expression darkens. "Frankly, I am disappointed in most of you." The class collectively flinches, with only 7 of them remaining unaffected. They already know what is about to happen. Aizawa had informed them about what he was going to say beforehand. They take comfort in knowing that Aizawa's ire is not directed at them. "You all had an order to retreat from the facility. Something that was not supposed to happen was happening, but most of you just stood around like fools, even questioning if it was part of the lesson." Izuku notices Eijiro flinch at being singled out. "You all ignored your deputy class president's order to retreat, and as a result, you endangered yourselves and got caught up in a villain attack. This sort of foolishness will not only get you killed out in the field, but countless other innocent lives will be jeopardized by your inability to react quickly enough." The air in the classroom is tense, as the majority of the students reel from the stern admonishment. "This week, we will have extra lessons on situational awareness and improving your sense of spontaneous reaction," Aizawa plows on. "These lessons will be mandatory, and failure to attend without a valid reason will see you booted out of the heroics program." He then turns to Izuku, Midoriya, Yorashi, Monoma, Shinsu, Tokoyami, Uraraka, and Shirakumo. "Your attendance is optional, although highly encouraged." "Yes, sensei." Aizawa turns back to the class as a whole. "Moving on, what is also mandatory for your continued enrollment in the heroics program is sessions with our guidance counselor, Hound Dog. The attack at the USJ should never have happened. You should never have had to face villains before the first week of school was even over. Unfortunately, fate is bullshit, and you were thrown into a life-or-death situation with no experience whatsoever. If any of you tell me that you are fine after going through hell like that, I will see you booted out of the heroics program entirely." Momo raises her hand. "Sensei, what if you already have external professional help? See me after homeroom, and fill me in on the details," Aizawa replies. "If I deem it sufficient, you will not need to attend sessions with Hound Dog." Momo nods, and lowers her hand. "And finally, one last announcement, and this is extremely important, so listen up," Aizawa continues, and the class straightens up, attention rapt. "In 2 weeks, UA will be hosting the sports festival." A beat of silence. Someone raises their hand. "Is it wise, Aizawa-sensei? So soon after we were attacked by villains?" Kiro. "It wasn't my decision," Aizawa replies. "Personally, I'm against having the sports festival held at all. However, Principal Nezu decided, after a lengthy PRD of deliberation and no uncertain pressure from the school board, that the sports festival will still go ahead, but with more precautions in place so as to prevent another USJ incident from happening. The reasoning I was given is that by hosting the sports festival, we are sending a message that even in the face of villainy, we will not be cowed. As such, I must stress how important a good performance can impact your chances of establishing yourselves as future heroes. You get 3 chances as a student of UA. Do not waste such rare opportunities." And with that, homeroom comes to an end, and the morning lessons commence. The lunch bell signals the end of Cementos modern literature lesson. As the concrete quirked teacher leaves, the students burst into excited chatter about the upcoming sports festival. "This is going to be so rad. I'm so pumped," Eijiro declares, pumping a fist into the air. "I can't wait to show off my quirk." Mina gushes. "There will be so many heroes watching," Denki remarks. "I can't wait to be scouted." "Knowing you, maybe you'll get to be a sidekick," Kyuka smirks. Denki gasps, affronted. "Excuse you." I'll have you know that I too can be a hero. Meanwhile, Izuku and his friends are heading towards the door, with the intention of meeting Hitoshi and going to grab their lunch. Oboro had requested that they eat on the rooftop, which was his favorite lunchtime haunt with Aizawa and present MIC when they were all students, and Izuku was more than willing to go along with the request. That was the plan, at least, if not for Izuku opening the door and finding his path blocked by a literal crowd of students in the hallway. Understandably, Izuku is far from amused, especially since they are all staring at him and his friends like pieces of meat. "Excuse me, can you all please move? You're blocking the way." Much to his irritation, no one did. In fact, they all start whispering to one another, casting sneering glances at him. Then, a disturbance makes its way through the crowd. "Excuse me. Excuse me. Coming through. Oh motherfucking god dash. I already said excuse me, now move it." Pushing his way to the front of the crowd, Hitoshi appears, looking completely done with everything. "Sorry, some of my classmates are here," the insomniac rubs the back of his head. "I tried to get them to lay off, but it's like they're deaf or something. Hitoshi, do you know why these people are blocking the way?" Nito asks. He sighs. "Something about scoping out the competition. You know the sports festival is coming up, right? They probably want to see what they will be up against." Which is reasonable. But not when they are being a safety hazard by obstructing the corridor, and Izuku is starting to get hungry. And when Izuku gets hungry, the less of a grip he has on irritation. Unfortunately, something happens that provides the fateful spark. Someone literally shoves Hitoshi to the side, causing the insomniac to stumble and nearly fall over, with only the dense crowd breaking his fall. "Hey! You're 1A, right?" A teenage boy with silver hair and rather large eyelashes gets right in Izuku's face. "We're from 1B next door. Listen, just because you all fought some villains doesn't mean that you are superior or anything. We'll show you that we can be just as good as you, or maybe even better dash." Izuku's patience snaps. His fist swings out and strikes the boy right in the nose. The audible crack echoes across the corridor, followed by the splash of BLD. The spectating students scream in horror, as the boy stumbles back with a broken nose. What the hell dash? His indignant cry is cut off by Izuku surging forward. The boy gasps and gurgles, as Izuku suddenly has him in a chokehold, hands crushing his neck inwards. "Take that back," Izuku growls, his voice low and deadly. "Take that back before I strangle you to death." Students are freaking out and backing away. The boy claws and digs at Izuku's hands, trying in vain to release the constricting grip cutting off his oxygen supply. "You think this is some kind of game?" Izuku continues, eyes and hair flashing with flames. "You think that you can do better against villains that nearly killed my homeroom teacher and had a monster that could rival All Might? We both know that you won't last a minute against what my class went through. Perhaps your wounded pride needs a rude awakening, HM. Why not I demonstrate to you how close we all came to dying last Thursday? Maybe you will think twice before daring to show up and proclaim yourself as dash stop. Please." A new voice cuts Izuku off. From the crowd of students, a girl with long red hair pushes her way forward. "Please let him go," she begs. "He's an idiot." "Who are you?" Izuku asks neutrally. "Kendo Itsuka, class president of 1B. The girl quickly introduces herself. "I'm sorry for whatever Tetsu-Kuan said to you. He doesn't have the best brain-to-mouth filter, and he let his hot-headedness get the better of him." Izuku regards her for a moment. "Do you share his beliefs?" "No." Itsuka quickly shakes her head. "Please let him go. I promise to deal with him appropriately." Izuku glances at Tetsu, who is now turning slightly blue from the lack of oxygen. "Very well, make sure you do." Izuku releases his stranglehold and pushes Tetsu towards Itsuka. Leaving her to deal with Tetsu, Izuku quickly goes over to Hitoshi. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, Izuku," the insomniac replies. "Honestly, you didn't need to do that. Kendo-san normally keeps him in check. I wasn't going to sit by and let that BSTRD trivialize our trauma." Izuku defends himself. "Also, he has no right to shove you aside like that." That said, You do know that this will do nothing to change people's perception of 1A, right? Hitoshi points out. Izuku sighs, running a hand through his hair. I'll talk to Aizawa-sensei and Principal Nezu about this later. Right now, I'm starving, and I'm one stomach grumble away from incinerating everyone in this hallway. We don't want that to happen now, would we? Hitoshi readily agrees, throwing an arm around Izuku's shoulders. He turns back to the clique. Let's get going, guys. The others quickly catch up, and the spectating students quickly part ways for them. No one is going to be an idiot and cross a hungry Izuku when he came close to murdering someone in front of so many witnesses. No siree. To be continued. That guy was such a prick. Okako huffs. Did he honestly think that getting attacked by villains is like a walk in the park for us? After the group had gotten their lunch bentos, they trooped up to the roof where Oboro used to come with Aizawa and present Amici for their own lunch 15 years prior. There is plenty of space for all 8 of them, and forming a circle, they tucked into their midday meal, all the while ranting about what happened earlier. I know, right? Inasa agrees hotly. Good thing Izuku has a mean right hook. I heard that nose breaking from behind him. Although, I'm inclined to say that strangling Tetsu is a step too far. Nito brings the rising energy back down to a simmer. But you already know that, right, Izuku? The redhead in question nods with a sigh. I usually have more self-restraint than that. But the fact that Tetsu was downplaying what we went through while boasting about how he could do a better job was just too unforgivable for me. Another sigh, before he takes a bite of food. Still, as I told Hitoshi just now, I'll have a word with Aizawa-sensei and Dad about this later. I just hope that you won't get into too much trouble, Oboro says quietly. There were a lot of witnesses. I will take responsibility for strangling Tetsu, but not for punching him, Izuku replies. I'm pretty sure everyone would have done the same. Human nature is flawed, Fumikage remarks cryptically, but we should focus on the extent of what is justified in that moment. There is a lull in the conversation after that, soon broken by the sound of the roof access door opening. Hey, little listeners. Do you have space for 2 more? All eyes turn to the new arrivals. Yamada-sensei. What are you and Aizawa-sensei doing here? Izuku gets to his feet. A little birdie told us that you lot are up on our old rooftop spot having lunch. Present may see finger guns the redhead, and I thought, why not we join you, just like old times? Zashi, that only applies to Oboro, Aizawa cuts in. It's the thought that counts, shouter. Present MIC retorts, and besides, don't you have something to talk about with the flaming chicken here? Ah, so the moment has already come. It is with regards to Tetsu from 1B, right? Izuku says. That, and also your father wants to meet you after lunch. Aizawa sits down, as does Present Z. But first things first, I heard about what happened. Tetsu should never have said what he did, and I already had Vlad King deal with him. However, as I believe your friends have already told you, strangling Tetsu was a step too far. So should breaking his nose. Present Macy mutters. Don't try to lie and say that you wouldn't do the same. Aizawa elbows his husband. That little SHT deserved to have his nose wrecked, but not nearly killed by strangulation. I already know that, Izuku nods solemnly. What is the punishment? I have consulted your father on that, Aizawa replies. He has sentenced you to an hour of non-stop tickling on a machine that he has power loader put together right now. Normally, we would just have Hawks tickle you instead, but he is on a mission for the Hero Commission and cannot make it today. Izuku forces down the shiver. He knows right away that the tickling he will later experience will not be the same that 𝐒𝐲𝐽 likes to put him through in the past. For all that he is left breathless and achy at the end, Izuku always sees being tickled by his brother-in-law but BLD as pleasant experiences. Knowing his adoptive father, Izuku will be in for some truly torturous time later on. Very well, I accept. Aizawa nods, and continues eating from his bento. Nito decides to shift the conversation away to a different topic. So, the sports festival. We're all excited, yes. For sure. Okako nods enthusiastically. We get to show off what we can do, and get our names out there. For you, maybe, Hitoshi mutters. Still, it was apparently loud enough for everyone to hear. Hitoshi. Izuku asks, "You're not looking forward to the sports festival?" "I am, but I want to keep a low profile, if it makes sense." Hitoshi replies, "I mean, I don't really want my quirk to become public knowledge." Izuku immediately puts two and two together. "People used to give you SHT for your quirk, right?" Hitoshi nods, deciding now is as good a time to explain. People are afraid of losing their autonomy. When they found out what my quirk was, they immediately thought I was a villain, or destined to be a villain. According to them, when I hijack their body, I could make them do all sorts of terrible things. Like murder, RPE, arson, you name it. I used to go through a lot of SHT in elementary and middle school. I virtually had no friends in my age group. You guys are literally my first friends. Everyone glances at each other with uncomfortable looks. Izuku nods meaningfully and takes Hitoshi's hand into his own. "But you showed them, right? You made it into the top heroics program in the country. This is the biggest FU to the haters and naysayers possible." Language, Aizawa scolds, although there is far less heat than there should be. "Doesn't change the fact that society is biased and fed up as a whole," Hitoshi points out. "That's why I don't want to use my quirk during the sports festival. I don't want to stand out too much, if that makes sense." Izuku nods with a gentle smile. Off to the side, Aizawa considers this with a thoughtful look. Shinsu, the hobo, speaks up. "Are you perhaps hoping to become an underground hero?" Hitoshi blinks. "How did you know?" "In my years of teaching, the vast majority of the students I've met always use the sports festival as a means of showing off and getting scouted by pro heroes," Aizawa explains, as everyone listens in. "I can count on one hand how many have shied away from the spotlight and chose to keep themselves under a low profile. Every single one of these students later went on to become established underground heroes." A light bulb goes up in Izuku's mind. It makes sense. Brainwashing is a quirk more suited for stealth and undercover operations like espionage. Having as few people know how the quirk works will give Hitoshi the advantage he needs when he goes pro. It makes sense. Okiko agrees. Hitoshi can be like those ninjas from the pre-quirk era. Never seen and striking when people least expect it. "And we have the best teacher to train Hitoshi to become an underground hero," Nito smirks, casting glances at Aizawa. Hitoshi catches the direction of those glances. "Aizawa-sensei." "Who else but the most famous and successful of underground heroes, Eraserhead?" Inasa beams. There is a clatter, as Hitoshi drops his bento box. "Say what?" Inasa blinks. "You didn't know that Aizawa-sensei is Eraserhead?" No, I didn't." Hitoshi immediately rounds on Izuku. "You motherfucking traitor. How could you have not told me after all this while that your teacher is the Eraserhead?" Izuku immediately puts his hands up in surrender. "Hey. In my defense, you never asked, EK." Hitoshi pounced onto the redhead, screeching unholy retribution. The two teens rolled around the rooftop, wrestling one another as Hitoshi decried the betrayal and Izuku begged for mercy. The rest of the teens watch in bemused silence, while Aizawa groans from this lack of maturity. Getting to his feet, the hobo releases his capture weapon and snags both Izuku and Hitoshi up within its bindings. "For heaven's sake, stop acting like children," Aizawa scolds. "Even my cats are more well-behaved than you two. I will never recover from this betrayal. I am forever shattered. Beyond repair." Hitoshi bewails dramatically, if a bit muffled from being tied up. "I said I was sorry." Izuku retorts back. All right, calm down everyone." Present Missy acts as the sensible adult. "It's all good, no need to get your claws out." Hitoshi continues to pout, decidedly ignoring Izuku's pleas for forgiveness even after they are released from Aizawa's capture weapon. "So, the sports festival." Inasa pushes the conversation forward. "The rest of us are excited to show off, yeah." Yeah. Okiko pumps a fist. "I'm super excited." "So you're planning to go spotlight then?" Nito asks. "I mean, if it means that I can support my parents, then yeah," Okiko replies. At this, Izuku picks up on something concerning. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, is everything okay in your family? The brunette glances down, her demeanor suddenly doing a 180. Everything's fine, it's just that my dad's construction company has been running into some financial problems lately. It's been hard for him to secure contracts, what with the availability of quirks making labor and materials dirt cheap. We're not the most well-off out there, which is why I want to be a hero and be able to support my parents. Her expression becomes fiercely determined. Being a hero means a large income, right? That way, I can allow my parents to live comfortably without having to worry about money ever again. Everyone is silent after 𝐒𝐿𝐴's declaration. A few seconds later, Inasa sniffles and furiously wipes his eyes with his sleeve. You are so cool, Ocha-chan, he declares hotly. Your reasons are so noble. I'm sure that you will become one of the best heroes out there and make a ton of money for your parents. The brunette blinks. You guys don't think my reason for becoming a hero is stupid or selfish? There is nothing wrong about wanting to give back to your parents, Nito replies. I'm sure your parents must have sacrificed a lot. It is only right that you honor their sacrifice by repaying the favor once you have the means of doing so. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 blushes a deep red, but she looks intensely relieved when the group echo their agreement with Nito's statement. Izuku, however, considers this new revelation with deep thought. He turns to Aizawa, who mirrors his pensive look, and the two share a nod. This is worth bringing up to Nezu later. You want to set up a financial aid plan? Nezu asks. That's right, Izuku nods, a bit slowly since his entire body is aching like a beach. I'm deeply ashamed that I'm only discovering this now, since there were several signs before. After he was put through a different kind of hell where his entire body is strapped to a contraption which left his most ticklish parts exposed and slathered with baby oil, and then subsequently tickled with feathers for an hour straight without a single moment's reprieve, Izuku got straight down to business with his adopted father and discussed the pressing issue that was 𝐒𝐿𝐴's woes with money. I should have noticed it first when 𝐒𝐿𝐴 could never join our video calls with a video feed, Izuku continues, fiddling with his thumbs, and those times when she muttered about rich people in that exasperated tone whenever Yororosa-san unintentionally flaunts her wealth. He gives Nezu a serious look. 𝐒𝐿𝐴-chan should not have to go through her high school years always watching every penny. And what about all the other students who come from financially disadvantaged backgrounds? They should never have to come to school worrying about whether their parents can afford to pay for next year's school fees, or fearing if their next school day will be their last because they can no longer afford to pay. Nezu steeps his paws together, deep in thought. He turns to Aizawa. What do you think? The gremlin child raises some very serious points, the hobo replies. While I have yet to see a student be forced to drop out of UA, because their parents or guardians could no longer afford to pay for the school fees, the possibility that such a scenario could happen in the future highlights a serious lack of foresight on our part. Just as we already lose a significant proportion of potential heroes through our extremely biased entrance exam, Aizawa gives the stoat a pointed look. We stand to lose even more if we don't provide them a financial safety net in the event that their family's financial situation deteriorates. Aizawa-kun, you already know why the entrance exam continues to remain as it is, despite my numerous attempts to have it overhauled, Nezu reminds. That aside, I agree that a financial aid scheme is very much overdue, and it does reflect badly on you. To not have a safety net in place for students who come from disadvantaged backgrounds. While I will have to run through the idea with the school board, I am quite certain that they will agree to have such a scheme implemented at the soonest possibility. Glad to hear it, Izuku nods. Although, if you don't mind, I wish to sponsor 𝐒𝐿𝐴-chan's financial aid. Nezu's beady eyes gleam. Oh. And how do you intend to do that? It takes a hot second for Aizawa to realize what Izuku is planning to do. He throws his head back against the sofa and groans. Loudly, gremlin child, I beg you, do not destroy the global economy by making gold worthless. I promise to not go to that extent, Izuku replies, but that doesn't mean I will be stingy with how much I will give to 𝐒𝐿𝐴-chan. He gets another groan from the hobo as a result. It is around when classes end when SHT goes down. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and the rest of Izuku's clique are just leaving the classroom when Izuku intercepts them. 𝐒𝐿𝐴-chan. Wait up. Oh. Izuku-kun. The brunette beams. How did your meeting with Principal Nezu go? It went fine, Izuku replies. 𝐒𝐿𝐵-chan, I have a gift for you. A gift? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 blinks, but it's not my birthday yet. Doesn't matter. Izuku pulls a wrapped-up present from somewhere. Here you go. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 takes it, immediately becoming a little suspicious when she notices the heaviness of the present. She opens it, and immediately slams the lid back down. Izuku. This dash. Did you like it? Izuku asks with an impish grin. What? What did Izuku give you? Hitoshi presses. He gave me 5 large gold bars. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 screeches, voice rising in pitch. Proof or you're lying, Nito says. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 quickly shows the group the contents of the present. All of them collectively gasp and nearly lose their eyeballs. Hitoshi rounds on Izuku. Dude, how did you get these? I made them, the redhead replies. Made them. Inasa screeches. How? I turned lead bars into gold, Izuku explains. As if it was the most obvious thing in the world, I'm essentially a phoenix in human form. My flames have alchemic powers, which can turn lead into gold, if you're familiar with alchemy and pre-quirk history. His friends stare at him, speechless and stupefied. It's too much. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 cries, I can't accept this. You will, I insist. Izuku pushes the present back. I specifically made these gold bars for you, 𝐒𝐿𝐵-chan. You should not have to worry about not having enough money on you for your daily needs. I made these gold bars for you to sell them or keep as an investment, your choice. You should not have to feel ashamed that you do not have as much money as others. Also, please don't see this as a charity case. I genuinely want to help you and make your life a bit better. Rendered speechless, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 is overwhelmed with emotion and throws herself onto Izuku, hugging him tightly while weeping tears of gratitude. Dude, are we literally nothing more than chopped liver to you? Hitoshi drawls. I mean, you guys come from more financially advantaged backgrounds, Izuku shrugs. But, if it makes it any better, I'm willing to transmute a gold bar for each of you. Is that okay? His friend's response is to dogpile him while crying tears of joy. Meanwhile, in the staff offices, Aizawa shoots up from his sleeping bag. Shouter. Present MC asks, what's wrong? The gremlin child is doing something outrageous, Aizawa groans, beelining to his desk, opening a drawer and pulling out an unopened bottle of vodka. He pops the lid and downs the fiery alcoholic contents in one fell swoop, much to the horror of his husband and colleagues. No way is he going to deal with whatever bullshit is happening while sober. To be continued. The next 2 weeks sees the students of 1A prepare themselves for the sports festival, whilst juggling sessions with Hound Dog and the extra lessons run by Aizawa. With permission from their homeroom teacher, the school's training facilities are opened up for the students to train themselves and with each other, getting into tip-top shape in order to perform their very best in front of the entire nation. Of course, there were exceptions. After some discussion with Aizawa and Nezu, Oboro decided to not participate in the sports festival for his own safety. No one wanted the bogeyman of the underground to realize that the person whom he used to make Kurogiri has been reverted back into his original body. It was impossible to rule out the possibility of Oboro being kidnapped and turned into a Numu a second time. So to prevent another Kurogiri, Oboro is to keep a low profile for the time being. That didn't mean that the Cloud Quirk team didn't see some action in the lead-up to the festival itself though. In keeping with Hitoshi's wishes to not use his quirk during the festival, the question on what could Hitoshi do to level the playing field was brought into focus. Oboro suggested the idea of Hitoshi using a bow staff, similar to the one he had back during his first life, as an on-hand weapon. Thanks to a little intel from Nezu, one of the rounds of the festival will be one-on-one fights, and since Hitoshi has no intention of using his quirk, the bow staff will help secure an even playing field against an opponent who will certainly be using their quirk or support equipment to fight. Oboro will train Hitoshi in using the bow staff so that he will know how to use it effectively without causing any mishaps to himself or an opponent. After some discussion with Izuku, it is decided that the bow staff will be further outfitted with a taser at one end, powered to deliver an electric shock strong enough to incapacitate an opponent, but not enough to kill. Then, it was a trip down to the support labs to have the blueprints made into reality. The trips, for lack of a better term, were a trip in of themselves. Izuku and his friends had just barely reached the labs when the front doors, which were made of thick, reinforced steel, were blown off their hinges by a powerful explosion which rocked the hallway and cracked the opposite windows. Unhinged laughter echoed from within, followed by anguished yelling, which Izuku recognized as from 𝐿𝐿. This is how the septet became acquainted with Hatsume Mai, the rising star of the support program, absolutely insane inventor, and the reason for 𝐿𝐿's headaches and alcoholism. Basically Izuku, except female and support equipment enthusiast. Still equally deranged, as Nito sums it up. How am I deranged? Izuku asked. Hatsume could easily take over the world with her babies, Hitoshi adds. You could easily do as much damage by destroying the global economy. Hey, I don't go around giving gold bars to just anyone. Izuku retorts. Yes, but given how many you have created thus far, Hitoshi rebuts, there is already some impact on the global economy since these bars were not accounted for. Also, I'm not surprised if you decided to end global poverty by giving every poor person a gold bar, and thereby causing the global economy to collapse because one of its main drivers has become worthless. Hey! On a different note, Aizawa had the subconscious urge to break out the alcohol at that precise moment, while also experiencing a strange feeling of vindication from having one of his arguments supported by an unknown entity. But anyways, through some rather hair-raising experiences with Hatsume courtesy of the front doors being blown off by explosions each time they visited, Hitoshi's taser-fitted bow staff is crafted and brought to life over PRD of a week. In the meantime, Hitoshi trained alongside his friends under the guidance of Aizawa and the other teachers who ensured that the students prepared properly without injuring or killing themselves in the process. Once the bow staff is completed, Oboro stepped into his role as Hitoshi's trainer, using a similar staff to guide the insomniac in the correct stances, kickoffs, and how to strike effectively. As Hitoshi will be fighting on level ground and not on a cloud, Oboro had to adapt his fighting style in order to suit combat on land. Hitoshi was put through the physical ringer over the course of the week. While Oboro did not have the experience or prowess like Aizawa or present MIC, he was more than capable of sweeping Hitoshi's feet out from under him and making him taste synthetic leather far more times than he can count. But even as he became acquainted with the floor mat, Hitoshi bounced back up each time and demanded another round, which Oboro was more than happy to accommodate. The other members of the rooftop gang, as present MIC cleverly coined, busied themselves with their own training. When not sparring with each other or training their respective quirks, the gang spent many hours in Gym Gamma, working out in a specially made exercise gym. Much sweat, tears, and the occasional BLD was split, the last courtesy of Izuku training top naked each time. According to the redhead, whenever he exerts himself physically, his body temperature rises much quicker than the average person, courtesy of his quirk. By training topless, Izuku is able to cool down much more easily and prevent overheating. Unfortunately, the sight of Izuku training without a top on proves to be a consistent distraction for a certain Inasa. While one might think that Inasa would be the distraction if he worked out without a top on, the wind-quirked teen often finds himself unsubtly ogling Izuku's sweat-drenched torso and arms, muscles clenching and flexing with each rep and release, and each grunt from the exertion of pumping iron. In Inasa's eyes, there is not a more tantalizing and tempting sight in the world. As a result, his brain often went into short circuit, and it became a common sight to see a trickle of BLD dripping from Inasa's nose throughout these workout sessions. Dude, Hitoshi remarks, you are so whipped. Shut up. Inasa retorts back while trying to stop the BLD from dripping further, you don't get to say anything until you find someone whom you just want to like the sweat off their abs. Tamai, Inasa. Nito groans from the machine next to him. As if you wouldn't do the same if you were attracted to somebody. Inasa retorts. Thankfully, Izuku was always out of earshot whenever these conversations were taking place. That, or just selectively deaf, since Inasa would also get plenty of unnerved stares from other students thanks to having no sense of indoor voice. But anyways, aside from physical training, lessons continue over the course of the 2 weeks. And it was during this continuation of academic learning that the rooftop gang observed some significant changes. Perhaps the most striking is their foundational heroics lessons. In the first lesson after the USJ attack, Instead of All Might bursting into the room in all of his loud, boisterous glory, it was Aizawa who took the helm of the class. "Where is All Might Sensei?" Eiichiro asks. "All Might will no longer be teaching this class," Aizawa reveals, or any class for that matter. His inability to prioritize his teaching responsibilities before the USJ attack has convinced Principal Nezu to strp him of all teaching obligations. This, understandably, causes an uproar amongst most of the students, which only escalated when Izuku very loudly proclaimed, "Good riddance to bad rubbish." With the class about to go up in arms against him, Izuku slams a fist down against his desk and stands up. "Everyone, shut up. It is about time you knew the truth about the symbol of peace." Effectively hijacking the lesson, Izuku goes up to the front of the class, and with Aizawa's permission, speaks in stark, unflinching detail about the dark side of All Might's character that he had kept secret away from public knowledge. How the symbol of peace is actually a prejudiced, quirkist bigot who saw the quirkless as inferior and would never amount to anything. When this threatened to trigger another indignant uproar, Izuku silenced everyone with a single line. "He told me that a quirkless person can never become a hero when I was effectively quirkless." The classroom goes as silent as a graveyard. "You think I had this quirk all my life?" Izuku raises an eyebrow. "I only had it for less than a year. Before that, I was effectively quirkless with a dormant quirk factor. How many of you are aware of how badly the quirkless, especially the youth, are treated today?" The silence is extremely telling, although one or two did appear to have an inkling and were coming to horrified conclusions. We were made to feel inferior, subhuman, less worthy to breathe the very air that the quirked population breathes every day. Izuku plows forward. Quirkless youths are more likely to be abused, bullied, discriminated against, and even pushed to suicide by peers and adults. I knew this full well, as I went to Aldera Middle School before enrolling in UA. Momo gasps, "You did?" But that school was shut down after it was discovered that it was an indoctrination facility for the MLA. "So you've read the news," Izuku acknowledges. "I suffered for years from classmates who saw me as an easy punching bag, enabled and encouraged by the teachers who were very likely MLA sympathizers or actively working with them. I was even suicide-baited by my childhood friend who was warped by the ideology of hate fostered by the school. My dream of becoming a hero was the only thing that kept me tethered to this world. And when All Might came, took my dream and stomped it to pieces in front of me. That was the breaking point." Izuku's next words chilled the majority of his classmates down to their souls. "We were on the roof of a tall office building when that happened. All Might left me there after he destroyed my dream, like I wasn't even worth bothering about. I went beyond the breaking point, and I decided to take my life. I threw myself off the roof and fell to my death on the pavement below." Many of his classmates are now pale or looking incredibly sick. Tsuyu speaks up. "How are you alive, Kiro?" "My quirk," Izuku replied. "Do you know what was the most ironic thing ever? The trigger was dying. I had to die before my quirk factor became active. It was only because of my quirk that I am still alive, telling you all the truth. And had I not decided to take my life then, I would have gone through my entire life effectively quirkless, because let me ask you, how many of you would truly consider killing yourself just to manifest your quirk?" Again, the silence is extremely telling. So now you know the truth of the symbol of peace, and why I continue to hold him with such contempt. I don't expect any of you to just accept my words at face value, but I want you all to give it some deep thought. When we become blinded by fame, pomp, and splendor, we fail to see how the heroes we look up to are still only human, and they can hide some really dark secrets that make them no better than the monsters and villains they are supposed to bring to justice. That is all. Without waiting for a response, Izuku leaves the lectern and returns to his seat. It takes a moment of silence before Aizawa breaks it. "What Midoriya said is all true. Again, only you can decide what you want to do with what your vice president has revealed. With that out of the way, we can begin with today's lesson. As for Izuku, it would be a bit of a stretch to say that a huge weight has been lifted from his chest. After all, he could have easily not made that speech, and left his classmates ignorant of his past and All Might's true nature. This was far from his priorities as a hero in training, but at the same time, at least beginning the process of opening his classmates' eyes to the reality of this world has given Izuku a little bit of hope that he has made a contribution to make the future a better one for this world. And, if Inasa spent the entire lunch break hugging Izuku and feeding him his lunch, then Izuku can say that doing that impromptu speech was well worth it. To be continued. The day has arrived. The first-year sports festival is about to commence. About 100,000 spectators fill into a purpose-built stadium within the UA grounds, excited to see the action up close and in person. The rest of the country tunes in to their televisions or streaming devices to watch the live broadcast aired by the school. In the grounds, there is a hub of activity as spectators mill about, purchasing from vendors and stalls, and generally having a great time. Interspersed among the visitors, several pro-heroes patrol the grounds in search of any mischief-makers or villains hoping to cause chaos and destruction during this prestigious event. The opening ceremony is due to start at 9 a.m. sharp. 5 minutes before that, the entire stadium is filled to capacity, with the excitement palpable and the tension humming in the air. Meanwhile, down in one of the holding rooms within the stadium, there is a different kind of tension brewing, specifically with regards to the students of 1A. All dressed in gym uniforms, the 19 participating students wait for the announcement to troop out into the stadium. It is safe to say that nerves are running rampant among many of the students, some engaging in conversation with one another in a bid to distract themselves from the butterflies in their stomachs, while others simply deciding to wait out the nervousness by keeping to themselves and staying quiet. As for the rooftop gang, sans Hitoshi and Oboro, they sit together at a table in silence. There is no need to speak to one another. Being close to the people they are most familiar with is more than enough to keep the nervousness at bay. Izuku, in particular, is sitting flush against Inasa's side, with the taller teen draping an arm across his shoulders. The physical touch and the affectionate gesture is soothing for Izuku's stomach and heart, especially since he knows what he will have to do later. At the same time, it ensures that he maintains a clear head when a rather unwelcome someone approaches him from behind. Midoriya. Immediately, the entire gang's mood sours. Izuku, however, retains his calm neutrality as he gets up from his chair and faces the interloper. What is it, Todoroki? The dual-quirked teen gazes back with cold determination. Immediately, the tension in the room thickens, as all other conversations cease with everyone now paying attention to the standoff between two of the most powerful members of the class. Izuku, though, noticed something else in Xiaoto's eyes, besides the cold determination. It is barely there, but the redhead is able to discern what it is. Understanding. Inasa is already rising from his seat, but Izuku stops him with a hand and a slight shake of his head. I will admit, you have me beat in terms of power, and you are aware of how heroes may hide their true selves behind fame and splendor, Xiaoto begins, tone matching his frigid gaze. However, I will not bow down to you. I will show to everyone watching that my ice will be enough to beat you. This is my declaration of war, Midoriya. The temperature plummets. What the F? Denki mutters. That's so intense. Hanta shivers. Inasa, on the other hand, is erupting. What the hell is that, Mothaf dash? Izuku stops him again. Inasa, no. Don't attack him, it's not worth it. He turns back to Xiaoto, gaze still as calm as ever. Do what you will. However, remember that everyone else will be giving their all as well. I suggest you don't let arrogance or pride get to your head. Otherwise, you'll just be plotting your own bitter downfall. Inasa appears mollified by Izuku's icicle response, although it did appear to strike a nerve with Xiaoto. Being the pure soul he is, Eiichiro decides then to intervene. Hey, come on guys. Let's not go at each other's throats, yeah. We're all friends here. Xiaoto gives the spiky redhead a cold glare. I'm not here to make friends. Thankfully, before the tension can spiral further, an overhead speaker crackles to life. Class 1A, please make your way to the gate. Thank you. Izuku gets up and claps his hand. All right, everyone. This is it. Please line yourselves up in 2 lines, and follow me and Yaramomo-san out. The class quickly gets in line, with Izuku and Momo at the front. Once everyone has been accounted for, the two class representatives lead their classmates out of the holding room and down the corridor. It is a short walk to the gate, and when they arrive, they find that the 1B students are already present, waiting at the gate. Standing at the front is Itsuka, the same girl who stopped Izuku from strangling Tetsu 2 weeks prior. When Izuku comes to a stop beside her, she turns to him, "Midoriya-kun." He turns to her, "Oh, you're Kendo-san, the class representative." "Yes, that's me," Itsuka nods. "Midoriya-kun, Vlad-sensei told me of the arrangement. I wanted to thank you for being so thoughtful and gracious. I do not wish for any animosity to exist between our two classes." Izuku nods. "It is only right. Plus, it would put Hitoshi in a very awkward position if there is a rift between our two classes." "I can concur." The insomniac agrees from behind Itsuka. There is no time left for any more conversation. The gate rumbles, and slowly, it begins to open, revealing the stadium and beyond. The roars of 100,000 spectators reach the students' ears, as present MIC's amplified voice echoes across the stadium. Presenting to you all, the illustrious heroics department classes, 1A and 1B. It had been an act of foresight and initiative to prevent any more festering of tensions between the two heroics classes. Izuku had expressed his concerns to Nezu and present MIC, the latter who is emceeing the sports festival, that any special attention given to 1A will only serve to widen the chasm already existing between his class and the rest of the first-year student populace. Nezu agreed, and had present MIC introduce 1A and 1B together as a united heroics program. The same is to be done for the other classes in the cohort, general education, support, etc. Izuku nods to Itsuka, and together, they lead their respective classes out into the stadium. Triumphant orchestral music blares from speakers, barely heard over the roars and cheers of the spectators. Izuku can hear many of his classmates reacting with or at the sheer number of people here to watch them compete, and their own excitement to put on a good show for the audience. The two heroics classes take their places on the field, as present MIC introduces the general education, support, and management classes. In total, over 200 students gather on the field, standing before a raised stage. As the orchestral music comes to a climactic end, the R18 heroine, Midnight, steps onto the stage and cracks her cat o'9 loudly in the air. And now, let us give an uproarious welcome to Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A, who will open the sports festival with the competitors' pledge. Loud applause marks the moment when Izuku steps away from his cohort and steps up onto the stage. Midnight hands him a microphone and steps back to give him the spotlight. Izuku had been informed that he will need to make a speech to open the sports festival a week prior, courtesy of Nezu. As the one who topped the entrance exam rankings, the responsibility fell squarely on his shoulders. He spent the better part of the last 3 days working with his adoptive father to put together a speech that will have maximum impact. He will be speaking to the entire nation, and such opportunities do not come often. This is a rare chance to spread a message in his continuing bid to make the world a better place for people such as his past self, to knock the first domino down to commence a chain reaction that will ensure that those who slip through the cracks will be rescued and brought back to the surface. And so, with his peers and the entire nation watching, Izuku brings the microphone to his lips. I won't bore you with meaningless platitudes. While the sports festival is a sanctioned event where we give our all and be seen by the entire nation, we must never forget this crucial fact. Izuku turns his gaze to his peers. All of us participating today represent the very best of the current generation. We represent the future of Japan, whether we are going to be heroes or otherwise. When we graduate, we are going to become the pillars of society, the upholders of peace, justice, and everything good. I say this because our society is now at a crossroads. The entire stadium has gone eerily quiet. 2 weeks ago, my class was attacked by villains at the USJ facility. While most of the villains were nothing more than petty thugs itching for a fight, the ringleaders were dangerous individuals with destructive quirks and a genetically engineered monster which rivaled the power of All Might. What makes the situation even worse was that All Might himself was supposed to be there, to act as an additional layer of protection for my class. However, the symbol of peace completely failed in his duties and obligations as a teacher of UA. Instead of ensuring that his students were kept safe, he went around 𝐼𝐴 stopping petty crime, while his students became victims of what was arguably the largest villain attack ever in Japan. Izuku pauses for a second to let this all sink in. The silence continues. It is only the grace of the heavens that none of my teachers and classmates were seriously injured during the attack. However, the fact that we survived what was arguably the largest villain attack ever recorded does not take away from the knowledge that the symbol of peace would rather be running around the city stopping petty crime than keeping his students safe, despite knowing that there was a strong possibility of the class being attacked by hostile forces. So, that begs the question, if the symbol of peace cannot be trusted to keep children safe, who can? That, everyone, falls upon the shoulders of established pro-heroes, and the students you see gathered here today, the future upholders of peace and justice. Izuku's eyes narrow. We have become too reliant on the symbol of peace to solve our problems. But do not forget, All Might is merely human like you and me. He will one day retire, or perhaps, die in the line of duty. If we become too reliant on All Might to maintain peace, all it takes for our society to collapse into anarchy is for someone to get a lucky shot and eliminate him from the equation entirely. We cannot let our peace and stability rest on the shoulders of one man. This is why we have pro-heroes, and other equally important defenders of justice such as police officers, EMTs, doctors, judges, and so on. Peace and stability is a shared responsibility, one that everyone must play a part to keep our society whole and united. For too long, we have become blinded by fame, pomp, and splendor, courtesy of All Might. It is time to see the truth, that heroism is not just relegated to pro-heroes. Anyone can be a hero, and I don't mean just a pro-hero. Your actions today may mean that peace continues to thrive tomorrow. A simple act of kindness, compassion, or appreciation can prevent a criminal or villain from being born. Everyone here, in this stadium or watching through the live broadcast, has the potential to become a defender of peace and justice. All it takes is a good heart and a longing to help, and you are already a hero. Izuku begins to wrap up, so remember, just because you do not have a powerful or flashy quirk, you have what it takes to become a hero. Once you expand your definition of heroism, the possibilities to make a better future are open to you. No matter whether you are a hero in training, an aspiring support equipment inventor, a future tax-paying citizen or something else entirely, our future and for those not yet born rests on our shoulders. My words are just words. It takes action to change society and improve it for the better. Show to everyone watching today that you are a hero of tomorrow, whatever that means to you. So to open the sports festival, I only have this to say. Go beyond. Izuku holds out the microphone. And plus ultra. And drops the microphone onto the stage. A beat of silence, before the entire stadium lifts up with a deafening roar of noise. The masses rise to their feet, applauding and cheering until their hands smarted and their throats went hoarse. Izuku steps off the stage, to be greeted by a euphoric cohort, receiving fist bumps and smacks to the back from cheering peers. Inasa explodes with pride, and suffocates the redhead in a squeezing hug. Holy SHT talk about a MIC drop. Take notes, future politicians, because this is how you rouse an audience. Yamada, for the love of everything holy, lower your volume. I'm going to go deaf because of you. But Shouter, even you have to admit that Midoriya's speech is unlike anything else. That's besides the point. You have no sense of indoor voice. Rude. I so do have. I rest my case. Anyways. Present MIC continues, and with that, the sports festival is now open. Handing it over to you now, Nemurai. Thanks, Missy. Midnight calls back, before turning to the students. Now children, prepare to go all out, because things are going to get wild. From behind the heroine, a screen rises up from the stage, as does a large lever. On the screen, a slot machine appears. Midnight pulls the lever down, the machine runs its course. The 3 slots eventually come to a stop. For the first round, we will have a scavenger hunt. Midnight declares. The slot machine disappears, replaced by a map of a large forest. For this round, all 220 of you will be participating. Midnight explains, you will be taken by buses to Ground Omega, whereupon you will be given a metal detector, a shovel, and a list of possible items you can dig up. If you do manage to dig up an item, you are to immediately return to the front gate and declare your retrieval. You are not allowed to dig up more than one item, and if you do, you will be automatically disqualified. There are only 42 of such items scattered around ground 𝐿, which means only 42 of you will progress to the next round. Also, she cracks her 𝐒𝐻𝐿 again. Quirks are only allowed when used to defend yourself. If you use your quirk to attack other participants, you will be disqualified. Keep that in mind, children, and have fun. To be continued. Once Midnight has finished her announcement, all 220 participants leave the stadium and board a fleet of 10 buses which take them to ground 𝐿, which is located on another side of the campus. True enough, when the buses arrive, the students are greeted by the sight of a vast forest, surrounded by a concrete wall and a gate. The rooftop gang gather with their peers in front of the gate, where Midnight is already standing in preparation to brief the participants on what is to come. Is everyone here? Good. Okay then. She cracks her 𝐿. Welcome to ground 𝐿, children. It is in this forest where the first round of the sports festival will take place. As I said earlier, it will be a scavenger hunt where 42 items are buried in random spots all over the forest. You will be given metal detectors and a list of the 42 items. If you find one, you are to immediately return to the gate and declare your find. That way, the item will be removed from the list and guarantee your spot in the second round. Any questions? Someone raises their hand. Midnight Sensei. What happens if someone steals your item after you found it? Then you will need to get it back, she replies. So long as a person reaches the gate and declares an item, it is counted. The air becomes a little more tense. Izuku shares a look with Inasa, and the latter nods in understanding. Alrighty then. Midnight cracks her 𝐿 again. If there are no further questions, you will now receive your metal detectors and list of items. Several robots begin moving around the gathered students, handing them the metal detectors and tablets which contain a digital copy of the list and a map of ground 𝐿. Izuku inspects the items that are printed on the list, which, rather honestly, appear quite random. A soup pot. He hears one student behind him mutter. A wrench. What in the hell is a dodecahedron? You have as long as it takes until all 42 items have been declared. Midnight announces. Now, is everyone ready? Because your scavenger hunt starts, now. Immediately, the gates open, and all 220 students rush into the forest, desperate to get a head start to find their items first. Izuku and Inasa join the flow, eventually splitting off and finding themselves in a quiet part of the forest all by themselves. So, shall we get started? The redhead proposes. We should. Elsewhere, the rest of the rooftop gang have split off into pairs too. Hitoshi and Okako find themselves about a kilometer away from Izuku and Inasa, and having gotten to grips with how the metal detectors work, they begin scanning the ground for any sign of buried objects. For quite a while, the only sounds to be heard are the birds singing in the trees, and beeps of the metal detectors as they scan the ground, but find nothing of interest buried underneath. I hope we can find something soon, Okako mutters. The fact that only a fifth of us will actually progress. Luck is a huge part of this task, Hitoshi replies. I think Principal Nezu is really emphasizing how luck is a major factor in many things of life. That is really philosophical, Okako remarks. My dad likes to read philosophy in his spare time, and I occasionally read the books that he lays around whenever I feel especially broody, Hitoshi admits, and I think about this sometimes. It was pure luck that Izuku found me during the entrance exam. If he hadn't, I wouldn't have scored enough points to make it into the heroics program, because brainwashing is effectively useless against robots. Okako considers this for a moment. Now that you mentioned it, I guess I was pretty lucky that Izuku heard my cry for help when the 0-pointer was released. I don't think that 𝐻𝐢 would allow someone to die during the entrance exam, but nobody could have known that at the time. You can say that again, Hitoshi nods. Somewhere else, Nito and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had gravitated towards each other when the gang split up. Scouring another part of the forest, they too appear to have no luck thus far in detecting anything thus far. Until, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's metal detector starts ringing loudly. There is something here. Immediately, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 takes his shovel and begins digging, with some help from Dark Shadow. 𝐵𝐻𝐻 keeps a lookout for any opportunistic rivals who may have heard 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's metal detector going off and going in to steal whatever item was buried underneath. After a minute of digging, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's shovel hits something, and with a bit more work from Dark Shadow, it comes into view. "I find this deeply ironic," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 remarks. "It is a metal shovel." 𝐵𝐻𝐻 checks his tablet. There is a metal shovel on the list. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 pulls the shovel from the ground, considers something for a moment, before offering it to 𝐵𝐻𝐻. "You should take it." The blonde blinks. "Wait, what? But you found it and dug it up." "True, however, if I were to go back to the gate and declare the find, you would still have to find your own item. I cannot go back into the forest to ensure that you are not attacked by the hostile forces of darkness should you manage to dig something up. I, on the other hand, have Dark Shadow as extra protection. The forest is dim enough for her to become strong, but not enough to go completely feral. I am better equipped to keep myself safe as I look for another item." He pushes the shovel forward. "Go, take this, and secure your place in the next round." 𝐵𝐻𝐻 still appears uncertain, but 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 doesn't budge. Eventually, 𝐵𝐻𝐻 relents and takes the metal shovel from his friend. "Be careful, okay? Trust me, I will." With a final look, 𝐵𝐻𝐻 turns on his heel and runs back towards the gate, leaving 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 all alone. "Come, Dark Shadow, we have a hunt to continue." Back at the stadium, the spectators are treated to a live broadcast of what is happening within Ground Omega, with the giant screens along the circumference of the stadium broadcasting any point of interest as the scavenger hunt gets underway. A screen tracks 𝐵𝐻𝐻 as he reaches the gate, thankfully without being intercepted by another participant. A wave of excitement rolls through the stadium as 𝐵𝐻𝐻 presents the find to Midnight. A single nod from the heroine gets present MIC riled up. And there you have it, folks. Monoma 𝐵𝐻𝐻 from Class 1A has declared the first item on the scavenger list. He has guaranteed his spot in the second round. A loud cheer reverberates through the stadium. There are now 41 items remaining. Who will be next? Back with Izuku and Inasa, their luck appears to have changed when the latter's metal detector starts beeping wildly, indicating that something noteworthy is buried underneath. Immediately, the pair take out their shovels and begin digging, eventually coming upon a metal box. Is this on the list? Izuku wonders. Inasa checks his tablet. No, but maybe what's inside could be. They open the box, only to find a note inside it. Izuku takes it out and reads what is written on the paper. "Too bad, so sad, you just dug up a false item." He blinks and shares a look with Inasa. They are silent for a good moment. At the stadium, a wave of curiosity is brewing amongst the spectators as a screen captures Izuku and Inasa's moment. "Oh, this is a new development, something that was cleverly left out of the instructions." Present MIC guffaws. "Did you honestly think that just 42 items will be buried around the forest? What do you take us for? This is UA, and things are never quite so easy. That, dear listeners, is a false item, merely used to get one's hopes up, only to teach a valuable lesson that life is never so easy." Back with the pair, the realization of what had just happened is finally hitting. Inasa sighs loudly. "God damn it. I thought we struck gold." "Well, we didn't," Izuku replies, throwing the note back into the box and tossing it into the hole. "Best we continue on. Hopefully, we will actually find something." With nothing more to do, the pair continue on, and the rhythmic beeps of their metal detectors once again fill up the silence of their resumed search. Elsewhere, Hitoshi and Okako seem to have struck the jackpot. Their metal detectors went off barely seconds apart, and after some digging, they unearthed 2 items, a silver key and a steel fidget spinner from the pre-Quirk era, which are both on the list. This should be their ticket to the second round. However, the alarm of their metal detectors have, unfortunately, attracted some very unwelcome interlopers. Like vultures honing in on a carcass, a pair of students whom Okako and Hitoshi don't recognize suddenly burst out from the overgrowth. Who are you?" Okako screeches. "We heard your metal detectors. One of the pair, a boy with metal spikes in his hair, grins, and not in a benign or friendly way. "And you're our ticket to the second round." The girl with him cackles. Immediately, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Hitoshi are on the defensive, knowing that they are in for a fight. Midnight did warn that participants were allowed to steal others' finds, so long as they made it back to the gate and declared the item as their own. It is an unfair system, but it is a stark reminder of how much the real world works. People can steal things from others, and not just the usual purse snatcher or shoplifter. Ideas, concepts, even entire lives can be stolen by an opportunistic thief, and the ones who suffer are usually the disadvantaged or those who do not have a voice to speak up for themselves. For 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Hitoshi, this is going to be a test with very real implications. The unknown pair surges towards them. The boy runs a hand through his hair and produces a handful of metal spikes which look extremely deadly and can cause serious damage. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 immediately ducks when the spikes are thrown and leaps at her attacker, ready to use her quirk to send him up into the trees above. The girl, who doesn't appear to have any physical signs of a quirk, goes for Hitoshi. The only clue he gets is her eyes flashing with light, and while cursing that he couldn't take his bow staff with him for this round, Hitoshi is forced to contend with the possibility of using his quirk when he promised that he would not. The fight goes on for several minutes. With 𝐒𝐿𝐴 constantly ducking and diving out of the way of metal spikes, it isn't easy for her to slap a hand on her attacker. The boy has considerable aim, making him a difficult target. Hitoshi himself finally learns what the girl's quirk is when her eyes suddenly light up, unleashing blinding beams of light that force Hitoshi to roll out of the way if he didn't want to lose his vision. However, at the same time, Hitoshi quickly discerns a drawback of the girl's quirk. Every time she unleashes her beams of light, it appears to blind her for a few seconds. Hitoshi uses those few precious seconds to go on the offensive, launching himself at the girl and swinging his foot right into her cranium. While he is not the most skilled in delivering blows with his feet, it is still good enough to send the girl crashing to the ground. Another blow to the head knocks her out for the count. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 gets her lucky moment when the boy slips on a spot of mud. She rushes forward and smacks him across the face. Immediately, his gravity is cancelled, and he rises into the air. Disoriented and suddenly losing contact with the ground, the boy flails and kicks in a desperate bid to get himself back down. In her adrenaline-fueled panic, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 accidentally lets the boy rise a bit too high, only realizing this when he starts going through the leaves of the trees above. Release. The leaves and branches manage to break the boy's fall, but evidently they didn't do enough. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 watches, stupefied, as the boy hits the ground with an audible thud and doesn't get up again. For a moment, all is silent. Well, SHT, Hitoshi, ever so eloquently, summarizes the entire situation. Back in the stadium, present Missy winces. "Ooh, that's gotta hurt." Hopefully, Hasegawa Kugiro from Class 1C isn't too banged up by that fall. With his microphone off, Aizawa leans over to Oboro, who is sitting alongside the two men in the announcer's booth. "Press that button over there. It activates the Medibots at ground Omega." Oboro immediately acquiesces, pressing the mentioned button, which automatically starts up two pairs of Medibots stationed within a holding site in the forest. Thankfully, Medibots are on their way. With a bit of luck and some grandmotherly care from our one and only recovery girl, Hasegawa-kun will be as right as rain in no time. Hitoshi and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 remain frozen where they stand, unable to move from the sudden, brutal end to their fight. They only come back to their senses when the Medibots show up a few minutes later, and carefully lift the two unconscious general education students onto two stretchers. They watch the robots hover away with their cargo, and only then do they turn to each other. "Shall we go?" 𝐒𝐿𝐴 suggests. "I guess we should," Hitoshi replies quietly. With their items securely stored away, the pair backtrack towards the gate. They don't encounter any other participants during their trek back, and make it to the gate undisturbed. There are about a dozen students already gathered, milling around the gate and waiting for the round to come to an end. Midnight sees their arrival, and goes up to them. "Hello, children. Do you have your items?" Hitoshi produces the fidget spinner, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 the silver key. Noted, and passed. Midnight cracks her Kato Ninetails. 2 more items have been declared. There are now only 15 items left. Once given the clear, Hitoshi and Okako spot Nito and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 standing a little further off. They quickly joined them, relieved that 2 of their friends had passed the first round. "You 2 were spared from the darkness of defeat," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 remarks. "It relieves us immensely." "Yeah, but not completely unscathed," Hitoshi replies. "We were attacked by 2 Gen Ed students who wanted to steal our items. We managed to deal with them." Okako rubs her arm. "I just hoped I didn't cause that boy too much hurt." "Yeah, we heard from the grapevine," Nito says. "I personally think you shouldn't dwell too much on it. They did try to attack you in the first place. If anything, falling from the height of trees is the least he deserves." Okako decides to accept the blonde's words for what they are, moving to a different topic. Aizu-kun and Ina-kun are not back yet. "No, our compatriots are still fighting against the grimness of uncertainty." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 shakes his head. "I can only hope that they manage to come through soon, given how few chances are left." If Izuku were to say that he wasn't even the slightest bit worried, then he will be lying. An announcement had been made not too long ago that only 1 item remains buried in the forest, which means the likelihood of him getting to the next round has drastically shrunk to a negligible possibility. Inasa had already procured an item, a golden pendant with a 4-leaf clover on it, but he had insisted that he will not leave Izuku's side until the redhead finds an item of his own. Not even Izuku arguing that Inasa is putting himself at risk of being attacked by another participant made the towering hunk budge. Inasa simply said that he will blow the attacker away with his winds if they dared to get too close. It is a tense silence that envelops the pair, save for Izuku's metal detector. With one ear, they listen for any sign of something buried underneath, and the other for the fateful announcement that the last item has been declared, thereby closing the door towards the second round definitively. Izuku has lost track of time at this point, his mind tunnel-visioned towards finding that last item on the list before anyone else. He had, unfortunately, dug up 3 more false items earlier, which didn't help to ease the rapidly building up of anxiety in his stomach. He is not religious by any means, but Izuku is in real need of a miracle or divine intervention at this stage. And then, it seems that a deity heard his prayers. His metal detector's alarm goes off, and immediately, the shovel is out and the earth is broken into once more. After some digging, an item is unearthed. It is not a metal box. Rather, a golden mannequin or beckoning cat figurine. Inasa, without asking, WHs out his tablet and checks the list. It's on the list. Izuku quickly takes the figurine out of the ground, and together, the pair race back to the gate. Thankfully, they don't encounter anyone along the way, and cross the gate undisturbed. Midnight perks up when she catches sight of them. "Oh, do you have our last 2 items?" Izuku and Inasa produce the figurine and pendant respectively. "All right. That's it." Midnight cracks her cat o'9 All 42 items have been found and declared. The first round is now over. A huge fanfare of orchestral music erupts from somewhere, and confetti bursts out from the gate. Midnight produces a microphone, which Izuku believes is connected to the sound system which produced the announcements in the forest. "All remaining students, please return to the gate. The first round is over. I repeat, all remaining students inside the forest, please return to the gate. Thank you." Izuku and Inasa quickly spot their friends, and hurry to them. "You made it." Okako exclaims, relief palpable. "For a moment, I thought you 2 would be eliminated," Nito states. "Inasa actually found his item earlier, but he refused to leave my side," Izuku replies. "Of course." Inasa booms, "I will never dare leave my best friend all alone where he could be attacked by unscrupulous participants." "Wow, you really are a bottom," Hitoshi drawls. Inasa gasps, hand flying to his heart. "Excuse you. I already said that I am a top and looking for someone to be my little spoon. The real bottom here is me," Izuku pipes up nonchalantly. "I would like for someone to be my big spoon." They all stare at Izuku, especially Inasa, who is turning a light shade of pink. Okako snorts, "Looks like I will be winning that bet soon." "What bet?" Izuku asks. "Oh, nothing." Meanwhile, the rest of the cohort slowly emerge from the forest, most sporting dejected and disappointed looks. Now, don't look so glum, my lovelies. Midnight cackles. You all just got unlucky this time around. There is always next year, so cheer up and look forward to the many other exciting activities lined up later today. Izuku notes that the 42 students who will be progressing to the next round are being kept separated from the rest of the cohort. He also notices that not all of the heroics program had managed to get through. Almost all of his class managed to progress, but Ojiro and Seitu were among the rest who would not. More of Class 1B didn't make it through, about half of the number, while the vast majority of general education, support, and management students failed to progress. Izuku does see Hatsume with the 42 students, tinkering away at one of her babies, and he recognizes a few familiar faces among the other 12 who are not from the heroics program during his moment. Delivering his speech. All in all, it is still very much skewed towards the heroics program. Izuku does hope, however, that at least Hatsume will make it to the final round, along with his friends. Midnight sends the 178 students who didn't pass up the buses first, before herding the remaining 42 up the last 2 buses. The rooftop gang pile into one bus together, and take up 3 rows to themselves. What do you think the second round will be? Okako wonders. Not a clue, Hitoshi replies, although I suspect that it will involve the items we dug up. Izuku glances down at the cat figurine in his lap. Maybe a hint of some kind. Nito proposes. Or perhaps a commonality, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 suggests, and explains when all eyes turn to him. While we all paired up during the first round, we cannot rule out the possibility of the second round being some kind of group task. Anyone could have gone alone during the hunt, so putting the remaining 42 students into groups would be a sensible idea. It would be, Izuku agrees, unless that is what they want us to think. Oh, going into conspiracy mode. Hitoshi half jokes. Several rows behind them, Xiaoto straightens up slightly. It is rational for the second round to be some kind of group-based task, Izuku states. However, this is UA, and they have a propensity of leading people on and then doing a Houdini on them at the last moment. They might want us to assume that the second round will be a group task, when it is actually something else altogether. Nito opens his mouth to say something, but hesitates for a moment. He then admits, that does sound plausible. Ever the diplomat, Okako shrugs. I mean, we won't find out until we reach the stadium. And, frankly, that is all they can do about it. When the buses finally return to the stadium, the 42 students are sent off to the field. They arrive to raucous cheers and deafening fanfare. Welcome back, students. Present MIC's voice came over the air. Congratulations on passing the first round. But don't think there will be any let up. We are going to move on to the second round. Take it away, Midnight. On it, MIC. Midnight appears on a raised stage, the screen and lever once again making an appearance alongside her. She cackles, I wonder what it will be. Midnight pulls the lever, and the slot machine runs again. It stops several moments later, and Midnight announces, the second round will be laser tag. The slot machine disappears from the screen. But this won't be any ordinary game of laser tag. Midnight continues, not only will this be a test of your wits, reflexes, and strengths, but that of fate too. The screen then produces a table. Izuku notices that the 42 items that were on the list during the scavenger hunt are displayed in one column, with the adjacent column still empty, but not for long. Each item you dug up carries a specific number of points. Midnight announces, unlike traditional laser tag, each time you manage to land a shot on someone, you earn points based on the number that person possesses. The empty column beside the items begins filling up with numbers. For example, the tin can is worth 5 points, the steel keyring is 10 points, the wrench is 15, so on and so forth. All you have to do is score the most points throughout the game, and how much you earn will determine whether you will progress to the final round. Which makes sense, Izuku thinks. Having a point system will certainly make this game of laser tag more interesting, especially since the traditional game would only have one person left standing in the end. But then, Izuku notices that at the top row, where the image of his cat figurine stands, The points column is still empty, when everything else beneath it has a designated number of points. There is going to be a twist, isn't there? But why stop there? Midnight cackles. Why just have one twist, when you can have more? So, the number of points designated to the 𝐼𝐻𝐽𝐿 figurine is 10 million points. Absolute silence. Before complete chaos breaks out all at once. That's right. Midnight laughs over the din. That means our student representative, Midoriya Izuku, is now worth a whopping 10 million points. That means, if you are able to tag him during the game, you almost guarantee your spot in the next round. Izuku suddenly knows what it feels like to be the prey, as all 41 students are now gazing at him with feral hunger in their eyes. Well, F him sideways 6 ways to Sunday, because this is going to be a complete SHT show. To be continued. It would be easy to think that Izuku ends up spending the next 10 minutes feeling as if he is going to be eaten alive. And to be fair, most people in his circumstances would indeed feel that way, especially since a target has been tagged firmly onto his back. But this is Izuku, and he is more or less used to how things work by now. So as the 42 students get kitted out with their guns and a chest piece that is wired to buzz powerfully when hit by a gun's laser, Izuku goes through the motions like a soldier preparing to go to battle. And he knows it is going to be one hell of a battle, especially since Inasa did something a little out of character. Sorry, Izuku. I'm determined to get into the next round through my own merits, so you're on your own this time. Which, Izuku understands perfectly. He is the ultimate prize. He is the door standing between 41 students and the final round. Inasa goes all out in whatever he does. And if it meant going solo, thereby breaking off from tradition, to prove that he has what it takes to progress to the final round, then Inasa will do just that. While it is a bit jarring, especially given how attached Inasa had been to his hip, Izuku shrugs through the slight uptick of discomfort and prepares for the second round. Once all 42 students have been kitted out, they are brought back to the field, which has undergone some noticeable changes while they were gone. The grass has been replaced by a concrete structure, but the overhead screens reveal that the structure is actually a maze. Along the 4 outer walls of the maze, there are openings, 42 of them to be exact. Each one of them lead off in different directions, sometimes connecting with other pathways, and also abrupting stopping in dead ends. There are plenty of hiding spots, but also areas which are especially vulnerable to enemy fire. Izuku knows that trying to memorize such a layout will just fry his brain, so he saves his mental strength for on-the-go moves. In the free-for-all to come, he will need his wits and reflexes to get him out of the way of his opponents, especially since all 41 of them will be coming for him. The 42 students are sent to 1 in trance each. Once everyone is in position, Midnight cracks her cat o'9 tails. Are you all ready, my little lovelies? You may enter the maze in 3, 2, 1, go. All 42 students run into the maze at once, guns at the ready to fire on sight. Izuku ducks behind a wall, already hearing the sound of lasers being fired and the shouts of his peers as they come under intense fire. Izuku remains still, not moving, because he hears someone coming down the hallway just beyond the open archway. Getting his gun ready, he braces himself, and when that unfortunate victim appears round the corner, Izuku strikes. Darting out from his wall, Izuku aims his gun at the student's chest piece. He pulls the trigger, and a laser shoots out, hitting the chest piece dead on. The victim, a 1B student whom Izuku recognizes as Fukidashi Manga, falls to the floor as the shock knocks him down. Izuku sees a myriad of cartoon symbols appear across Manga's face, and with the 1B student down, Izuku shoots him again for good measure, before darting off in the direction that Manga had come from. If he remembered correctly, Manga carries 20 points, so since he shot Manga twice, Izuku had earned 40 points there. That's a good start, he thinks to himself, but I need more. And so he goes on, in search of more victims. Meanwhile, in another part of the maze, the other members of the rooftop gang had paired up, although this time, the pairs were swapped around. With the exception of Inasa, who had gone solo, the pairs, consisting of Fumikage and Okako, and Hitoshi and Nito, have sought each other out once they moved into the maze. Since they each carry far fewer points than Izuku and Inasa, the 4 deemed it sensible for them to pair up, which will give each pair more firepower and cover to grab more points in order to increase their chances of moving forward into the final round. In one area of the maze, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐒𝐭𝐼 have just gunned down their classmates, Mina and Denki, and are scoping out for more targets. To do this, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sends out Dark Shadow to scan the entire maze from above. They had received a warning from Midnight that Dark Shadow cannot be airborne for more than 10 seconds at a time, otherwise, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 will be disqualified. With this restriction, Dark Shadow is only able to make fleeting assessments of where potential targets could be, since the students are constantly on the move and are not in the same spot when Dark Shadow rises over the maze again. Still, Dark Shadow had managed to help pinpoint where Mina and Denki were located, which allowed 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐒𝐭𝐼 to gun both down and earn some points. Now, it is back to the scoping game. I wonder how the others are doing, 𝐒𝐼 mutters quietly. She can't afford to be too loud, as she might accidentally give away their position to any nearby students. I have faith in Izuku and Inasa being able to hold their own, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 replies, equally quietly. I am, honestly, a bit more worried about Nito and Hitoshi. Why is that? 𝐒𝐼 asks. Hitoshi was not allowed to bring his bow staff into the maze, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 explains, which I can understand, because the taser could disrupt the chest pieces and cause them to malfunction. However, that puts him at a disadvantage, especially since Midnight Sensei did not outright forbid the use of quirks. But we know his promise to not use his quirk during the sports festival, so I worry slightly that he will have a somewhat harder time in this round. You're right, 𝐒𝐼 agrees, but that means we should have more faith in him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 quickly shushes her, as footsteps pass them nearby. Sorry, I was saying that we should not worry, and instead believe that Hitoshi will be able to hold his own, even without his staff. And besides, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shushes her again. He has Nito with him, so they will be able to cover each other's backs. Right now, we should focus on getting more points, so that everyone in the gang can proceed to the final round. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stares at the brunette for a moment, before smirking. We are faced with the constant threat of darkness. But your reasoning is a beam of light that protects us from the trap of hopelessness and uncertainty. 𝐒𝐼 flashes him a bright smile. Aha! I found you. The moment, sadly, is broken by an unwanted interloper. Oh, it's you. 𝐒𝐼's smile is instantly replaced with a deadpan stare. Tetsu brandishes his gun. Just my luck. There are two of you, so that means more points for --. 𝐒𝐼 silences him by opening fire. As Tetsu falls to the floor with a yelp, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gets his first shot in, declaring, "Dishonor on you," followed by a second shot, "Dishonor on your cow." As it turns out, being deprived of his bow staff is not even an inconvenience for Hitoshi. Nito stares, rather dumbly, as Hitoshi guns down target after target with frightening accuracy and precision. Even surprise attacks don't faze him, courtesy when some random Gen Ed student jumped the pair and Hitoshi merely took him out with a blow to the head and firing a shot at the chest piece. What the? My mum goes to the shooting range regularly, Hitoshi replies with a shrug. She takes me along when I have the time. And it's not the kind where you just fire at stationary targets. There is a similar maze at the range, and the targets move like actual humans. Guns aren't legal to carry on your person, Nito points out. Which is why you don't see me carrying one around, Hitoshi drawls, pausing to shoot another target before continuing. Plus, I don't tell anyone this. I won't give them more ammo to use against me. It's bad enough that people see me as a villain in the making. The last thing I need is to also be equated with those gun-toting, trigger-happy Americans who are emboldened by a political party who, till this day, prioritizes a centuries-old piece of paper over innocent lives. Nito blinks. Then, I still felt that even though it wasn't targeted at me. In all honesty, Izuku has not been keeping track of how many points he has been accumulating. His entire focus is centered on not getting shot by anyone. There were plenty of close calls, especially when he was faced by several students who had teamed up. It was only thanks to his training with Kigo and Aizawa that got him out of the way from the barrage of laser shots. As he could not simply remain airborne for more than 10 seconds, courtesy of Midnight Sensei, Izuku had to pull off James Bond-level stunts just to dodge the incoming lasers, and then take out all of his opponents at the same time. The silver lining is that he has yet to encounter anyone else from the gang thus far. It would be a severe amount of emotional damage to his person if he has to gun down any one of his friends. Although, given the limited space area of the maze, Izuku knows that it is only a matter of time before he hits something firm, warm, and very much like a pair of voluptuous pectorals. Ah, here we go. Izuku looks up and meets Inasa's eyes staring down at him. For a second, apart from the distant ping of lasers being fired and the indistinct noises of their peers, utter silence takes hold. I presume you're going to shoot me. Instead of replying, Inasa grips his gun and aims it at Izuku's chest piece. The redhead knows that there is no getting out of this. Even if he turned on his heel now, Inasa can easily catch up to him and do the deed anyway. And besides, it's not like it is the end of the world. It just meant that Inasa got his ticket into the final round. Isn't that what the towering hunk set out to do anyway? To progress to the final round on his own merits. Well, Inasa found Izuku. So he achieved what he set out to achieve. Except, instead of pulling the trigger, Inasa lets out an anguished cry. He drops the gun, and Izuku suddenly finds himself being suffocated by a mountain of muscle, with his face being squished into a voluptuous valley of pectorals. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to shoot you, Izuku. If it was even possible, Inasa squeezes Izuku tighter. Despite the very real recurrence of asphyxiation, he can't die, Izuku reminds himself. Izuku wiggles a hand free to pat Inasa on the arm. It's not real, Inasa. It's not the same as firing an actual gun. I can't see that. Inasa wails. It just feels so wrong to point a gun at you. One might think that this is just an over-exaggeration, that Inasa is being too dramatic for the situation. But Izuku understands. Again, one cannot look away from the fact that Izuku cannot die. His quirk resurrects him each time he dies. But Inasa had been the reason why Izuku died over and over that fateful night, and come morning, revealed the horrifying and heartbreaking truth that Izuku is effectively immortal. And yet, despite Izuku's inability to die, and the gun incapable of actually leaving permanent damage or harm to his person, the idea of aiming something that greatly resembles a deadly weapon at Izuku, his closest friend that Inasa has ever had, because honestly, people can get weirded out by loud and in-your-face type of individuals like Inasa, while also being reminded that Izuku can never die and will watch Inasa pass on without him, is simply too much for the towering hunk to bear. Honestly, Izuku expects Inasa to break out into tears at this rate. Right now, he needs a distraction. You know, Hitoshi may be right. What about? That you really are a bottom. Inasa goes silent for a split second, before letting out the most offended gasp Izuku has ever heard, both in person and on text. Excuse you. How dare you? I am a raging top, not a bottom. Izuku gives Inasa a look over. As a fellow bottom, I think you fit the bill quite nicely. After all, I would know a bottom when I see one. Another offended gasp that rivals the one before it. Inasa's eyes go wild, and there is charged, feral energy flashing in those irises that make Izuku feel a shiver run down his spine. I'll show you how much of a raging top I am. Elsewhere, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐝 up. What's wrong? Okako asks, having seen the sudden uptick in her friend's head. I sense a disturbance, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 responds cryptically. Someone is going to need a lot of Oreo cookies. Okako, understandably, is very confused. On the other side of the maze, Hitoshi's eyes flash. I was right. Right about what? Nito asks, as he guns down a 1B student. Up on the commentator's booth, Aizawa double-checks to make sure none of the overhead screens are focused on one particular area of the maze. Seeing that this is the case, he settles back into his seat and resumes his internal rumination about what the F has his life become. That said, the booth has complete coverage of all of the activity within the maze, even if the overhead screens do not reflect everything. Next to Aizawa, present MIC is staring, gobsmacked, at one particular display. In a rather uncharacteristic manner, the voice hero is rendered speechless. Shouter. Oboro asks, is everything okay? Don't ask, comes the terse reply. How about now? Am I top enough for you? If anything, Izuku has gotten his answer. If said answer involves being wrestled to the floor, having his body twisted by a much larger hunk of muscle, and his face squished into huge badonkas, then yes, Izuku has been answered. It is one thing to be subjected to a rather complicated wrestle hold by someone a full head taller than him and built like an armored tank, and another thing altogether to have his cheeks smooshed in between mounds of muscle that are bigger than his head. Inasa grins savagely, bouncing and flexing his pectorals, which have the intended effect of really smooshing and molding Izuku's face like modeling clay. Izuku grows increasingly redder, and steam begins wafting from his hair as his body temperature begins to heat up. Izuku is only able to breathe again when Inasa finally pulls away at the sight of smoke rising from his head. A flicker of concern flashes across Inasa's expression, but is quickly replaced with smug satisfaction at the redhead's dazed look. Well, are you convinced? It takes a hot second for Izuku to regain his cognitive abilities and respond, "Yes, and time's up," comes Midnight Sensei's declaration. In an instant, the maze walls collapse into the ground, disappearing from sight. All 42 students come into view and everyone in the stadium is treated to the sight of Inasa hovering over Izuku in their admittedly suggestive position. Now it is Inasa's turn to go red. Up in the commentator's booth, present MIC has regained the ability to make noises, but they continue to be incomprehensible and nothing more than utter gibberish. Aizawa has slid off his seat and is now face-planted on the floor, absolutely done with everything and in desperate need of vodka. And poor Oboro is left staring at the scene below, unable to turn away, utterly petrified in his seat. Oh ho ho ho. It seems that our top two contenders have decided to sneak away for some NTMT moments together. Midnight cackles. Now as red as a fire truck, Inasa leaps away from Izuku and tries to bury his face into the concrete ground. Instead, he is stopped by Izuku, who while not as red, is just as embarrassed. Izuku pulls Inasa to his feet, and offers a hug to allow Inasa to hide his face from the thousands of eyes staring at them. While I'm all for the adolescent youth to be curious and to explore the boundaries of their vitality, we still have a sports festival to go on. Midnight continues, cracking her cat o'9 Here are the scores of our contenders. Izuku looks up from comforting and internally screaming Inasa towards the scoreboard. His name is still at the top of the list with his 10 million points. Inasa is second, and to Izuku's satisfaction, the other 4 competing members of the rooftop gang take up the subsequent 4 places. Evidently, many of the participants had not been able to pick up points. Izuku does note, however, that the student who is the 16th on the list, Denki, has 5 points. Midnight cracks her cat o'9 again. Congratulations to the top 16 students. You lot will be progressing to the final round. Izuku thinks to himself, so it didn't matter how many points one got in the end. He nods to himself, patting Inasa absently. This sort of thing would be Dad's doing. Back on the main campus, Nezu is cackling so hard that he spills his tea everywhere, as a live broadcast of the first-year sports festival plays on his screen. Now, don't be so glum, children. Midnight continues, you win some, and you lose some. Plus, we have a fun lineup of recreational games for you before the final round, so dig up some cheer and have a great time. She points to the commentator's booth. Back to you, my C. Evidently, it takes a hot moment for the voice hero to regain his bearings. Yeah. Thanks, Midnight. And there we have it, folks. We have come to the end of the second round, and we're now going on break for some much-needed lunch. Gotta get some food in our bellies before the excitement of the grand finale. This is Present Macy coming at you live from UA. And we'll see you all soon. Izuku hears footsteps heading towards him and Inasa. Izuku! What was that all about? Nito exclaims. For a moment there, I thought you and Inasa had finally stopped dancing around each other and got me that sweet, cold hard cash. Okako pouts. Inasa was proving to me how much of a raging top he is, Izuku explains, as the hunking question makes a sound akin to a dying whale. You could have fooled me, Hitoshi drawls with a smirk. Both of you were swept up by the hurricane of passion, Fumikage remarks, That being said, it is fortunate that the walls came down before things could go too far. Dark Shadow pops out. Can we go get lunch at the stalls? I'm starving. I'm done for that, Izuku nods. Although, you guys go ahead first. I need to use the bathroom. Can someone hold on to Inasa for me? Being the second tallest member of the gang at present, Hitoshi volunteers himself. Izuku hands over the still internally screaming hunk over, and rushes off to the nearest bathroom. They really should have given everyone a toilet break before the second round. After conducting his number one business, Izuku leaves the bathroom, flicking his hands dry. He checks his surroundings, making use of signs to find his way towards the food stalls where his friends are likely to have already gone to by now. Izuku is turning a corner when he hears voices just beyond it, further down. This childish rebellion has gone on for long enough, 𝐤𝐻𝐿. I won't have my masterpiece shame himself in front of the entire nation. Izuku immediately ducks back behind the corner. There is only one person who speaks like that. Endeavor. What is he doing here? I will never bow down to you, Endeavor, 𝐤𝐻𝐿 snarls. I will win without using your fire. Something freezes inside Izuku. This is my final warning to you, 𝐤𝐻𝐿. Drop this foolish act right now, or there will be consequences. Izuku then hears stomping footsteps heading down the hallway. Izuku presses himself flat against the wall, keeping himself as small as possible. The hulking, flaming figure of Endeavor storms past, thankfully not noticing him as the heat from the man's body flames burn the air. Once Endeavor has moved on from sight, and the temperature has gone back down to normal, Izuku peers around the corner, just to make sure that the coast is clear. Midoriya. He does not jump, although it was a close thing. 𝐤𝐻𝐿 comes into view, expression carefully neutral. Todoroki, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Izuku tries to do some damage control. I was just trying to find the food stalls and I wanted to talk to you. Izuku falls silent. There is something about you, something that for the longest time I could not get out of my head. 𝐤𝐻𝐿 speaks, completely monotone. Only you can provide the answer. What about me? Izuku asks. Nothing could prepare him for what comes next. Are you the love child of both my parents and Hawks? To be continued. Something is wrong. Very, very wrong. It has been 2 weeks since the planned invasion of the unforeseen simulation joint at the UA campus, and nothing. Just nothing. No word from his pawns. No word from Tomura, or Kurogiri. It was clear as day, they never made it back. Which does not make sense. Dr. Garaki had informed him of the failed invasion, how all of the fodder that Tomura had amassed in the days leading up to the invasion had either been apprehended, or sent to the hospital for a myriad of injuries. But worryingly, there was no information about Tomura, Kurogiri, or the Numu that they had engineered specifically for the invasion. Nothing adds up. They had all the intel they needed. They had prepared endlessly for this moment. They were supposed to take the next step in toppling Hero Society, the first domino that will end with his triumphant return and to reclaim what was rightfully his. Instead, the invasion failed. The entire thing has fallen to pieces, and in the process, he lost his greatest weapons, and all for seemingly no rhyme or reason. Oh, how he raged. It was unlike anything ever since that blasted All Might crippled him and left him in this sorry state, a shadow of his former terrible greatness. Dr. Garaki had paid dearly, the only victim available to act as an outlet for his rage. It was irrational, completely illogical. Dr. Garaki is merely a pawn in the greater scheme of things. Perhaps, had he been rational in his rage, he would not have subjected the sniveling rat to unimaginable pain and agony. His rage should have been reserved for whoever it was that took his greatest weapons away from him, and it could only have been someone at the USJ. That was the last time anyone saw Tomura, Kurogiri, and the Numu. The problem is, there were so many people in the USJ during the invasion, and anyone who could have the answers he sought are either locked up or under UA's protection. So he took out his rage on the doctor. The sniveling rat scampered out his sight as soon as he was granted mercy, leaving him to stew in his boiling emotions. Whoever it was that took his weapons away, they will pay. They will pay within every inch of their lives, and even in death, they will continue to pay dearly for as long as he deemed fit. Because of their meddling, he has been set back decades. Years of careful planning, manipulations, grooming and preparations, all gone up in smoke, all because of an unknown culprit of whom he is unable to identify because of his current state. He wants to rage, oh how he wants to break out and rain hell against the entire world. Never in his entire life has he been this humiliated. The entire League of Villains, the rising force against the heroes, decimated until it is just him and a sniveling doctor who is only useful for his expertise on quirk science. He hates how he has been reduced to nothing, to a pitiable shell of his former monstrosity. He is supposed to be the bogeyman of the underworld. He is supposed to be the living nightmare of heroes and villains alike. And what is he now? A crippled vegetable, hooked up to life support machines, unable to do anything except order that good-for-nothing doctor to gather as much intel about his weapon's whereabouts. He hates being useless, and that only makes his blood boil further. He swears, when he gets his hands on the one who took away his weapons and set him back decades, he will make them crave the sweet release of death and make their final moments as drawn-out, agonizing, and torturous as possible. He is all for one, after all, and he will get his revenge. This 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. No, not just 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. This is 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 bullshit. He tears into the stodgy bread roll on his tray. This sorry attempt at a Western breakfast was touted as some special treat by the facility, but it is just as bland and tasteless as the regular grub that they dish out and slop on their trays on a regular day. He growls, shoving it into his mouth anyways. While the food is nothing but tasteless trash, it is still better than going hungry and being berated for wasting food. He lost count of how many times he has been berated, and not just about the food. It seems like this entire facility is just itching to point out something that he did, and scold him into doing better next time. All in condescending voices, as if they were better than him, looking down at him from their higher moral plane. F them. F them all to hell. He feels his rage boil in his veins, and he instinctively tries to make an explosion pop on his palm. Except, he can't. Ever since he was thrown into this goddamn end facility, he has had quirk suppression cuffs fastened to his wrists at all times. They were specially designed for criminals within the justice system, made to be tamper-proof, waterproof, fireproof, just about proof to be completely indestructible and unlockable by a special key that only security personnel possess. They always claimed that this is not a prison. A rehabilitation facility like this one does not carry the same connotations as a regular prison. Oh yeah. Then what about the cells? The terrible food. The quirk-suppressing cuffs. And the guards that patrol the entire facility with tasers and batons. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 bullshit. They should just call it for what it actually is and stop sugarcoating things. And it's not like whatever rehabilitation that goes on here actually works. Every day, he gets up at a set time when his cell door is unlocked, along with all others in the facility. After a bland breakfast, there is washing, and then a series of therapeutic activities to keep inmates like himself occupied and not idle, because apparently, being idle leads to dangerous and harmful thoughts, which then results in dangerous and harmful acts against self and others. Again, just a whole lot of 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 bullshit. These therapeutic activities are nothing but forced labor. While each day has a different set of activities, they can all be summed as menial work that no one can get out of. He had seen another inmate being tasered multiple times and dragged away by security personnel when he made a fuss, and while he is also frustrated by the consistent dullness, he still has the brains to not act out. Being tasered once was more than enough. On top of these therapeutic activities, there are sessions for counseling and group therapy, supposedly run by professionals. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 bullshit for the third time. He only had to go for one such session to immediately write off these professionals as nothing more than quacks. All of their trash like deep breathing exercises, identifying one's emotions and finding common humanity in one's problems are just lip service to check off the list and make it seem like they are doing their jobs. F them all. He is not some insane lunatic that is just tossed into some asylum in the middle of nowhere to be forgotten about. He is the 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 best. He is supposed to be in New Air right now, the heroics program. He should be on his way to become the number 𝐒𝐿1 hero in this goddamn end country. And where is he now? In some dingy cafeteria, eating bland trash that they pass off as food, and forced to listen to the live broadcast of the UA Sports Festival. There are multiple television sets installed in the cafeteria, all encased within metal bars in order to prevent vandalism and damage. Each and every one is broadcasting the sports festival on full volume. Apparently, it had been another special treat by the facility, because the television sets usually just run a loop of motivational videos with overly cheery narration about how to be a better person and a functioning member of society. It was supposed to inspire the viewers about how they too can be like the hero hopefuls that are showing off their very best to the entire nation. Instead, all it does is rub in his face about how he is stuck here, forced to watch others live out his dream. Once he saw that If Deku on screen, delivering the competitor's pledge, he forced himself to look away, even as his rage boiled dangerously within him. It was that 𝐿 fault that he is stuck here for the next 7 years. If only Deku had known his place and not gotten in the way, it would have been him on that stage, declaring he would become number one. Instead, he is forced against his will to listen to Deku go on some pretentious speech about how the extras before him are the hope for the future, that everyone participating in the festival will form the pillars of tomorrow's peace. Another slap in the 𝐿 face, because who cares about those 𝐿 extras? Being a hero is all that matters, and he will never get a chance to become one, because by the time of his release, no hero school will 𝐿 accept him. It is just another example of Deku looking down at him, even through a screen. And he can't blow up every television screen here, again because of the cuffs, and he will get tasered before he can even get to one. Stupid, 𝐿 Deku, he thinks as he tears at his role again, it is all that 𝐿's fault. He is supposed to be the winner. Not some loser stuck in this prison for the next 7 years. Oh, what he would do to get the F out of here and teach that 𝐿 a lesson. Just because Deku is now living out his dream, that won't save his useless but when he breaks out of here and comes for him. Just wait. Deku won't be looking down on him ever again by the time Bakugo Katsuki is done with him. To be continued. Are you the love child of both my parents and Hawks? What? Xiaoto's expression doesn't change. I asked you, are you the secret love child of I know, I heard you the first time round, Izuku interrupts, he pauses to take a deep breath. Todoroki, just, what the hell? Where in the world did that come from? Xiaoto remains unfazed. You have a flame quirk, you have wings, your hair is red, although not like Endeavor's, but still possible through combination with Hawks. You must surely be a secret love child. Todoroki, are you even hearing yourself now? Izuku waves his hands about. You do know how babies are made, right? Yes, I do know, Xiaoto responds evenly. Endeavor made sure of that. However, quirk science exists, no. There must have been a way for Hawks to combine his SPRM with Endeavor's to create you. Realizing that this conversation is not going anywhere other than a downward spiral into insanity, Izuku sets the matter straight immediately. Todoroki, no. I am not the secret love child of your parents or 𝐒𝐲. That's it. But you know Hawks personally, Xiaoto points out. Yes, but that is besides the point. Izuku rebuffs, I am no one's secret love child. I just happen to have a pyrokinetic quirk like your father. The only response Xiaoto gives him is a slight dip of his lips, which Izuku interprets as the dual-quirked teen not being completely convinced about his declaration. Izuku sighs. Listen, is there anything else that you need me for? My friends are waiting for me, and I'm starving to death as we speak. Xiaoto gives him a deeply scrutinizing look, before speaking. Your quirk is like an affront to me. Izuku forces himself to not react. What do you mean? I should know. Xiaoto looks conflicted. I should know that they are not the same. Your flames are used for good. You are able to heal and to protect others. His flames, they only destroy. Endeavor, he destroys everything around him. Todoroki, what are you saying? Izuku asks. The dual-quirked teen appears to force himself back into cold neutrality, before asking, have you heard about quirk marriages? Hey, what is taking Izuku so long? Hitoshi wonders. Maybe there was a queue at the bathroom. Nito proposes. Unlikely, only the ladies' bathroom have queues. Okako shakes her head. Something must have held him up. Well, I hope he gets here soon. Inasa booms, otherwise, his food will get cold. You know he can just heat it up again, right? Hitoshi points out. Inasa is just afraid that the food he got for his boyfriend with his own money will get cold. Dark Shadow pipes up. Inasa is afraid that Izuku will accuse him of being a bad boyfriend. The towering hunk splutters. We're not boyfriends. We're not dating. Sure Jan, Hitoshi drawls. Then how do you explain that little tryst during the second round? Nito smirks. I was just. Inasa is growing increasingly red, and steam is beginning to puff out of his ears. The knowing looks and smirks from his friends are not making things any easier for the hunk, and he is in real danger of exploding from sheer embarrassment. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Inasa is spared from such a fate by the timely arrival of Izuku. Ah! Izuku-kun, you're here. What took you so long? Okako asks. Wordlessly, Izuku sits down next to Inasa, staring emptily at the table. Izuku. Nito waves a hand in front of the redhead. Is everything okay? Yeah, you look as if you were just told that Kigo-san is not really a hero and is actually a double agent for the League of Villains, Hitoshi remarks. It takes a second for Izuku to respond. I always knew that Endeavor was a piece of SHT. But what about the flaming garbage bin? Okako presses. Izuku slowly recounts what Xiaoto told him in that hallway, sparing no detail but keeping his voice low so that nobody else around their table can eavesdrop on what is being laid out before them. The group of friends grow increasingly pale and horrified as sordid detail after detail is dropped, starting from how Endeavor's ambitions to surpass All Might made him stray into the darkness of illegality, buying a woman from an impoverished family in a quirk marriage and forcing her to give 𝐵𝐻 to the perfect heir. Never mind that her first 3 children were not the heir that Endeavor wanted. They were all cast aside when Xiaoto was finally born. As Endeavor's perfect masterpiece, Xiaoto was subjected to inhumane torture since he was 4 under the flimsy disguise as quirk training. Anyone who tried to intervene was horrifically beaten by Endeavor, who never once let up against Xiaoto. The deterioration was swift. Xiaoto lost his eldest brother, and he got his infamous scar when his mother, broken by Endeavor's abuse, was triggered by Xiaoto's left side and threw boiling water onto the boy's face, resulting in her being institutionalized at the city's psychiatric ward. That is just so fed up, Nito summarizes once Izuku is done. That explains a lot, actually, Hitoshi mutters to himself, looking incredibly disturbed. Poor Todoroki-kun, Okako sighs, as Dark Shadow whines in solidarity. The flame hero pretends to be an agent of light, only for his true darkness to be even worse than what we already knew about him. 𝐵𝐻 crosses his arms. Inasa, however, isn't completely convinced. Are you sure that is the truth? Is he making it all up to throw you off your game? Izuku shakes his head. Before Todoroki confronted me, I eavesdropped on Endeavor speaking to him. His words were very concerning, which gives credence to everything Todoroki revealed to me. Plus, that burn scar on Todoroki's left side is real. I've always felt the urge to heal it, and my eyes became heavy at the back. And also, Todoroki's history is too convoluted to make up on a whim, and a quick news search can easily prove that his mother had been institutionalized. I would know, because I did it on the way here. Silence follows for a long moment. Then, what do we do with this information? Hitoshi asks. We keep it to ourselves for now, Izuku replies firmly. Todoroki told me everything in confidence. The last thing anyone needs is word getting out. Plus, any leaks will prove detrimental should an investigation into Endeavor's history take place. And I presume you are going to get an investigation set up? Nito asks. At least, my dad will get one started, Izuku confirms. I will speak to him about this later. In the meantime, keep whatever I said to yourselves. Got it? The group nods in assent. Good, now if you'll excuse me, I need to de-stress. Izuku does this by climbing into Inasa's lap, and faceplants into the latter's pectorals. Izuku sighs deeply, and does not move for a while. Well, that's one way to break the tension, Hitoshi remarks, as Inasa grows progressively redder, but makes no move to get Izuku off his chest. We're back. Coming to you live from the UA Stadium, we are about to commence with the final round of the sports festival. The stadium erupts with an excited roar. Rocking. Let's head on over to midnight. What will the final round be? Well, dear viewers and listeners, we are about to witness our final 16 students go plus ultra on each other, the R18 heroine cackles. That's right, it's time for 1v1 battles. The screen behind her lights up with a display. Starting with our 16 lovelies, the winning contestant will face off in the quarterfinals and so forth. The numbers will halve each time until we have our finalists who will battle for the top prize. I can already tell this is going to be one hell of a thrilling spectacle. I'm already feeling charged up, and I hope everyone here and watching on their screens are also feeling charged up, because things are about to get absolutely wild and crazy. To prove her point, the audience roars like a herd of hungry lions. Oh, that just sent a shiver up my spine. Midnight coups. Now let's not keep our first pair waiting for much longer. I'm sure all of you are positively dying for one-on-one action. Let's get the show on the road, MIC. Thanks, Midnight. Now, without further ado, put your hands up for our first two fighters. It is very much clear to Izuku that all of this was planned beforehand. He got a chance to look at the match brackets before the start of the final round, and the fact that he and Inasa are being kept as far separate as possible in the lineup is undeniable. Obviously, it was an attempt by UA to hype up the ante, to raise the tension between two potential rivals/lovers and to see who will triumph over the other. It adds to the entertainment value, and of course this is exploitation. If one wanted to be cynical, Izuku and Inasa have been reduced to characters in a story about rivals who may become lovers, forced to fight in a battle to their end in front of the entire nation. But in all honesty, Izuku sees it as all good fun. While he is not a fan of showing off or looking good for the cameras, Izuku sees this as there is a time for everything opportunity. If UA wants to showcase him and Inasa as a rival/lover's story, then why not indulge in a little fun while at it? And besides, with the progression of his feelings towards the towering, energetic hunk, and vice versa, the audience might very well get what they want by the end of the festival. But first, there is his upcoming match. His match is the first one, and he will be up against Mina. Izuku briefly wonders whether her acid is flammable. He never got around to test that hypothesis, so he will have to be careful when fighting against her. The last thing he wants is to set his classmate on fire by accident. Coming out of the West Gate is the queen of acid trips, Ashido Mina. And facing off against her is the glorified flaming chicken who is also our student representative, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku makes his way out onto the field, with his opponent at the other end. Midnight stands on a raised platform, a bright grin on her face as she fiddles with her Kato Ninetails. May the best fighter win, Vice Prez. Mina calls out from across the field, to which Izuku nods in acknowledgement. Midnight cracks her Kato Ninetails. Stay clean, children. No funny stuff, otherwise you will be disqualified. You will lose if you go out of bounds, become incapacitated, or are no longer able to continue fighting. Now, give the audience an exciting show, and begin. Mina surges forward, sliding across the field using her acid. Izuku ignites his flames, his hair bursting alight and his wings rising from his back, much to the awe of the audience. Even though Mina is sliding towards him at breakneck speed, Izuku simply produces a large fireball and hurls it at her. Mina shrieks, ducking to avoid getting a face full of flames. Unfortunately, Mina miscalculated the length of the field, and suddenly ducking to avoid the fireball causes her to lose her footing, and she hits the acid-covered concrete. Izuku simply leaps into the air, letting Mina slide her way out of the boundary lines. Midnight cracks her Kato Ninetails, and Ashido Mina is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku is the winner. Coming to a stop, Mina pops up with a gasp, and then pouts when it hits her. Oh, that was so fast. I was hoping that I could get a punch in. Izuku lands before her, and helps Mina to her feet. You win some, you lose some. Perhaps you'll get your chance during the next class spar. Mina's pout remains, but her eyes shine good-naturedly. You owe me one, Vice Prez. I'll keep that in mind. As both students leave the field, Present Mizzy takes the air. Now, if that seems a little fast, that is entirely on purpose. You might notice that the field is a circle, and not the traditional square or rectangle. Not only does that reduce the total area of space that one can fight on, it actively discourages stamina-based tactics. So take note, students, you can't rely on speed or outlasting your opponents to get ahead. After all, we aren't plus ultra for nothing. The field is quickly cleaned of all remaining acid residue, and prepared for the second match. Hitoshi is up next against his classmate 𝐻𝐸𝐻. Stepping onto the cleared field with his bow staff, Hitoshi eyes his opponent lazily, tapping his staff against the concrete. 𝐻𝐸𝐻, on the other hand, appears to be pumping himself up, cracking his knuckles and taking quick, deep breaths. When midnight sets them off, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 roars, activating his quirk and racing towards Hitoshi. The insomniac rolls out of the way, leaping to his feet and honing in towards 𝐻𝐸𝐻. The steel-quirked teen grins, and races to meet Hitoshi, metallic fist raised to deliver a devastating punch in the hopes of a quick knockout. Unfortunately, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 fails to see the tip of Hitoshi's bow staff spark with electricity. Hitoshi drives the staff into 𝐻𝐸𝐻's chest, and while it wouldn't have done much damage since the latter had turned his chest into metal, Hitoshi unleashes the most powerful setting of the taser upon his classmate. The air crackles with electricity, and 𝐻𝐸𝐻 screams as he is viciously electrocuted. Hitoshi pulls the staff back before long. He doesn't want to accidentally kill his classmate, and uses the staff to wipe 𝐻𝐸𝐻 off his feet. Too dazed and reeling from the electricity coursing through his body, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 hits the ground with a loud crash. Before he can register what just happened, Hitoshi slams a foot down on his chest, with the taser end of the staff jabbed dangerously over his heart. "Yield," Hitoshi demands. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 instantly gets the message. "I yield. I yield. Just get the F off of me, man." Hitoshi steps off him, and pulls away the staff. He bows respectfully, and turns on his heel towards the gate which he had come from. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 admits defeat. Shinsu Hitoshi moves to the next round. From there, the rest of the matches progress in relatively quick fashion. The third match sees 𝐿𝐴oto go up against Zero Hunter. The duration of that particular match almost rivals Izuku's match against Mina in terms of how quickly it concludes. Hunter barely gets to send his tape at his opponent, before 𝐿𝐴oto simply incapacitates him with a massive iceberg. Up next, 𝐒𝐿𝐴oto battles against Masharao for the chance to progress into the second round. Unlike the previous matches, this one takes somewhat longer to conclude, as Masharao proves to not be an easy opponent for 𝐒𝐿𝐴oto. Years of martial arts training definitely ensures that Masharao is not eliminated immediately. However, where there are set rules in how martial arts should be executed, they do not take into account the tenacity and determination exhibited by 𝐒𝐿𝐴oto. Dodging and leaping over. Honed and practiced kicks, punches and blows, 𝐒𝐿𝐴oto goes for the underhanded by kicking Masharao's tail out from under him. As he was using his extra appendage for balance, the sudden loss of stability causes Masharao to fall, giving 𝐒𝐿𝐴oto the chance to hit his arm, cancelling his gravity and sending him rising up from the ground. 𝐒𝐿𝐴oto then grabs Masharao's tail, throws him, and releases her quirk right after. Masharao is suddenly propelled out of the field, and the match ends with 𝐒𝐴oto's victory. Subsequently, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 goes up against Momo, who takes advantage of the latter having to spend time creating weapons out of her own body fat, and directs Dark Shadow to knock Momo out of bounds before she could properly create something that can be used against the sentient quirk. It is a swift victory for 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲, although judging from how Momo leaves the field trying desperately to hold in her tears, she is not taking her loss well. Up on the stands, Izuku notices his superior's distress, and makes it a note to speak to her about it later. Right now, he focuses on the next match, where Nito is coming up against Yuga. Going up against a long-range fighter like Yuga proves to be a unique challenge. Nito appears to be on the defensive almost immediately, with Yuga firing his naval laser continuously, forcing him to dodge, dive and roll out of the way in order to not get blasted out of the field. However, Nito very quickly sees a pattern, and diligently continues being on the defensive until the right moment. That moment comes when Yuga curls into himself, as the backlash from using his laser repeatedly in quick succession hits like a tidal wave. Seeing his one and only chance, Nito surges towards the blonde, picks him up with both hands, and pretty much eats Yuga out of the field, securing his passage into the second round. Up next, the only support student to make it into the final round, Hatsu Mai, faces off against Denki. Mai is decked out in all manner of support equipment, and in Izuku's eyes, she looks like a walking advertisement for all things support equipment. In fact, the entire match turns into an infomercial on what to do when faced against an onslaught of dangerous amounts of electricity. Denki foolishly underestimated the usefulness and versatility of support equipment, unleashing his signature move of 1.3 million volts upon Mai, who simply produces a baton which unfurls into an insulating shield. The electricity harmlessly passes over Mai, but does the expected damage of leaving Denki effectively brain-dead, bumbling around the field in a short-circuited daze. With Denki functionally incapacitated, Mai is declared the winner of the match, and both students are cleared off in preparation for the last match. Tenya faces off against Inasa, and the audience speculates about whether this match would also conclude extremely quickly. Those who think so are proven correct when before Tenya can even start his engines, Inasa simply blows him out of bounds with a powerful gust of wind that simply picks Tenya up like he weighs nothing. Inasa laughs uproariously as he is declared the winner, but Izuku notices that like Momo before him, Tenya appears to be taking the loss really badly. Izuku honestly cannot blame him. Just like with Momo, Tenya was unable to show off what he could do before he was eliminated. For a hero student, that is as humiliating and disheartening as it gets. He files another note to himself to also speak to Tenya if the need arises. With the first round of matches over, and with present MIC announcing a 15-minute intermission, Izuku gets up from his seat and goes in search of Momo, who has not returned to the 1A seating gallery since her match. He could not have foreseen what would happen instead. In an empty corridor, Tenya stumbles into a wall, pressing his hands against it in a bid to stabilize himself. His breaths come out ragged and shallow, as a lump obstructs the inside of his throat and chest. He heaves and hacks, trying and failing to dislodge the painful obstruction in his airways. Tenya has no idea why he is feeling this way. This goes against every ounce of logic that he lives by. He knows that he cannot win all the time. There will be times where he will lose. So why is he feeling so god-awful about his loss? Nothing makes sense, and he can't breathe. He can't get any air in, and it hurts so much. Someone wraps their arms around him. Tenya would have jumped, had he not recognized the armored gauntlets on those arms. Ni-sen. Hey, little bro, Ida Tensai squeezes him tighter. I was just looking for you. Tensai, Tenya shakily finds his tongue. Aren't you supposed to be in Hosu? And miss your sports festival debut. What do you take me for? Tensai gasps in mock outrage. I will never miss getting the chance to see your first time in the spotlight. Just like, the lump in Tenya's throat makes itself known again. But I was eliminated. I was and that is good enough for me, Tensai interrupts, cupping his younger brother's cheeks. I'm proud of you. Winner or not, I will always be proud of you. Quite against his will, tears begin streaming down Tenya's cheeks. Ni-san, why does it hurt so much? You just suffered a loss in a major event, Tensai explains patiently. It's okay to be in pain. You are allowed to hurt and to grieve. Just let it all out, little bro. I'm not going anywhere. And just like that, Tenya throws his arms around his older brother, and the dam collapses. Tensai simply rubs Tenya's back soothingly, as the bespectacled robot bawls his heart out in the middle of an empty corridor. Nobody encounters or finds them, which suits them just fine. In another part of the stadium, Izuku stands before a vending machine, purchasing a canned drink for himself. He had managed to locate Momo earlier, who had retreated to a remote part of the stadium to cry. As much as Izuku wanted to comfort his superior, he first waited for Momo to let out whatever she wanted to say first. Momo went on a ramble about how much she was a disappointment to everything and everyone. How as a recommendation? Student, she shouldn't have made such a poor showing in front of the entire country. But because she made such a poor showing, she has let down her family name and disappointed everyone who had such high hopes and expectations of her. Whatever comfort Izuku wanted to give initially died then and there. Instead, With Momo's permission, he hugs her until she has calmed down enough to gather her thoughts. He could not begin to imagine having an entire family name and legacy to live up to, and he knew that he was not the right person to counsel Momo on what to do next. Once the class president had regained her cognitive thoughts, Izuku quietly suggested she see Hound Dog about this issue. Even though she already had external professional help, Izuku insisted that she seek a second opinion from a neutral party who does not have a connection or history with her family name. While Momo was initially hesitant, she eventually came around to the idea and agreed to give seeing Hound Dog a try. Once she had gone on her way back to the 1A seating gallery, Izuku decided that a drink was in order. Which brings him to the present moment. His canned drink is dispensed, and he retrieves it from the machine. Izuku flips the tab and takes a good, long sip. Instantly, his insides cool down. But then, the air starts to warm up rapidly, and Izuku hears the telltale crackle and hum of flames. "You, boy. I've been looking for you." To be continued. Meanwhile, the quarterfinals commence with the match between Nito and Okako. This proves to be incredibly entertaining, as Nito constantly tries to get a hit on Okako, who tries to do the same to him, but for a completely different reason entirely. Admittedly, the back and forth does get a little dull after a bit, but the verbal back and forth more than makes up for it in terms of entertainment value. "Come fight me, why Little Beach? Funny, I should say the same for you. Stop being a little hussy. Takes one to know one." The match drags on for about 15 minutes. It quickly becomes a score of who wears down the other first and gets their hit in. Okako finally breaks the impasse, when a split-second distraction allows her to get a hit on Nito's shoulder. Just like with Masharao before him, the copycat loses his gravity and rises into the air. Okako grabs him and does the yeetus deletus once more, cancelling her quirk after throwing Nito and sending him careening out of the field, scoring her place in the semi-finals. Once both students clear off, the second match, this time between Hitoshi and Mai, commences. It is a battle between support equipment. The audience quickly realizes, a face-off between a taser-ended bow staff and what appears to be a stun gun that has been jacked up to God knows where. Just like the match preceding it, it quickly devolves into a back and forth between the two students. At the same time, like her match against Tenya, Mai uses the match as another infomercial to show off the benefits of her stun gun. Unlike her match with Tenya, this one against Hitoshi drags on for a bit, as the insomniac makes it very clear to Mai that he is not going down easily. It takes about 15 minutes before Mai finally gets a lucky shot in, and the sharp shock to the side causes Hitoshi to seize up and crash onto the field. Mai gets another shot in, and that is all it takes to incapacitate the insomniac, giving the pink-haired inventor her spot in the semi-finals. Meanwhile, up in the 1A seating gallery, 𝐒𝐲 looks around. "Hey, has anyone seen Mido bro? Isn't his match against Todoroki up soon?" "Last I heard, he went to comfort Yororozu-san," Masharao replies. "I'm sure he knows when he is due to report to his gate." Overhearing this, Inasa feels an inexplicable sensation in his stomach. He doesn't know the exact reason why there is a pit forming down there, but he knows it is because of one indisputable fact. Something is happening to Izuku. "You, boy. I've been looking for you." Izuku turns around and comes face to chest with the number 2 hero. Endeavor is glaring down at him, his flames burning in a blatant show of intimidation. His blue eyes glow ominously, digging into the pits of Izuku's immortal soul. "What is it?" Izuku asks, voice carefully neutral. "My masterpiece will be battling against you soon," Endeavor says. He continues to be immature and childish by rejecting his purpose. "I have been watching you. You too have a fire quirk. So I expect you to teach him a lesson out there." Izuku meets the man's gaze evenly. "And why on earth should I do your dirty work, 𝐸𝐸𝐻? What, did you just call me? Are you deaf?" Izuku raises a lazy eyebrow. "I just said your name, 𝐸𝐸𝐻. Isn't that your name?" The flames burning around the man's face erupt slightly. "Listen here, you little brat. I'm the number 2 dash. Really? The number 2 hero." Izuku cuts him off. "What, just because you are on the second spot of a flawed ranking system, I should bow down in reverence to you? Prostrate myself before you? Kiss your feet and the ground you walk on. The redhead chuckles humorlessly. Don't make me laugh. Why should I respect a domestic abuser? You don't know what you are talking. On the contrary, I do know what I'm talking about. Izuku remains infuriatingly calm. I know about every skeleton you keep in your wardrobe. Your quirk marriage, reducing your wife to nothing more than a breeding mare to create your perfect masterpiece, discarding your children when they don't have the right quirk. Not to mention, Tuia's disappearance, and your wife's mental breakdown. Endeavor appears to flinch, which gives Izuku the ammunition to continue his assault. You proclaim yourself a hero. But heroes don't willfully engage in extensive property and collateral damage in the pursuit of villains. Heroes don't break the law to engage in eugenics to create the perfect weapon in order to vicariously live out the life you think you deserve and are entitled to. Heroes don't physically, emotionally, and psychologically abuse their families, resulting in the supposed death of their eldest child, the insanity of their spouse, and the irrevocable trauma to the rest of their children. You think of yourself as a hero, but you are nothing more than the vilest, cruelest, most disgusting example of the worst of humanity. You, 𝐿𝐷, are no hero. You are nothing more than a villain. The flames explode. You insolent brat. Time slows down. Izuku sees the fist coming towards him. With strength he pulls from somewhere, he bats the fist aside like a tennis ball and drives his foot into the man's groin. Let it be known that many male pro-heroes almost never have any kind of protection for their family jewels. Whether out of hubris or an overdependence on their quirks, most male pro-heroes are particularly vulnerable down there. Endeavor is one of them. A loud, sickening cracking sound echoes down the corridor. Immediately, the flames go out with a hiss. Izuku looks up to see eyes blown out wide, and a face draining of all blood. Without a further sound, Endeavor pitches forward. Izuku simply sidesteps away, letting the towering man crash onto the floor. He does not get up again. Izuku prods the prone figure with his foot, before deciding that it is no longer his business. And besides, if he is not mistaken, his match will be starting soon. Best get a move on, then. As he goes down the corridor, leaving the broken figure of Endeavor behind, Izuku raises his can to his lips, only to realize that the rest of his drink is gone. It must have evaporated from close proximity to Endeavor. Damn it, Izuku curses, tossing the can into a nearby trash bin. 𝐿𝐷. All right. Is everyone ready for one of the most exciting matches we have today? Present MIC screams over the speakers. The spectators roar in affirmation. Rocking. Now, without further ado, please give a searing hot welcome to the flaming chicken who has flown his way to victory thus far, Midoriya Izuku. Cheers and applause fill the air, as the redhead calmly makes his way out onto the field for the second time. Will our flaming chicken be hot enough to melt the frozen heart of one as Ice King? Give it up for Todoroki 𝐿𝐴𝐽. Izuku meets 𝐿𝐴𝐽's gaze with an even look, which only makes the dual-quirked teen even more annoyed. One can feel the tension in the air, a mix of heat and frost that rolls over the other in an uncomfortable mist. Midnight cracks her cat o' 9 tails. No funny business, children. Keep it clean and safe. Now, begin. Elsewhere in Musutafu, in a grand, traditional-style mansion, siblings Todoroki Fuyumi and Natsuo sit before a large flat-screen television, which is currently broadcasting the live coverage of the UA Sports Festival. Just like in the stadium itself, the air inside the sitting room is thick with tension. Once both siblings discover that Midoriya Izuku, who has a fire-based quirk, will be facing off against their youngest brother, they both find their stomachs giving way into bottomless pits of uncertainty and worry. Knowing 𝐿𝐴𝐽's adverse reactions towards fire, both Fuyumi and Natsuo know that this match is not likely to end well for their youngest kin. Do we know anything about what Midoriya's quirk is like? Fuyumi mutters, nervously biting at a nail. I don't know, I just hope it's not too much like that Bastard's fire. Natsuo mumbles, wringing his hands close to his mouth. Will 𝐿𝐴𝐽 push himself too far? Fuyumi wonders. I hope not, sis. I really hope not. Meanwhile, in a seedy bar in Yokohama, a young man in his mid-20s, with black-dyed hair and covered in horrific burn scar tissue held together by staples, idly fiddles with a shot glass filled with vodka as he watches the live broadcast of the sports festival on the bar's television screen. Normally, he wouldn't have paid attention to what is on the TV, but knowing that a certain flaming BSDRD's masterpiece will be participating, the man, who goes by the pseudonym Darby, watches the broadcast with faux disinterest, only sharpening his attention when Todoroki 𝐿𝐼's name is announced. So far, Endeavor's masterpiece has refused to use the fire forced into his genetic makeup. Ice has carried him thus far, but Darby wonders how that little upstart will fare once he faces off against Midoriya Izuku, a wildcard with a flame quirk that is not quite like Endeavor's, but still flame-based nonetheless. Darby downs his shot of vodka and calls for another. Either way, the match between 𝐿𝐼 and Izuku will be one worth watching. 𝐿𝐼 promptly unleashes an iceberg, hoping to entrap Izuku quickly and end the match there and then. The redhead simply responds with a conflagration, which not only instantly melts the incoming ice, but forces 𝐿𝐼 to dive out of the way in order to not get burnt. Jumping to his feet, 𝐿𝐼 races across the field to get a close-on attack, but Izuku simply takes to the air, somersaulting over his opponent and landing behind 𝐿𝐼. He unleashes blasts of fire upon the dual-quirked teen, which gets blocked by a wall of ice that melts under the brunt of the heat. Looks like we're in for another back and forth, folks. Midoriya and Todoroki are trading attacks with no clear advantage over the other. The match appears to drag on, and despite Izuku's best efforts to subdue his opponent, 𝐿𝐼 puts on a persistent fight with his ice. 𝐿𝐼 attempts to knock Izuku out of the air with icicles to the wings, but Izuku deftly dodges all projectiles and returns fire with fire. While 𝐿𝐼 shows no signs of giving up, the prolonged use of his ice starts to take a toll on his body. The longer he continues to resist using his left side, the more the temperature imbalance worsens. Izuku can already see ice beginning to form on his opponent's right side, and 𝐿𝐼 is starting to slow down. Gee, this is bad, Izuku thinks to himself as he dodges a wave of ice. I need to get him to use his fire. Otherwise, he will die of frostbite. Dodging another wave of icicles, Izuku calls out, Todoroki, please. Don't do this to yourself. Use your fire. The glare he gets in response is positively frigid. I will never use his fire. The resulting wave of icicles very nearly takes Izuku out of the sky. Seeing that his opponent is being obstinate, the redhead is forced to throw down a wall of flames at 𝐿𝐼 in a bid to warm the air around him. 𝐿𝐼, understandably, sees this as another attack, and repels the flames with more ice, which only serves to worsen the frostbite creeping across his right side. Please. Listen to me. Use your fire. Stop hurting yourself like this. Izuku cries. At this point, 𝐿𝐼 is barely standing, clutching at his right side, which is almost completely frozen. His breaths come out as puffs of frozen air, but his eyes remain blazingly angry. Did to that BSTRDP pay you for tea that? Did he be buy you out? Izuku cries out in response, why would 𝐿𝐼 buy me out when I castrated him earlier? And just like that, the entire world stops. For Yumi had made a cup of tea to calm her nerves earlier. She had been about to take a sip when her world comes crashing down. Why would 𝐿𝐼 buy me out when I castrated him earlier? For Yumi freezes, cup poised at her lips. Beside her, Natsuo splutters as he chokes on his own spit. Over in Yokohama, Darby had been taking a sip of his vodka when those fateful words blared across the bar. He promptly spits out his drink, which has the grave misfortune of showering over a nearby patron. Up in the 1A seating gallery, everyone has been struck dumb. Did he just say that? Eiichiro breaks the silence. What the F? Hunter subconsciously covers his nethers by crossing his legs. The darkness has claimed a victim, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐾𝐽 mutters, while Dark Shadow gasps dramatically. Inasa, on the other hand, is left completely speechless, mirroring the state of the entire stadium. On the field, 𝐿𝐼 thought he must have heard wrong. What? Izuku lands. Endeavor accosted me before our match. I refused to listen to his bullshit, and I called him a villain to his face. He tried to punch my face in, and I protected myself by driving my foot into his groin. Judging from the crack I heard, I'm sorry, Todoroki, but I don't think you will be able to call yourself an older brother in the future anymore. It takes a hot second for the stadium and the wider country to find their voices. And everything rapidly descended into bedlam. He what? Fuyumi stutters, hands shaking and very nearly dropping her teacup. Natsuo is still silent beside her. This cannot be real. He could not have. Fuyumi finds herself unable to say the words, because they just sound too unbelievable. Is this a fever dream? Did she accidentally add a hallucinogen into her tea? Then, Natsuo makes a sound. It is a wheeze, a high-pitched release of air. This is quickly followed by a giggle, then a chuckle, before rapidly escalating into full-blown laughter. Natsuo slides off the sofa, clutching his stomach as he loses himself to delirious, manic laughter. Despite the furniture in the room and his large physique, Natsuo rolls around like a crazed maniac, unable to stop as vindication rushes through his soul like a tsunami. In Yokohama, Darby finds himself in a similar situation. Barely able to put his shot glass down, he rapidly descends into manic laughter of his own. He falls off the bar stool he was on, and also rolls around the floor like an insane lunatic, his laughter taking on a higher, crazier pitch from the sheer rapture of hearing someone destroy his greatest nemesis so easily. His laughter only adds to the chaos erupting in the bar, as patrons shout and yell over one another, losing their minds and marbles at what is happening on the television screen. As the entire stadium collectively loses their SHT all around him, Izuku regards a stunned 𝐿 with compassion. Endeavor is a monster, no better than the villains he arrests. What he did to you and your family will see him burn in the pits of hell for all eternity. But pettiness and defiance will not solve anything. It will not bring justice for your mother and Tuya. You are only hurting yourself by denying your left side. I know you never asked for that monster to pass fire onto you, but don't you see, 𝐿? Your quirk is both ice and fire. You are already not Endeavor. You are your own person, 𝐿. The dual-quirked teen's breath hitches, but perhaps more so when Izuku crosses the distance between them and unexpectedly hugs him. The entire stadium, and the wider country, all goes silent. Don't let that monster ruin your life. By denying the fire on your left side, you are playing right into his hands. It will only give him more ammunition to use against you. Use your fire, 𝐿. Use your fire to save and protect others. That is the biggest F you can ever give to that monster. Apparently finding his tongue, 𝐿 stutters. 𝐿, it is your fire. Izuku tightens his hug. So long as you wield it, it is yours. You are your own hero. Only you can write your story. No one else, only you. 𝐿's stricken eyes glisten, and quite against his will, tears begin to spill from his eyelids. His breath hitches, as emotion surges up like lava rising up from the magma chamber towards the surface. Steam begins to rise, growing thicker and hotter as more tears fall, and hitched breaths become barely controlled sobs. Let it all out, 𝐿, Izuku whispers. Show everyone your true power. It was the spark that ignited the explosion. With an almighty, liberating cry, 𝐿 erupts. A conflagration explodes, and fire spreads uncontrollably across the field. Immediately, the entire stadium is on their feet, shouting and pointing. Some are shouting for someone to save the two students before they are burnt to a crisp, while more are screaming their disbelief and awe at seeing the son of Endeavor, who up until this point had steadfastly been only using ice, erupt into flames. The chaos spreads beyond the stadium and out through the entire archipelago. The internet and social media are inundated with posts, retweets, and videos of that infamous moment, with outages and shutdowns occurring one after the other as users take to their keyboards in reaction to the bombshells exploding in the UA stadium. Back in the Todoroki household, Fuyumi is near tears, her trembling hands covering her mouth. He did it. Midoriya got 𝐿 to use his flames. Having calmed down from his manic laughter episode, Natsuo stares at what is happening on the screen and slowly turns to his older sister, seemingly calm. Fuyumi, I'm going to marry him. Fuyumi w's her head towards him. What? I'm going to marry Midoriya Izuku. Fuyumi promptly chokes on her own spit. And Natsuo. What are you talking about? If one were to look closely, Natsuo's eyes have become dilated with crazed determination. I'm going to marry Midoriya, and you are not going to stop me. Meanwhile, in Yokohama, Darby has also calmed down from laughing his head off like a maniacal lunatic. As he watches 𝐿𝐴𝐷 erupt into flames, crying to the heavens as Izuku hugs him, Darby comes to a conclusive decision. I will pledge my allegiance to him. The one who took down and culled Endeavor, Midoriya Izuku. He is God among men, and I will follow him to the ends of the world. As fire rages around them, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 finds his tongue amid the flood of emotion. Why are you going so far? Why are you doing this? I'm doing this for you, 𝐿𝐴𝐷. Izuku pulls back a little, a hand moving up to cup 𝐿𝐴𝐷's left cheek. You deserve to be saved. It is the duty of a hero to save others. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 shakily reaches up to take the hand that is cupping his cheek. Why, you're insane, you know that. With his thumb brushing against the scar tissue, Izuku unknowingly sheds a few tears, which are carried up by the wind picked up by the howling inferno, and gently splash over 𝐿𝐴𝐷's burned scar. The damaged tissue, despite being a decade old, begins to heal, and within 10 seconds, brand new, unblemished skin is left in its wake. I know, but being a hero is all about doing the insane, you know. Izuku grins. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 can't help but smile back. Midoriya, thank you. Suddenly, and without warning, Izuku's quirk-suppressing cuffs inexplicably shatter with a sharp tinkle. Izuku barely has time to register what had happened, when his body ignites. The conflagration that had been burning from 𝐿𝐴𝐷's left side suddenly and rapidly expands, growing into a large dome that covers the entire area of the field. With a startled yelp, Midnight topples from her platform, as the entire stadium descends into a different kind of bedlam. Spectators scream in fear, some fleeing from their seats and trampling over one another. Present MIC shouts for the fire extinguishing team to be dispatched, while Aizawa and Oboro are frozen in horror at what they are witnessing. The members of the rooftop gang join their 1A and B classmates in jumping into the panic bandwagon, screaming over one another to save the two students engulfed by the dome of fire. Meanwhile, shrouded from view by the roaring flames, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 had leaped away from Izuku when the latter appeared to spontaneously combust out of nowhere. Immediately, he tried to use his ice to douse the flames, but the extreme heat vaporizes any ice he could create instantly. For a second, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 expected the worst, until Izuku comes into view once more, not as a human, but in his phoenix form. 𝐿𝐴𝐷, are you okay? It takes a moment for the dual-quirked teen to realize that this humanoid phoenix is actually his classmate. Midoriya, is that you? Yes, it's me. Are you hurt anywhere? Izuku hurries over to 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and helps him to his feet. Somehow, despite appearing to be on fire, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 is not being burnt by Izuku as he is helped up. I'm fine. What happened? Izuku looks around the swirling dome of fire. I don't know. My quirk has never done this before. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 eyes the phoenix quizzically. What even is your quirk? I'm not 100% sure. A sudden roar interrupts Izuku. Both teens turn to where it came from and are startled to see a dragon, made up entirely of white-hot flames, appear out of the dome and circle around them. From there, more creatures appear. Izuku recognizes the traditional phoenix, a chimera, and even humanoid creatures like giants and djinns. All of them are composed of white-hot flames, and they circle around the two teens, almost like in a procession or some kind of ritualistic dance. Their calls, roars and noises mold together in an almost symphonic manner, which only adds to the mystery of what on earth is going on. One such dragon passes by close enough for Izuku to reach out and touch it. Instead of the typical heat of fire, Izuku feels something that can only be described as not quite from this mortal world. There is nothing he can compare it with in this world. It almost feels spiritual. Not in the religious way, but as if what a soul would feel like, which again, defies all logic and rational thought. Then, Izuku sees another being formed from the fiery dome. It appears humanoid, but it has features of a raptor, much like himself. However, it is taller, and much more muscular than he is, about the same as Inasa. Unlike the other processing and dancing beings, this humanoid avian remains stationary, gazing upon Izuku with unearthly intensity. Izuku blinks. Who are you? The avian figure is silent for a moment, before uttering one single word, soon. Without giving Izuku a chance to question it again, the figure dissipates back into the dome. The other creatures of fire disappear one by one, until only the dome of flames remains. But even that dissipates before long, becoming one stream of fire that blasts back into Izuku's chest. The air rumbles and trembles, before settling down into a calm silence. The stadium comes into view once more, and so does everyone else. Izuku releases a breath, and looks down at himself. He is human once more, and almost completely naked. His entire gym uniform has been burnt away, leaving him only in his boxers. It takes a lot of effort for him to not go red in the face. 𝐬𝐽𝐻. Shall we conclude the match? The dual-quirked teen glances at his opponent's almost naked body, and nods in understanding. Thank you, Izuku. Izuku nods back, silently getting what 𝐬𝐽𝐻 intends to do. The dual-quirked teen gets to his feet, and speed walks out of the ring. He then turns to Midnight, who up until that moment was rendered speechless. Oh, look at that. I'm out of bounds. I guess I lost. It takes a hot second for Midnight to find her tongue. Titadoriki 𝐬𝐻𝐻 is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku wins. Well, Nito drawls, as Izuku quickly vacates the field. That was an interesting match. Understatement of the century, Okako mutters beside him. Fumikage puts in his own 2 yen, a huge contrast of light and darkness. The world is a truly mysterious place. Nito then realizes something glaring. Hey, where did Inasa go? Izuku stopped by the infirmary to retrieve a new uniform set from Recovery Girl, after being subjected to a thorough check by the medical heroine. Even though he is clearly unscathed from being seemingly engulfed in flames according to Recovery Girl, that was what everyone thought when he and 𝐬𝐻𝐻 was engulfed by the Dome of Fire. He was only let go once the heroine had deemed him somehow all good, and he had put on the new uniform set. Last he heard her, Recovery Girl was muttering about now there being 2 students with a propensity to flash others because of their quirks. Izuku is on his way back towards the 1A seating gallery when he hears thundering footsteps running towards him. For a split second, he thought it was Endeavor. But there are none of the telltale flames, or a rise in the air temperature. Instead, Izuku finds himself being grabbed, lifted off the floor, and pushed against a wall, though thankfully, not too hard to suffer a concussion. It takes a hot second for Izuku to realize who had just manhandled him into the wall. Inasa. What are you dash? He never gets to say anything else, as the towering wind-quirked hunk surges forward, and presses his lips hard into Izuku's lips. Time screeches to an abrupt halt. To be continued. In hindsight, this was bound to happen. All of those platonically NTMT moments, smooshing his face into Inasa's pectorals, and then hugging the one student whom Inasa has beef with in front of the entire country was bound to set something off inside the towering hunk. Still, there is a small part of Izuku that did not expect getting kissed by Inasa. And being given no warning whatsoever before getting smooched after being manhandled into a wall. Normally, Izuku would not be against being smooched by the one whom he has grown to develop romantic feelings towards. Still, given how sudden and unexpected the kiss was, Izuku is left frozen, brain completely shut down, and unable to respond as Inasa pressed his lips deeper and harder into him. It is undeniably hot, for the record, but still, one that Izuku wished he at least got some warning first before getting the life smooched out of him. Thankfully, before his oxygen supply could run out and subject him to another temporary demise, Inasa appears to have regained his cognitive capabilities. Their lips suddenly separate with a wet pop, and Izuku finds himself falling to the floor as Inasa scrambles away to the other wall opposite him. I am sorry. Inasa booms, growing increasingly red. I don't know what came over me. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm the most horrible person in the world. It takes Inasa literally about to slam his head multiple times into the floor while prostrating himself for Izuku to quickly stop the hunk. Inasa, stop. He speaks calmly and evenly, forcing Inasa to meet his gaze. You stole my first kiss. You must take responsibility. Inasa blinks. A few seconds later. Yes, I will take responsibility. 𝐒𝐿 finds himself hugged by his friend-boyfriend. 𝑖nasa's eyes are wild with determination, steam puffing out of his nose. I will be the best boyfriend you will ever have in your life. I will love you with all of my heart and soul. We will get married and dash. 𝐒𝐿 pushes a finger to 𝑖nasa's mouth to stop him from running off the rails. Slow down, 𝑖nasa. At least take me out on a date first. Also, a playful grin appears on his lips. I want you to do things properly. What do you mean? 𝐒𝐿 leans in to whisper into 𝑖nasa's ear. Progressively, a bright smile spreads the hunk's lips, and his eyes light up with determination. All right. I will do that. Just you wait, 𝐒𝐿. I will show the entire country how genuine my feelings are for you. I won't expect anything less, 𝐒𝐿 replies, leaning in to kiss 𝑖nasa on the nose, which makes his head erupt into a delighted red. Now, don't you have a match to fight? CRP. I gotta go. Thankfully, 𝑖nasa manages to reach his gate in time for the match. Pumped up from scoring the love of his life, he strides out onto the field with a renewed burst of energy, determined to honor the promise he made to his beloved. And he does so in spectacular fashion. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 barely has the chance to send Dark Shadow out when both are blown off the field by 𝑖nasa. With that, the quarterfinals come to an end, and the remaining 4 students prepare for the semi-finals. Admittedly, that goes by extremely quickly, courtesy of 𝐒𝐿 and 𝑖nasa. 𝐒𝐿 faces off against 𝐒𝐿𝐾. Immediately, it becomes clear that the odds are not in her favor. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 is a close-range fighter, while 𝐒𝐿's quirk enables him to engage in long-range combat. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 knows that getting a hit on her opponent will be difficult, especially one that launches fire at her. Still, she tries her best, but graciously accepts her inevitable defeat a few minutes later, when in dodging a hellish blast of fire, she trips and stumbles out of bounds. Subsequently, 𝑖nasa and Mai go up against each other. While Mai does have a support equipment which is supposed to act as a portable brace against apocalyptic wind conditions, the problem was that the brace requires 5 seconds to unfold, which is more than enough time for 𝑖nasa to propel her out of the field with a typhoon-level blast of wind. Still, Mai takes her defeat in stride, thanking 𝑖nasa from across the field for giving her ideas on how to improve her baby, and happily skips her way back through the gate she had come from. After that, Present MIC announces a 15-minute intermission, to give 𝐒𝐿𝐾 and Mai a chance to rest up and prepare for the third-place match. From there, the most anticipated battle between 𝐒𝐿 and 𝑖nasa will take center stage. Admittedly, no one was really paying attention when Mai and 𝐒𝐿𝐾 went at each other. The match didn't even last long anyways, as Mai simply fired what appeared to be foam of some kind from a gun, which rapidly expanded all over 𝐒𝐿𝐾 once it hit her chest. The foam then hardened rapidly, encasing 𝐒𝐿𝐾 in place. Completely incapacitated, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 admits defeat, and Mai is declared the third-place winner, making history as the first support student to make it on the sports festival podium. Then, once 𝐒𝐿𝐾 has been broken out of the hardened foam and the field cleared, comes the moment everyone in the stadium and the entire country has been waiting for. I hope you folks are ready for the ultimate showdown. Present MIC hypes up, as the crowd roars and the entire stadium trembles under the excitement. We have come to the final match of the sports festival. 2 lovebirds, one of fire and the other of wind, will battle one another for supremacy. Are you all ready to rumble? The audience roars its readiness. Coming out of the west gate, the flaming chicken who has left everyone roasted in his wake, Midoriya 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 steps out into the light, face set in grim determination. And coming out of the west gate, the god of wind who has blown away everyone who got in his way, Urashi 𝑖nasa. 𝑖nasa strides out, eyes fiery and grinning savagely. Apparently recovered from the shock that was the explosive match between Xiaotou and 𝐒𝐿, Midnight is positively trembling with aroused excitement. Her eyes are glazed and dilated, and a healthy blush is coating her cheeks. Make sure to give everyone a searing performance, boys. She purrs, cracking her cat o' 9 tails. Go all out and make it dirty. Begin. Everyone expected a grandiose, awe-inspiring display of fire and wind clashing together in an apocalyptic battle for supremacy. And they do get that initially. With a collective roar, 𝐒𝐿 and 𝑖nasa unleash their quirks at their fullest power. Before the match, 𝐒𝐿 had hastily received a new pair of quirk-suppressing cuffs to ensure that his match against Inasa doesn't end in disaster. Flames and wind crash into each other with terrifying force. The air howls with the impact which shakes the field. Of course, the wind quickly dies against the heat of the flames, but Inasa simply pushes more against 𝐒𝐿. For a second, there appears to be a stalemate between the roaring flames and winds. Then, 𝐒𝐿 pushes more flames out, and they cancel the winds so dramatically that Inasa appears momentarily stunned. 𝐒𝐿 takes the chance to unleash a volley of fireballs at his opponent, which forces Inasa to duck and dive. When he recovers, Inasa unleashes the equivalent of a hurricane at 𝐒𝐿, prompting the redhead to take off into the air in order to not get blown out of the field. He can't afford to, after all. Then, just when it seems that the show of elemental power would continue, there is an unexpected twist. 𝐒𝐿 and Inasa suddenly roar again, this time with a hint of ferality, and charge at each other like wild animals. The resulting collision, obviously, ends with 𝐒𝐿 being knocked to the ground, and Inasa pouncing onto him. The audience watches with some level of bemusement as both teens wrestle each other on the ground. Although, it does look a little one-sided, since Inasa is far bigger and stronger than 𝐒𝐿. The redhead is very quickly twisted into a SBMSN hold, back pulled up in a curve that cannot be comfortable for long periods of time, one of Inasa's huge arms wrapped around his throat, and his legs bound up by Inasa's stronger legs. Inasa leans into 𝐒𝐿's ear. "Do you surrender, sunshine?" A few sharp-eyed spectators also notice Inasa teasingly running his tongue over the rim of 𝐒𝐿's ear, which makes the appendage and 𝐒𝐿's cheeks blossom a lustful red. Come on, say it, you know you want to." Inasa pushes harder, tightening his hold around 𝐒𝐿's neck. The words come out as a choked one that would have sounded absolutely filthy in a different situation. To you. I surrender to you. A triumphant smile spreads across Inasa's face. He releases 𝐒𝐿 from his choke hold, but does not let go. He effortlessly picks 𝐒𝐿 up, holds him into his chest, and gets to his feet. He turns to Midnight, who is positively alight with exhilaration. "I win." With a manic laugh, Midnight cracks her cat o'9 tails, and there we have it. Yorashi Inasa is the winner of the sports festival. Up in the 1A seating gallery, it is a pocket of silence amidst a sea of roaring noise from the rest of the stadium. "That was something," 𝐒𝐗iru remarks after a moment. "I think I should feel scandalized, somehow." Momo is unsure. Meanwhile, Okako is turning to Nito and Hitoshi with an incredibly smug look. "Pay up." Startled by the sudden whiplash, Hitoshi splutters. The hell? For what?" "Remember our bet. On the first day of our sleepover." Okako raises an eyebrow. It has been less than a month, about 3 weeks in fact. Again, "Pay up." Nito tries to stall. They aren't together yet. If anything, Okako's smile becomes even more smug, "You'll see." Triumphant orchestral music plays over the loudspeakers, as the students who participated in the sports festival gather in the field of the stadium. "Well, folks. This is it. We have come to the end of the sports festival, and what an illustrious display of our nation's greatest and best." The audience applauds in response, interspersed with some cheers. Present MIC continues. "Please give your loudest roar for the winners of this year's sports festival." There is a loud burst of confetti and sparklers, and a huge rush of smoke. The ground trembles slightly, as a 3-level podium rises from underneath. On the lowest level, Mai waves exuberantly to the audience, smiling and laughing like nobody's business. On the second level, 𝐒𝐿 stands with poised calm and grace. And on the top, Inasa is laughing boisterously, arms crossed, as he basks in the glory of his victory. Midnight takes the stage. Let's proceed with the award ceremony. And today, we have a very special guest who will be presenting our winners with their medals. There is a great rush of wind, and a loud flapping of wings. The cheers jump several levels higher, as a certain number 3 hero makes his smooth and somewhat dramatic landing right in front of the podium, wings flared out in all of their crimson, majestic glory. Please give a rousing welcome to the winged hero, Hawks. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 can't help but feel incredibly warm in his heart at seeing one of his mentors and brother figure. 𝐒𝐲 had been incredibly busy with both hero work and the Hero Commission over the past 2 weeks, forcing both him and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to only be able to talk through video calls. It feels nice to see his brother in all but BLD in the flesh once more. Hey, everyone, you're doing good. 𝐒𝐲 gives the stadium a lazy 2-finger salute. The audience roars their assent. Midnight comes up to him with a tray containing the medals. It's all on you, Hawk-san. 𝐒𝐲 takes the bronze medal and goes to my, congratulations, Hatsum. Unless I'm mistaken, you're the first support student to make it onto the sports festival podium. You really killed it out there. Well, gotta show Mr. 10 million points what the future CEO of Hatsum Industries is capable of. My replies with a bright grin. With a bit of luck, he will be coming to me for his support needs once he debuts. 𝐒𝐲 chuckles. Aim high. The sky's the limit. The winged hero then takes the silver medal and approaches 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Unseen by the cameras, his lazy smile becomes a tad more genuine, and his eyes shine with pride. You really rocked everyone's world out there, little bro. I'm really proud of you. Thanks, Kane, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 whispers back, accepting the medal. 𝐒𝐲's smile becomes a little bigger, and he leans in to hug 𝐒𝐬𝐽, his red wings wrapping around the redhead to boost the hug. Several noises of surprise echo around the stadium, as do the flashing of cameras. 𝐒𝐲 pulls away, whispering, I'll see you later. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 nods, and steps back. Then, 𝐒𝐲's smile returns back to its camera-ready laziness, although 𝐒𝐬𝐽 notes that his eyes, while appearing equally laid back and relaxed, belie a hardness to them, especially as the winged hero takes the gold medal and approaches Inasa. Inasa, congratulations. You have proven yourself as the superior fighter today. You truly deserve your gold medal. 𝐒𝐲, now completely professional, puts the medal around the hunk's neck. As Inasa is much taller than the winged hero, he has to bend down to accept the medal, which gives 𝐒𝐲 the perfect opportunity to lean in close. In all of the background noise, no one hears what 𝐒𝐲 whispered into Inasa's ear. However, given 𝐒𝐬𝐽's close proximity and enhanced hearing, he clearly hears what his brother figure said to Inasa. It is both a huge laugh and slightly concerning, at least for Inasa. You and I are going to have a talk soon. Be prepared. To Inasa's credit, he doesn't flinch or cower at 𝐒𝐲's very real threat. There is some apprehension, but there is a grim determination to see it through, which not only reinforces the hunk's true feelings, and it makes what is about to happen even more symbolic. 𝐒𝐲 steps back and addresses the stadium. These 3 might be our top winners today, but as Midoriya said earlier in his opening pledge, each and every one of you standing here today are the shining beacons of hope for a better tomorrow. In the end, medals are just pieces of metal. Fame will come and go. You will be remembered not by how well you pose for cameras, but how well you have performed your duties as both heroes and citizens of the future. Let nothing stop you from going all out and showing the world just how much Plus Ultra means to you. Thank you all, and back to you, UA. The entire stadium erupts in uproarious applause. The students on the field cheer for 𝐒𝐲, and it takes several minutes before Present MIC can rein back the noise so that he can be heard. And there we have it. Thank you so much, Hawks, for such an uplifting closing speech. What a day it has been, huh? We have seen the very best of our nation go Plus Ultra all the way, so everyone, let's give one last cheer for all of the students and our 3 winners standing before us today. The roar of the spectators gives the voice hero exactly what he wants. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 subtly gives Inasa a look. Rocking. Now, it has been a long day, and I'm sure we're all ready for a restful weekend ahead of us. I'm Present MIC, your MC, along with my co-host Aizawa Shouter and Dash. Excuse me. The entire stadium goes silent, as does Present MIC. The cameras shift towards Inasa, the one who suddenly interrupted the closing proceedings of the festival. I apologize for interrupting, but I do have something to say to a very special someone. Inasa declares. Curious whispers spread across the spectator galleries and the crowd of students in the field. Amongst them, though, a certain gravity-cancelling brunette perks up, and 2 of her closest friends suddenly feel a resigned sense of exasperation. Inasa offers his hand to 𝐒𝐬𝐽, 𝐒𝐬𝐽. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 wordlessly takes the offered hand, and Inasa helps him down from the podium. Inasa takes a few steps away, putting a respectable distance between them. The cameras are now aiming at the pair, and all eyes, in the stadium and the entire archipelago, are on them. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, we met unexpectedly in the cafeteria of UA on the day of the entrance exam. Inasa begins, you finished the theory portion first, and I second. I immediately asked to sit with you at your table, because you were the only one there, and I never liked to eat alone. I never could have foreseen the relationship we would now share at the moment we first met. If it were possible, Inasa's expression becomes even more love-filled. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, my feelings towards you have grown far beyond what can be considered friendship. After everything we have gone through together, thick and thin, it is simply impossible for us to simply just be friends. Soft gasps begin to spread around the gathered students and spectators, as Inasa asks, my Doria 𝐒𝐬𝐽, will you be my boyfriend? Before bowing 90 degrees at the waist, offering a hand out towards the redhead. An anticipatory silence fills the stadium, as everyone watches the unexpected formal proposal to pursue a romantic relationship with bated breath. No one daring to make a sound as everyone awaits 𝐒𝐬𝐽's response. Still, no one is prepared. Please take care of me. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 takes Inasa's offered hand, and Inasa yanks him into a tight embrace, lifting the redhead off the ground. The stadium promptly explodes, everyone losing their SHT and screaming their lungs out. However, Inasa and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 take it a step further, by promptly kissing each other in front of everyone. The roof of the stadium lifts up by a few centimeters as a deafening supernova of noise shakes the air. Cameras are flashing, people are screaming and pointing, others are left dumbstruck and speechless. One of them present is 𝐒𝐿, who is unable to say anything other than a few garbled noises. Beside the voice hero, Aizawa groans loudly, producing a vodka bottle from somewhere and swigging back the fiery liquid like it is coffee. Down on the field, Midnight looks as if Christmas has come early, as does Okako, who simply sticks a hand out to Nito and Hitoshi with her most smug smile. It takes a long time for the chaos within the stadium to be quelled, but there is no stopping the firestorm that is rapidly spreading across the internet and social media, many of the sites suffering shutdowns from traffic overload for the second time that day. No doubt about it, this year's sports festival will go down into the history books as one of many firsts. To be continued. As it was, 𝐒𝐲 was not the only one who wanted to have a talk with Inasa. But more on that later. The winged hero decided that the weekend right after the sports festival would be a good time to give Inasa the shovel talk, as the self-proclaimed older brother of 𝐒𝐬𝐽. 𝐒𝐲 had informed 𝐒𝐬𝐽 beforehand, telling him not to get involved, which 𝐒𝐬𝐽 agreed to with a bit of a giggle. Which is how Inasa finds himself in 𝐒𝐬𝐽's room, sitting before 𝐒𝐲, who while looking as laid back as ever, there is a layer of hard, no-nonsense seriousness thinly veiled underneath the relaxed smile the hero is known for when he makes public appearances and there are cameras present. So, Yorashi Inasa, you know why we are having this talk, HM? Yes, Hawk-san, I do. Again, the use of formalities underlie the seriousness of the conversation being held. As 𝐒𝐬𝐽's brother in all but BLD, his emotional well-being is one of my utmost priorities. 𝐒𝐲 continues, never once breaking eye contact with Inasa, who, to his credit, did not shiver under the intense gaze, when most people in his position would have flinched or cowered. While I wholeheartedly support anyone whom he wants to pursue a romantic relationship with, and in this case, it is you. I also know how much bullshit he has had to put up with throughout his life. He has been betrayed and let down by everyone until we first met, and he is still recovering after going through hell for a decade. The last thing anyone needs is for someone to undo all of the progress my little bro has valiantly made, most of all someone whom he is romantically attached to. Yes, Hawk-san, I know, Inasa gives a determined nod, and I promise to you, swear to you, cross my heart and die, that I will never betray 𝐒𝐬𝐽. I love him very much, too much to ever turn my back on him. 𝐒𝐲's smile becomes a little sharper. I trust that you won't. After all, with your height and large body size, there are plenty of places where I can turn you into target practice with my feathers. The fact that the winged hero briefly glanced down to the teen's PP did not go unnoticed. Inasa squirms a little, but remains strong. I know, which is why I will go beyond to never betray your trust, as with Izuku. 𝐒𝐲 nods after a moment, his smile relaxing into something a little more genuine. I will hold you to that. Inasa might have thought that that was that. But as mentioned earlier, 𝐒𝐲 was not the only one who wanted to have a talk with him. Shortly after the winged hero threatened to turn him into a human feather cushion, Inasa receives a private message from Nezu, requesting to have a meeting in his office. Inasa makes quick work of getting to the rodent's office. He doesn't want to keep who could very well become his father-in-law in the future waiting any more than he already has. Before he could knock on the door, it swings open, as if it knows he is already there. Ah! Inasa-kun, come in. Come in. Nezu chirps from his desk, we have quite a bit to talk about today, so please, have a seat. Unlike his talk with 𝐒𝐲, this time, Inasa is unable to stop the shiver from racing down his spine. Nezu's tone might be cheerful, but even Inasa knows that it is most likely a facade. While 𝐒𝐲 did promise bodily harm and pain should he ever break Izuku's heart or betray him, Nezu could very well make him disappear off the face of the world. Izuku had told him all manner of stories about what his adopted father had done to unsavory individuals in the past, especially the scientists who had experimented on him in the lab before Nezu broke out. If it had been anyone else, Inasa would have been hard-pressed to believe the outrageous things that happened to these poor, unfortunate souls. But as he knows who Nezu is, and given the rodent's quirk, such horrific and tragic outcomes are not outside the realm of possible reality. Still, he had already survived one shovel talk, and for the sake of his love for Izuku, he will endure a second one. Even if the second talk is done by what is arguably one of the most terrifying beings to ever live. Inasa makes himself comfortable on the sofa directly opposite from Nezu's desk. All the while, the rodent patiently waits for him. Inasa also notices that the kettle is not brewing, which means no tea is being offered or drunk in this meeting. I suppose you know why you are here, Inasa-kun. Nezu begins with a rhetorical question. A shovel talk, Inasa replies immediately. Hawk-san already gave me one. Straight to the point, I like that, Nezu grins, although whether that is a good or bad thing currently remains up in the air, so we can dive straight into things. I'm certain that 𝐒𝐲-kun has already given his warnings to you about what will happen if you dare break my son's heart or betray him in any way, yes? Inasa nods, and Nezu chuckles. Well, I will say that my own warnings are the same, at least on a conceptual and fundamental level. And, given how we have known each other for quite some time, I don't think I have to remind you about what will happen if you break your vows to my son. Inasa shakes his head. There is no need for anything to be said. Whatever horror scenarios that his imagination conjures up cannot even begin to mirror the reality that will come to play should Inasa commit the ultimate sins against the one he loves. Good, good, so we're both on the same page. Nezu beams, and immediately, the shift is apparent. Inasa had put up a commendable front during this admittedly short, but no less harrowing meeting. Now, the air is lighter, easier to breathe, and Inasa feels like he can exhale again. With that being said and done, I would like to bring my son into the equation, Nezu continues, which piques Inasa's interest. He should be coming right about dash from the door, comes knocking. Now. Nezu opens the door from his desk, and Izuku steps inside. Hey, Inasa, how did it go? Went pretty well. Inasa booms, delighted to see his boyfriend. Izuku comes over to the sofa, and is immediately pulled into Inasa's embrace, receiving a kiss to the forehead. 𝐒𝐲 threatened to turn me into a pincushion, and I know Nezu will make me disappear off the face of the earth in the most agonizing, inhuman way possible. But I'm still here, so I can give you all the love you deserve. Nezu watches his son be smothered with affection for a moment or so. While I always enjoy the sight of humans engaging in romantic affection, we do have several important things to discuss. Inasa pulls away from peppering Izuku's cheeks with kisses. However, he does not let go of Izuku's hand. Now, the reason why I want to talk to you both is to do with what we can expect following the sports festival. Nezu begins. Does it have to do with my public proposal for a romantic relationship? Inasa raises his free hand. Even so, I don't regret it, and I will do it again if necessary. I have no doubts that you would, 𝐼𝐻𝐼. However, the issue is not directly to do with your proposal, although it will be a topic we will discuss a bit further down. Rather, 𝐒�ეზU's attention turns to 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾. The main topic of discussion is how to tackle the fallout of the festival as a whole. For the sake of clarity, 𝐒�ეზU runs through his points. First, the competitor's pledge which 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾 and I discussed, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾 subsequently presented to the entire nation. It was deliberate on our parts to have the speech carry the greatest impact on the audience. So what can you expect to happen next? 𝐼𝐻𝐼 asks. The Hero Commission has already demanded that we rescind what my son said, especially the parts about All Might failing his primary responsibility to ensure the safety of the students under his care. I have received an email from the Commission President, quite an essay of flowery language detailing the consequences should my son not apologize for dragging the good name of the symbol of peace through the mud. Naturally, I replied back that I had ready access to the surveillance footage of the buffoon going around stopping petty crime in place of actually preparing for the rescue lesson, a clear violation of the terms of agreement with regards to his employment in UA. And the part where I castrated in 𝐷. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾 asks. Currently, the Commission is focused on trying to find the medical care the number 2 hero needs. 𝐒�ეზU replies, from what I managed to gather, not only did you rupture both of his testicles, you also fractured his pelvic bone. Easily, you put Endeavor out of commission for at least a week, since there are so few medical professionals with healing quirks that can work fast enough to repair the damage. Additionally, there is speculation that Endeavor may not regain full use of his testicles even after everything is over. And the Commission is not happy, 𝐼𝐻𝐼 states. A severe understatement, if I may say so myself, 𝐒�ეზU replies. As far-fetched as it may seem to the ordinary citizen, the Commission are more than capable of eliminating what they perceive as threats to the status quo, or anyone who digs a little too deeply into their shady doings. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾, as the one who assaulted Endeavor, despite it being clearly self-defense, would have been targeted by the Commission for elimination. Seeing the outraged look on 𝐼𝐻𝐼, the rodent continues. Luckily, I have a whole dossier of blackmail that gives me plenty of leverage against the Commission, especially the President. The Commission might have backed off for now and focused their entire attention on trying to mitigate the fallout involving the top 2 heroes in Japan, but they will not leave things as they are. Some way or another, they will seek out chances to target 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾, and by association, anyone that 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾 shares a close relationship with. So they might. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾 turns to look at 𝐼𝐻𝐼. The towering hunk harumphs. Let them try. Nothing will get in the way between our everlasting love. Of course, I will do everything in my power to protect you both, 𝐒�ეზU adds. UA will also continue to stand by you. The Commission targeting you will not change that. However, the reason I wanted to bring this up is for the both of you to be aware of what is going on, and to be cautious. There is no telling when and where the Commission might strike. Therefore, it is important that you both exercise caution when not on UA grounds, especially when you both embark on internships in the following week. Aren't those usually for third-year students? 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾 raises an eyebrow. In the past, yes, 𝐒�ეზU nods. However, in the wake of the USJ attack, I decided to open internships to the first-year heroics classes too. This is to give you all valuable work experience with actual pro heroes out in the field, and to better prepare you to deal with criminals and villains in the line of duty once you debut. How will all of this work? 𝐼𝐻𝐼 asks. This coming Monday, Aizawa will hand out your internship offers, 𝐒�ეზU explains. You will have a week to decide which hero you want to intern with. It is mandatory to choose, and not doing so will see you removed from the heroics course. The week after that, you will travel off to the agency or location where your chosen pro hero is based at. All expenses, accommodation, food, etc., will be covered by UA. Both teens nod. Now, with all of that done with, let's move on to the next topic of discussion. Which is? 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾 asks. 𝐒�ეზU's beady eyes glimmer with mirth. Why, the sec talk, of course. It is the parents' duty to teach the new couple everything they need to know about safe sec, after all. Right away, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾 regrets asking. To be continued. Private chat between Whirlwind Red Heart and Phoenix Fire. That. Phoenix Fire was something Whirlwind Red Heart. Too much information. Whirlwind Red Heart. Like Whirlwind Red Heart, I get that we should practice safe sec and all Whirlwind Red Heart, but I didn't need a step-by-step, graphic presentation about how two men have secretary. Phoenix Fire. The graphic instructions are one thing, Phoenix Fire, but what I don't understand is why did Dad also include guides on how three guys have sec with each other. Whirlwind Red Heart. That was incredibly strange. Whirlwind Red Heart, as well as traumatizing. Whirlwind Red Heart, because there are only two of us. Phoenix Fire. Despite living with Dad for about a year already, there is still a lot about his mind that is beyond my comprehension. Phoenix Fire. Anyways, Phoenix Fire. You still owe me a date. Phoenix Fire. Are you free tomorrow? Whirlwind Red Heart. I will always be free for you, babe. Whirlwind Red Heart. Get ready. Whirlwind Red Heart. I will take you on the best date there ever is. Phoenix Fire. You don't have to go that far. Phoenix Fire. But I'll hold you to that. Izuku and Inasa arranged to meet each other at the UA gates at around 9 in the morning. Having never gone on a date before or had romantic feelings for someone, or someone having romantic feelings towards him, for that matter, Izuku is both excited and apprehensive. He had to physically refrain himself from wasting the night away researching everything he could about what couples did on dates. Nezu ordered him to get a good night's sleep, especially since it is Inasa who is taking him out on the date. It would be the height of bad manners to be constantly nodding off when one's boyfriend takes you out on a date after very publicly proposing to you, after all. Somehow, the night passed, and after breakfast, Izuku stood against the gates, waiting for his boyfriend. As the agreed time draws closer, Izuku's thoughts begin to wander. Somehow, when Izuku announced to his adoptive father and Oboro about Inasa taking him out on a date, Oboro appeared rather muted, for lack of a better term. He did express his congratulations about Izuku going on his first date, but unlike Nezu, whose beady eyes were alight with joy and excitement, Oboro's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Additionally, Oboro remained fast asleep when Izuku got up for breakfast, when the routine up until then had seen Oboro wake up at the same time, or even earlier, than Izuku. Perhaps, if he really thought about it, and put aside all counter-arguments for a moment, Izuku might have assumed that Oboro was being jealous. Which seems incredibly dubious, since as far as Izuku knew, Oboro did not have romantic feelings for him, especially not the kind that Inasa has. Sure, Izuku was the catalyst that brought Oboro back from his previous form as Kurogiri, and the transmuted teen was understandably traumatized by what had happened, staying close to Izuku throughout his recovery thus far. But any feelings towards Izuku would have been classified as a trauma bond, which is not the same as romantic feelings, at least by the medical profession. Either way, Izuku doesn't have the medical or psychological knowledge to know for certain why Oboro was acting the way he did before Izuku left the house. That, and because Inasa shows up at 9 AM on the dot, dressed in a tight-fitting muscle shirt which does little in hiding his mouth-watering physique and badonkas, cargo shorts, and sandals. Izuku literally feels the world light up as soon as he makes eye contact with his boyfriend, whose expression explodes in a blinding smile. Izuku is promptly scooped up, spun around, and has his face smooshed into Inasa's pectorals. As it should be. I missed you so much, babe. Inasa squeezes Izuku tighter. Huo to you too. Izuku's muffled voice comes from inside the mounds of muscle. After a bit of adjusting, his face pops up enough so that he can breathe, but his mouth remains trapped. It was only yesterday. Still too long. Inasa booms, before finally letting Izuku down on the ground. Now, I'm going to catch up on lost time. You do know that we see each other most days of the week, right? Izuku points out, as they get going. But we're hero students. It's not the same. Inasa whines. On the contrary, just being near you is enough for me. Izuku gives him an easy smile. Inasa is left speechless for a moment, before rapidly going red in the face. Steam pours out of his ears, as Inasa sinks to the ground and curls into himself. My heart, you are too much for my heart. The first destination on the date's itinerary is a cafe. Izuku thinks it seems pretty standard work at the moment. From his knowledge of dates taking place in popular media, they usually happened in F&B establishments. Evidently, Inasa presumed that taking him to a cafe is a pretty safe bet for a first date, and so far, Izuku has no complaints. Even more so when Inasa requested for a table near the back of the cafe where they were likely to not be disturbed. Izuku lost count of how many times they were stopped along the way by random people from all walks of life, congratulating them on their performances during the sports festival. Inasa himself was the favorite target, which is far from surprising, given his powerful quirk and ultimately being crowned the winner. Selfies, autographs, and having their ears talked off the side of their heads from endless praise and gushing. It was a miracle that they even managed to get into the cafe at all. Once they have sat down, a waitress brings them their menus. But even in the cafe, there was no escaping the subtle attention from the staff and other patrons. Even the hidden glances, hushed whispers, and not-so-quite giggles and squeals were any indication, especially when it was revealed that the two are on a date. The same waitress returned shortly after with a strawberry milkshake, topped with whipped cream and a glaced cherry. There are 2 straws dipped into the beverage. At first, Izuku thought it was a romantic gesture. Instead, it was something more hilarious. "Look how fast I can finish this milkshake, babe," Inasa proclaims. Noticing that there is ice in the beverage, Izuku simply watches quietly, waiting for the inevitable moment. It comes when halfway through chugging the milkshake, Inasa's face suddenly seizes up, and he falls off his chair with a pained cry. Izuku simply leans over, gazing down at his whimpering boyfriend. "How's the brain freeze?" When Inasa's head stopped throbbing from the metaphorical ice freezing over all of the grey matter, the date resumes. The cafe did not just serve beverages like milkshakes. It has a kitchen in the back which prepares hot or cold meals for the patrons. As it is nearly 11 in the morning, the couple decided to order something heavy as an early lunch. Izuku and Inasa occasionally picked at their food, as they talked just about anything under the sun. At some point, Izuku started descending into one of his quirk analysis spiels that he was infamously known for back during his middle school days. It had started after Inasa brought up an interesting commentary article he chanced upon before meeting Izuku at the UA gates. An analyst who monitored villain activity across the archipelago made an interesting observation shortly after the sports festival had ended. Up until this point, although it had been dwarfed by news that the USJ facility was attacked, there was an elusive villain calling himself Stain, with the self-proclaimed goal of purging Japanese society of all fake heroes who tarnished the name of heroism by letting the fame and glamour corrupt their duty to the people. Despite being an S-ranked villain, Stain had always managed to evade the authorities. Up until recently, he had assassinated over 24 pro-heroes, and put many more out of commission permanently. Inasa had asked Izuku what could have enabled a villain like Stain to escape justice for so long, which prompted the long spiel that the redhead is currently in the midst of. His quirk has got to have some physically debilitating factor in order to prevent his targets from escaping and alerting others for help, Izuku reasons, mostly to himself. The few eyewitnesses who saw Stain attack his victims report that the poor soul was never able to get away once Stain had attacked. The victim remained where they were, until they were found or they somehow were able to move again. Still, those who survived never knew how Stain could stop them from moving, only that Stain attacked first, before the survivors collectively said that their bodies seized up and refused to listen to their brains dash normally. Most people would have lost interest in the spiel at best, or were weirded out at the worst. Inasa, though, simply listened with, some might say lovesick, attention. He never interrupted, save to remind Izuku to eat before his food got cold. The only other time he spoke up was when he reached over and brushed a thumb over the bottom of Izuku's lips, momentarily stopping the spiel. "Hold on, you got a little on your face, babe." Inasa flicked the offending crumb away, but before he could draw his hand back, Izuku's hand stopped it from pulling away. Inasa barely has time to react when Izuku moves the hand up a bit and presses a kiss on his palm. Inasa's face promptly explodes in red. "Be babe." Izuku's expression is one of pure innocence, at least on the surface. "What? Can't I show affection to you too?" The red on Inasa's cheeks don't fade. If anything, the heat rushes up into his eyes, and his lips twist into a sardonic smirk. "Oh really?" Things seem to slope off from there. Izuku continues his impromptu analysis on the mystery of Stain's quirk and how it could have allowed him to escape justice for so long, while Inasa goes along with his unbroken attention. That is, until Izuku feels something brush against his leg. For this date, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had gone for something rather tongue-in-cheek. He wore a simple white t-shirt with the word tuxedo printed across it, a clear joke at the stereotypical attire worn by men when taking their dates to fancy restaurants, basketball shorts, and his trademark red sneakers. The shorts only went to his knees, leaving his lower legs exposed. When that something brushed against his right leg, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 knew immediately what it was. Still, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 ignored it and continued his analytical spiel as Inasa seemingly listened. But when his leg is not only nudged, but slowly brushed against up and down, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 could no longer ignore the sensation. Never breaking his spiel, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 slid his foot out of his sneaker and ran his toe under the sole of Inasa's large foot. The reaction is instantaneous. Inasa's flush darkens considerably, as do his eyes. The spiel continues uninterrupted, and for all intents and purposes, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and Inasa are just like any other couple one might see, enjoying their date in an unassuming cafe, even as intimacy takes place underneath the table. As they are seated at the back of the cafe, no one else really notices the air becoming considerably warmer around the couple. Inasa's eyes are almost completely shrouded with sugary sweet longing as he gently rubs his sole against the underside of 𝐒𝐬𝐽's foot. Even as he continues his analysis, moving away from Stain's potential quirk towards how he could have evaded law enforcement for so long, 𝐒𝐬𝐽's cheeks are now flushed themselves, his voice softer, and his eyes glimmering. He pauses to take a bite of his food, but when his hand puts down his cutlery, it is suddenly grabbed by Inasa's much larger hand. "You don't know what you are doing to me, sweetheart," Inasa whispers, maneuvering their hands so that their fingers interlock, grasping one another securely. "It feels like your flames, they are burning me from the inside." This essentially interrupts 𝐒𝐬𝐽's analytical spiel as he soaks in his boyfriend's heated gaze. "I have always been a fiery person, people always say that about me," Inasa continues, squeezing 𝐒𝐬𝐽's hand, "but the heat I'm feeling because of you is unlike anything I've ever felt before." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 glances at their clasped hands, and the sensation of Inasa's foot caressing his own. He looks up to meet those dark eyes. "This is also a new experience for me too. I've never gone on a date before, let alone developed romantic feelings for someone. No one wanted to have anything to do with a seemingly quirkless person like me before." They missed out big time," Inasa replies, not missing a beat. He leans closer, his free hand gently stroking 𝐒𝐬𝐽's freckled cheek. "So many foolish souls. They failed to see how precious you are. I have them to thank for you being mine now." 𝐒𝐬𝐽's eyes glaze over even more. He leans into Inasa's palm. "I couldn't be more blessed, being yours." That was all that was needed for Inasa's restraint to disappear. Mindful of others in the establishment, Inasa leans forward, making sure not to make too much noise, and kisses 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Time seems to fade away. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 can hear his own heart thundering, the reverberating rhythm growing louder when he feels Inasa's tongue push its way into his mouth. It takes so much willpower to not mem right then and there. Even in such a heated moment, Inasa is still incredibly gentle. His tongue gently guides his own along in a slow dance, feeling each other thoroughly. It could have easily escalated into a scandalizing, public scene, but Inasa keeps things down, slow and chaste. Pulling away, Inasa squeezes their still interlocked hands. There is no need for him to say anything. After all, actions speak louder than words on some occasions. They eventually leave the cafe, once it got progressively more crowded and their privacy was diminished, even with their table at the back of the establishment. So instead, Inasa takes 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to Musutafu's retail district. Never letting go of 𝐒𝐬𝐽's hand, they stepped into multiple stores to browse and perhaps try on a piece of clothing or debate the pros and cons of buying a piece of merchandise. Which sounds perfectly normal, if not for the attention they received. And yes, there was the usual unexpected praise and gushing from enthusiastic fans who had watched them compete during the sports festival. But there was another form of attention, particularly aimed at Inasa, that did not go unnoticed by 𝐒𝐬𝐽. More often than not, when Inasa comes to an aisle, rack, or shelf to inspect and discuss a piece of merchandise with 𝐒𝐬𝐽, if a girl or woman happened to be nearby, they would have some unexpected reactions. See, as mentioned earlier, the muscle shirt that Inasa is wearing does little to hide how big and defined the hunk's physique is. especially those badonkers on his chest. If anything, the shirt makes Inasa's muscles appear to pop out even more clearly. The first instance involved a college student with her glasses perched on her head. When Inasa came into view, she visibly did a double take and put her glasses on properly to see if the sight was actually real and that she was not hallucinating. Visibly perturbed, she quickly retreated away, all the while Inasa remained completely oblivious, as he debated whether getting a collared shirt would be a smart fashion choice. The second instance happened at a hero merchandise store. A third-year student from an unremarkable high school had the dubious honor of standing near Inasa as he excitedly gushed about a new line of figurines that had just been released, with 𝐒𝐲 being featured in the lineup. The girl kept stealing glances at Inasa's chest, before looking down at her own chest. The more she looked between herself and Inasa, the more visibly upset she became, and the last Izuku noticed her, she had left the store with a metaphorical rain cloud over her head. The third instance was a bit more problematic, to say the least. Inasa and Izuku had walked into another clothing store just to browse around. In an aisle, a young woman in her mid-20s was treated to the sight of Inasa's badonkers as she checked out the price tag of a pair of breathes. Perhaps, in a moment of mischievous immaturity or morbid curiosity, the woman reached over towards Inasa's chest. She didn't actually get to her target, however, as Inasa's hand clamped down HRD on her wrist. "Sorry, but only my boyfriend gets to play with my honkers." Understandably, the woman was very embarrassed, and quickly fled from the store in shame. Izuku was quite outraged that someone had the audacity to attempt to grope his boyfriend in broad daylight, but his anger quickly receded when Inasa took his hand and pressed it into his left pectoral. "Go ahead, get the stress out." Izuku jumps at the chance, and buries his face into Inasa's chest, all the while squeezing his pectorals like stress ball. Thankfully, they were in the back of the store, and were not seen by other shoppers. Once everything has drained out, Izuku steps back. "I think we should avoid crowded places." "Sure, babe." Still, the weirdness doesn't end. While no one else really poses much of a problem from ogling Inasa's badonkers, something strange happens as the couple are leaving the district. They are about to cross the road when a speeding van zooms down the road in front of them. Normally, that wouldn't be strange in of itself, given how reckless drivers are a common sight in Musutafu. However, no. Sooner does the van zoom over the traffic crossing, it appears to lose control. Izuku and Inasa stare in disbelief as the vehicle lifts off the road, flips 8 times, and crashes into a nearby tree, before promptly exploding and catching fire. Staring at the burning vehicle, Izuku asks, "Should we help?" Inasa has other ideas, and quickly pushes his boyfriend away in the opposite direction. They may be hero students, but neither are licensed yet. And besides, he promised Nezu to bring his son back home safely. While it is tempting to jump in to help, Inasa is not taking any chances. And besides, he heard sirens in the distance as they were leaving, so whoever was inside the van should be taken care of. Hopefully. Anyways, Inasa and Izuku arrive at another street. The day is still young, and it wasn't time to send Izuku back to you just yet. With respect to Izuku's longing to avoid crowded places, Inasa considers other locations to bring his date to. Perhaps to the newly opened floral gardens just outside of the city. Or maybe to the arcade if Izuku is up for some competitive gaming. Or maybe even, a young girl runs right into Izuku. Inasa's thoughts screech to a halt. Admittedly, Izuku was not prepared for a young girl to run straight into him, clinging to his shorts as if her life depended on it. However, he immediately recognizes the fear rolling off her in waves. She looks up at him, her red irises wide with panic and desperation, glistening with unshed tears. She whispers, "Please help me. I don't want to go back. Please." Understandably, Izuku is very much confused. "Ah, there you are, Eri." Until he sees who that voice came from. A man with short black hair, eyes coldly piercing straight into Izuku's soul. Donning a bright red mask that resembles those worn by plague doctors during the Middle Ages, the man ambles towards them, seemingly indifferent, but raising all kinds of warning bells inside Izuku's mind. "I apologize about my daughter," the man says with false calmness, one which Izuku is not fooled by. "We had a bit of an argument, see." She gets scared easily. If this man was hoping to come across as a caring father, he definitely needs to learn how acting really works. I won't disturb you any longer, the man continues, turning his piercing gaze towards the girl, presumably Eri. Come, Eri, let's get going. Eri only tightens her grip on Izuku's shorts, minutely shaking her head. Immediately, Izuku knows that he is in a precarious situation. Whoever this man is, he is clearly a criminal or villain of some sort. Izuku has no idea what his quirk is, although the fact that the man is wearing white gloves might be a clue. The twitch of the man's fingers provides further credence that his quirk is touch-based, and given the deadly intent rolling off the man in a nauseating aura, Izuku knows that if he made one wrong move, not only will Eri get hurt, he and Inasa will also become collateral damage. What can he do? He doesn't want to send Eri back to this monster. But how can he get her to safety, without putting himself or Inasa in danger? How is he supposed to? Suddenly, a gust of wind blows some dust into his nostrils. Izuku sneezes violently. Everything appears to go into slow motion. First, several blobs of snot land on the man's mask. His eyes barely have time to widen, when suddenly, an almighty blast of fire engulfs his head right on. The conflagration lasts for only a full second. When the flames clear, however, Izuku and Inasa are given a clear view of the damage. Perhaps, it was a good thing Eri was hiding her face into Izuku's shorts, and was therefore prevented from seeing the grisly sight of the man's body, without its head. The head, mask and all, has been incinerated, leaving nothing but a stump on the neck, cauterized by the immense heat. The body crumples to the ground, and does not move again. It takes a hot second for Izuku to realize what he had done. Oh God! He stumbles back into Inasa. Oh God! Oh God! Oh my fing God! Izuku starts to hyperventilate, growing deathly pale. Inasa, call the police. Call the fing police now. To be continued. To put it simply, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐿 is one of the most illustrious detectives in law enforcement history. His quirk is practically perfect for law enforcement. He holds a strong moral code against corruption and upholding justice, and he has solved more criminal and villainy cases than any other law enforcement personnel in Japan. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 is a man who, by all definitions, is the best suited for someone in law enforcement. What goes unsaid behind it all is the physical, mental, and emotional toll the job takes on 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Long hours, hardly any sleep, running on unhealthy amounts of coffee and caffeine pills. Those are just some of the factors that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had to put up with when he joined the police force and worked his way up the career ladder. And then there were the external factors, visiting crime scenes, interrogating criminals and villains, basically being exposed to the very worst of humanity, and the poor souls who had to pay dearly, sometimes with their own mortal lives. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 will eagerly go on record to say that he has been sick to the stomach and considered finding a new course in life more times than he can count. But his sense of justice and moral obligation always prevailed, especially for the people he served in Musutafu. But nothing could have prepared him for that fateful dispatch call from the number 3 hero, Hawks, about a teenage boy who died by suicide from leaping off a tall office building, and then subsequently coming back to life in an epic resurrection only seen in blockbuster Hollywood movies. The name Midoriya Izuku was never one 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 would have ever thought he would come to know with considerable familiarity. But as he was assigned to the case, the detective did his duties and questioned the teen on why he chose to end his life. Nothing could have prepared 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 for the multiple cans of worms his investigation would uncover. Quirkless discrimination, physical, mental and emotional abuse, destruction of property, parental neglect and abandonment. Ties to an extremist terrorist group who propagate for the extermination of the quirkless. It was arguably the biggest criminal scandal in the city's history. 3 schools were raided and shut down, dozens arrested, and in the process, uncovering more horrifying secrets that showed how far the decay has reached, hidden away from the public. At that time, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was working harder than he had ever been in his career. After the 3 simultaneous raids, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 engaged in marathon interrogations that had all of the arrested tried and sentenced. Paperwork that rose as high as the ceiling were filed, and only the heavens know how much coffee and caffeine pills were consumed by the entire police division. That, and the emotional toll of learning that one of his dearest friends had been the final nail in the coffin for Izuku to decide to take his own life, meant that by the end of it all, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 had effectively become a zombie, severely sleep-deprived, and ready for a prolonged hibernation. Which he did. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 never left his bed other than to eat, drink and use the bathroom. The only 2 times he woke up for reasons other than those 3 was when his closest aide in the division, Tamakawa Sangza, came to his home to present him a gold bar which Izuku had been able to transmute using his quirk from lead. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 took one look at the gold bar, his quirk registering it as truth, before promptly slipping back into hibernation. The second time came when he was forced out of bed to attend to the villain attack at the USJ facility. In a repeat of the raids on the 3 schools, an unprecedented number of villains were arrested. But that wasn't all. Izuku, somehow, had killed the ringleader of the attack, cremated a genetically engineered monster with the power to rival All Might, and again, in act of quirk bullshittery, transmuted a warp villain back into the declared dead classmate and friend of Aizawa Shouta and Yamada Hisashi, who is now alive and well. Understandably, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 broke open the alcohol after interrogating the villains and clearing away the mountains of paperwork that awaited him, drank himself into oblivion, and effectively hibernated for the next 2 weeks. Of which, he emerged relatively well-rested and ready to return to his job, and hopefully, get back into some kind of normal routine that did not involve an overglorified flaming chicken. Truly tragic, really. To be fair, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 was in the midst of hibernation when news broke about Izuku castrating the number 2 hero during his sports festival match against the hero's youngest child, and the subsequent fallout from Izuku being publicly proposed to by Inasa, who won the sports festival. Those were the warning signs that whatever bullshit that followed Izuku would somehow make its way back to 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲, which he unfortunately missed since he was effectively dead to the world. As such, nothing could have prepared the detective for his division receiving the call from a very distressed Yorashi Inasa that Izuku had accidentally burnt a potential villain's head off by sneezing. And the day had started off so normally too. Not even walking past Sangza leading the congregation of whatever Izuku-worshipping cult he had founded several months ago in a series of ritualistic bows before a gold-painted effigy of said flaming chicken was enough to deter 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 and dampen his hopes for normalcy. Until the call came. For a full, long second, nobody in the division said a word. The silence is then broken by 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 letting loose the loudest groan anyone has heard him make up until that point, followed by the slightly more concerning sound of the detective's head slamming into his desk. The entire area is quickly cordoned off. Curious onlookers gather behind the police tape, whispering to each other, straining their necks for a better glimpse beyond and raising their phones to record the ongoing scene. Sirens rock the air, as an ambulance and several police cruisers occupy the street in front of the alley where the incident allegedly took place. Paramedics surround the corpse of the alleged villain, while the top 2 winners of the UA Sports Festival, which only took place 2 days prior, sit further down the pavement. Izuku is draped in a shock blanket graciously provided by a paramedic, eyes unseeing and mouth in a thin line, while he hugs Eri tightly, refusing to let anyone save for Inasa, who remains by his side throughout, get close. Even paramedics quickly learn to steer clear of Izuku, as a well-meaning member of the team tried to persuade Izuku to let the young girl go so that she could be checked over for injuries, only to receive a deadly snarl from Izuku, promising the poor soul that he would be burnt alive should he dare lay a hand on the terrified girl. A palm of burning flames adds credence to the threat, and the paramedics wisely maintained a safe distance after that. The police personnel that did arrive at the scene didn't immediately question Izuku or Inasa about what happened. Having recognized the 2 teens from the sports festival, and a few officers remembering Izuku as the reason why 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 spearheaded the raid on all 3 Aldera schools, they waited until the detective showed up to do the questioning. Especially since a few also witnessed the tense moment when Izuku threatened to burn a paramedic alive for trying to take the girl in his arms away from him. Thankfully, the signature cruiser that 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 always took to crime scenes showed up not too long after. The detective gets out, along with Officer Sangza, and the personnel present salute him. "Detective, the witness is over there." One helpful officer points to where Izuku is. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 visibly tries not to sigh. "Thank you. I'll take over from here." He speed walks over to the redhead, Izuku. Izuku looks up, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲-san, it's been a while. I was hoping that after the USJ attack, you would not be the center of any more controversies. Alas, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. I guess that is asking too much of you. I could not let her go back to him, but I never wanted to kill him. Inasa gently squeezes Izuku's shoulder. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 takes out a voice recorder. You know the drill, right? We might as well get it over with. Izuku nods. The detective crouches down to the redhead's level and activates the recorder. Can you tell me what happened? Well, it started when we saw a traffic accident, Izuku recounts. A speeding van lost control, flipped several times, and then crashed into a tree, where it then exploded. Inasa quickly pushed me in the opposite direction, and we ended up in front of that alleyway over there. He points to the alley where the paramedics and forensics team were congregating. Then, she ran into my legs. She begged me not to make her go back. And then, he appeared. A lump in his throat cuts Izuku off. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's quirk registers all of that as the truth. He tried to pass off as her father, but he was really shady, and Ie was extremely scared of him, Izuku eventually continues. I could tell that he was a villain of some sort, with a touch-based quirk, because he was wearing gloves. He had a deadly aura around him. I had no idea what to do, but then, his lips began to quiver. A bit of dust tickled my nostrils. I sneezed, and suddenly, there was fire. When I recovered, I saw. Somehow, the flames that shot out with my boyfriend's sneeze had burnt the man's head away. Inasa continues in Izuku's stead. As it becomes clear that the redhead is overwhelmed, there was nothing left. Just a cauterized stump. Inasa gives 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 a firm, but pleading look. Detective, please believe us. It was an accident. Izuku never meant to kill the man, no matter how much he posed a danger to us and Eri. He had no idea that the sneeze would produce flames. He has sneezed many times before, and he never produced flames then. Again, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's quirk registers as truth, but unlike the previous signal, this one was a little shaky, which 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 files away for future reference. For now, he has 2 traumatized teens and a possibly abused little girl to comfort and reassure. You're not in trouble, he tells Izuku. My quirk never once registered a lie from you or Inasa. While you did kill someone, it was an accident. Plus, he chuckles sardonically, if I had the audacity to arrest you, I'm pretty sure your father will ensure that I disappear off the face of the world without a trace. Inasa is grateful for the injection of humor. Yeah, Principal Nezu pretty much told me the same thing when he gave me the shovel talk yesterday. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nods, pocketing the voice recorder. I think it's best that you get yourself checked out by a medical professional. Same for the little girl. At this, Eri looks up and turns to face the detective with an apprehensive look. What is going on? Izuku runs a hand through her matted white hair gently. We're going to go to those people with red crosses on their clothes. They will check us over and ensure that we're not hurt. You won't leave me, right? Eri asks nervously. I will stay with you, all the way, Izuku reassures her. If they try to take you away from me, I will burn them like what I did to that bad man earlier. Promise. I promise. Seeing that his job here is done for now, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 quietly gets to his feet and goes over to 𝐒𝐭𝐲. How are they, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲-san? In shock and very much traumatized, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 replies, Officer 𝐒𝐿, I need you to accompany them to the hospital and keep me updated. I'm going to open an investigation on this man whom Izuku accidentally killed, and see if he is affiliated with the League of Villains or any known criminal organization that may pose a threat to him, the girl or his family. Tomorrow, I presume. Tomorrow, after I stock up on my sleep, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 agrees, before speedwalking back to the cruiser. He best makes use of whatever sleep he can get right now, because once the processes of justice get into full swing, his bed and the hibernation he previously enjoyed will become nothing more than a distant dream. To be continued. The ship has sailed motorboat #copycat at Wind Maestro Copycat at Wind Maestro Copycat at Wind Maestro Copycat at Wind Maestro Copycat at Wind Maestro pick the F up, damn it. Sleepy cat. Dude, did you consider that Inasa may not see his phone RN? Copycat, he will if I keep pinging him. Defying gravity. Nito, I know you're worried about 𝐼𝐳 and 𝐼𝐼 defying gravity, but if 𝐼𝐼 is too busy to look at his phone, he's not going to pick up copycat. Find copycat at @𝐶HAOSRodent 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 sleepy cat, dude. Sleepy cat. Do you have a death wish or SMTH? Sleepy cat. Principal Nezu is probably worried sick too. Sleepy cat. Are you just going to invoke the wrath of the rat god over this? Copycat. Well, excuse me for trying to figure out how two of our friends are doing. Hot and cold. Ladies, 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 hot and cold. You're both valid hot and cold at defying gravity. Did I do it right? Defying gravity. Sort of, Roki defying gravity, but wrong context hot and cold. Okay hot and cold. Looks like I still have a bit to learn. 𝐶HAOSRodent has come online. Sleepy cat. Oh, now you've done it, sleepy cat. Rest in pieces at copycat, sleepy cat. You won't be missed, sleepy cat. Curiosity won't bring you back now, 𝐶HAOSRodent. While I'm honored that you think so highly of me, 𝐶HAOSRodent 𝐶HAOSRodent. Monomakuen is well within his rights to ping me, 𝐶HAOSRodent. I understand everyone's worry and concern, especially after the news broadcast, 𝐶HAOSRodent. I'm currently in contact with 𝐼𝐼, sleepy cat. How is he and 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐳? Copycat, and the little girl. Is she doing okay? 𝐶HAOSRodent. I'll let 𝐼𝐼 fill you all in. Wind Maestro has come online. Wind Maestro. Sorry guys, Wind Maestro. I wasn't paying attention to my phone. Wind Maestro. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and I are fine, Wind Maestro. So is the little girl, edgelord. It relieves me to know that the darkness did not swallow any of you whole, edgelord. I feared for 𝐒𝐿𝐼's mental well-being when I saw the broadcast defying gravity. What is happening right now, 𝐼𝐼? Wind Maestro. We're waiting to be cleared by the hospital. Wind Maestro. They are trying to contact the little girl's family, Wind Maestro. If she has an why. Copycat, not to sound callous or anything, copycat, but what happens if she has no family? 𝐶HAOSRodent. She will be placed under your custody and protection, 𝐶HAOSRodent. From what I know so far, she was a victim of a criminal organization, 𝐶HAOSRodent. We don't know if the criminals are still looking for her, edgelord. The darkness threatens to spread, edgelord. I hope the light of justice will keep the innocent safe, sleepy cat. Is there anything we can do, RN? 𝐶HAOSRodent. For the time being, do not disturb my son or 𝐼𝐼, 𝐶HAOSRodent. I am on my way to the hospital right now, 𝐶HAOSRodent. I will keep you all updated. 𝐶HAOSRodent has gone offline. Oboro is jealous. Yes. He admits it. He will readily tell anyone if they ask. Well, anyone but 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and 𝐼𝐼. Despite his insides morphing into the textbook definition of the pre-quirk era term green-eyed monster, especially after witnessing 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and 𝐼𝐼 kiss in front of the entire country and hearing 𝐒𝐿𝐼 say he will be going out on a date with 𝐼𝐼, Oboro simply grinned and bore with it. Yes, it hurts to see 𝐒𝐿𝐼 become romantically attached to someone, but Oboro knows he is in no position to complain. After all, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 is his own person, and he has every right to choose who he wants to date and pursue a romantic relationship with. Plus, just because 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was the one who resurrected Oboro from his villain form didn't automatically make them love interests. This isn't some shounen manga. Damn it. And besides, Oboro remembered reading something about this before his first death, when a brief interest in psychology had taken over, trauma bond. He had died 15 years ago, and his body turned into one of those genetically engineered Numu to be used for villainy. Kurogiri was part of the attack that forced wet behind the ears first-year heroic students to face actual villains. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had to save his homeroom teacher, Oboro's former classmate and close friend, from the beaked Numu, and killed Shigaraki with his flames. It was their shared trauma from the USJ attack which gave them a reason to forge a platonic relationship. But who is Oboro kidding? The official description might be a trauma bond, but 𝐒𝐿𝐼 has done so much for him that Oboro is all but certain that the emotions he feels towards the redhead has long gone beyond a friendship born out of trauma. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 could have washed his hands of him after the attack was over, and left Oboro to readjust to a world that has moved on without him. Instead, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 remained by his side, acting as a tangible pillar of support during the worst of the mental and emotional fallout Oboro endured in the days after the attack. And when Oboro had his heart and soul shattered into millions of pieces upon learning that his father had died by suicide and his mother had effectively disowned him following his first death, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 never once let go of him. 𝐒𝐿 never let 𝐼𝐵oro out of his sight. Heck, they even shared the same futon so that 𝐵𝐵oro could cry himself to sleep on 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. Throughout it all, 𝐒𝐿 had the patience, kindness, and compassion of a saint. He never once blamed 𝐵𝐵oro for what he did as Kurogiri. He gave him unconditional support through the darkest of times, and stuck by his side as a friend whom he could lean on as he tried to pick himself back up in a different world. How can anyone not fall in love with someone like that? Alas, the one whom his heart beats for is now out of reach. And while 𝐵𝐵oro has no animosity towards Inasa for snatching 𝐒𝐿 up, the heart doesn't think the same as the brain, and the pain is no less real. That is, until 𝐵𝐵oro received word about what happened during 𝐒𝐿 and Inasa's date. Apparently, they had saved a young girl from a potential villain. Only, 𝐒𝐿 had accidentally killed the villain by sneezing flames at him. That sounds like something out of a cartoon or some self-indulgent fanfic, but the death of a person, however accidental it undoubtedly was, and a villain on top of that, is still a horrific and traumatizing event to witness, let alone be the one who actually caused the death in the first place. 𝐵𝐵oro didn't see 𝐒𝐿 until much later that night, when he returned to the house with Principal 𝐒𝐻𝑒. The girl, 𝐼𝐻𝑒, is currently in the infirmary under the watchful eye of Recovery Girl. While 𝐻𝐻Ee explained that the hospital had indeed checked the girl over for any injuries, 𝐻𝑒e absolutely refused to have a thorough health check conducted to see if there are any complications from being held captive by the villain whom 𝐒𝐿 and Inasa encountered. It was only through some coaxing from both 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐻𝐻Ee that 𝐻𝑝e agreed to be looked over by Recovery Girl, whom they both promised will be extremely kind and gentle with her. Despite knowing that the young girl is well protected within the walls of UA and the unmatched care that Recovery Girl is known for, 𝐒𝐿 is still very much affected by what he had done with the villain. He refused to eat anything, and retreated into his room without so much of a word. In some twisted way, the dynamics have been flipped around, with 𝐒𝐿 now being the one who is lost in the directionless haze brought upon by severe, unexpected trauma. 𝐵𝐵oro would have liked to say that what he did next was purely out of concern for 𝐒𝐿, but then he would be lying to himself. Perhaps he is indulging in the emotions that he has been feeling up until now, masking it behind natural worry about seeing the redhead look like he is just seconds away from slipping out of reality. Either way, once he manages to stomach down some dinner, 𝐵𝐵oro excuses himself and quietly knocks on their shared bedroom door. 𝐒𝐿. It's me, 𝐵𝐵oro. No response, other than some shuffling from inside. I'm coming in. With no sound or voice attempting to stop him, 𝐵𝐵oro enters. He sees 𝐒𝐿 staring out through the open bamboo screen doors. His body is hunched slightly, and his fingers fiddle in an almost subconscious bid to stay grounded. 𝐵𝐵oro says nothing, just going over quietly and sitting down next to 𝐒𝐿. He stays silent, just like how 𝐒𝐿 did when the circumstances were reversed. 𝐒𝐿 may still be too much in shock or lost in the memories of killing a person to want to say anything, let alone engage in conversation. 𝐵𝐵oro did wonder where Inasa was in all of this. It seemed strange that 𝐒𝐿's boyfriend would not stay by the redhead's side through this difficult time. But 𝐻𝐻Ee had told him earlier that Inasa was unexpectedly called back to his hometown in Kofu City because of a family emergency. Inasa, apparently, had been extremely reluctant to leave 𝐒� so suddenly, but 𝐒� had insisted his boyfriend return to be with his family during this emergency, which 𝐻𝐻Ee would not disclose even when 𝐵𝐵oro asked him about it. Perhaps, in more favorable circumstances, Inasa would have stayed over to act as the primary support for 𝐒�. But right now, that role has fallen into 𝐵𝐵oro's lap, and in a mix of genuine concern and selfish longing, he jumped right in without hesitation. Of course, 𝐵𝐵oro reminds himself that the main priority right now is to support 𝐒�. It is the height of bad taste to take advantage of a traumatized friend who is in a committed romantic relationship and is especially vulnerable right now. Which is why 𝐵𝐵oro doesn't immediately touch 𝐒�, instead asking, "Do you want me here?" Amen. 𝐵𝐵oro goes back to looking out of the window, staying silent for a while. "I can't begin to imagine what you're feeling right now," 𝐵𝐵oro eventually says, quietly and softly. "Is there something you would like to do?" In his sessions with Hound Dog, 𝐒𝐵𝐵oro had learnt about looking for ways to regain control when hard times came knocking. While it may seem counterintuitive at that moment of darkness, Looking for ways to take back control in a situation that feels like it is running off the rails into oblivion is an effective way of grounding oneself back in the present moment. For 𝐿, this involved surrounding himself in his clouds, which also has the added benefit of getting him used to using his quirk again. His original quirk, not the one bastardized by the bogeyman of the underworld. I don't know, Izuku replies after a moment. 𝐿 considers his next choice of action, debating whether he will be crossing a red line by offering what he has in mind. And while there is a potential for a major faux pas, he did tell himself that this is ultimately to help Izuku weather the storm that he is currently experiencing. Perhaps, 𝐿 just needs to frame things as platonically as possible. Would you like to rest on a cloud? At this, Izuku slowly turns to him. You must be exhausted after today, 𝐿 says, and taking the lack of a rebuttal as a good sign, he continues, sometimes, when things get especially bad, I like to sleep on a cloud. I remember doing that in my past life, and Hound Dog encouraged me to keep doing it. 𝐿 waits for a response. Okay. With the confirmation he needs, 𝐿 begins creating the cloud. It doesn't take long. Less than 30 seconds is all it takes to create a cloud long and wide enough to comfortably accommodate Izuku's stature. 𝐿 sets the cloud on the floor, turning to Izuku. Get on. Don't worry, it will hold your weight. Izuku does as instructed, blinking in surprise at how robust the cloud feels. At first glance, it looked as if his hand would just slip through the cloud, as it normally would in the real world. But the cloud easily supports his weight, as 𝐿 said it would. Izuku gingerly climbs onto the cloud, noting how soft it actually is, but still strong enough to support him. If you want, I can make a blanket for you, 𝐿 offers. That would be nice, please. 𝐿 creates a thinner cloud, stretches it out, and covers Izuku up to his neck. How does it feel? Nice, actually. Izuku turns to 𝐿, really nice. He snuggles deeper into the cloud. Thank you. 𝐿 simply nods, watching over Izuku as the redhead slowly slips under Morphew's call, the exhaustion of the day finally catching up with him. As Izuku sleeps, 𝐿 slowly turns away and looks out beyond the screen doors. A tiny part of him celebrates, but he knows better than to let himself get carried away with this small success. He did what he did for Izuku's benefit, to help him through the night. It doesn't change things at a fundamental and overall level. Izuku only sees this as a friendly, compassionate gesture, not won by a heart that yearns for him. There is no reason for Izuku to see beyond that. 𝐿 is still left pining for someone that is out of reach. He sighs, running a hand through his blue hair. They always said that it is better to have loved and lost, than to never have loved at all. But did whoever came up with such a statement ever consider those who love, but their love is not, and will never be, returned? 𝐿 pulls his legs to his chest, and rests his forehead on his knees. What a cruel state to be in, when love is so close by, but completely unattainable. To be continued. It takes less than a day for the meeting to occur. In all honesty, Izuku has no idea what to feel about this. There are too many emotions duking it out in an almighty free-for-all. Apprehension, wariness, awe, worry, and relief. Partly because his adoptive father is sitting next to him and occasionally squeezing his hand to remind him that he is not facing this meeting alone. And mainly because, sitting directly opposite him and Nezu, is Sasaki Mirai, also known as Sir Night Eye, the former and only sidekick of All Might. Dressed in an immaculate grey suit and green hair combed neatly, Night Eye gazes back at Izuku with an unreadable expression, his spectacles occasionally glinting under the office lights. Whether it was supposed to be a subtle intimidation tactic from anime or just coincidental moments with no reflection of the man's true intentions, Izuku doesn't know. What he does know, though, is why Sir Night Eye is here, meeting with him and Nezu. Midoriya Izuku, you are truly a complex conundrum. On that note of cheerful bluntness, Izuku squashes down his nerves to respond. In what way, Sir Night Eye? Night Eye folds his hands. In many ways. Your actions the day before have derailed everything that I have been working on for the past several years. Many sleepless nights meticulously putting puzzle pieces together, organizing covert operations for intelligence gathering, and weighing all possible best and worst case scenarios, only for everything to go up in smoke, because you sneezed flames hot enough to decapitate the leader of the most evil Yakuza organization still in existence today. Because of just how unreadable Night Eye's tone and expression is, Izuku is completely unsure if the man is berating or praising him. Nonetheless, he refuses to show weakness or vulnerability to the man opposite from him, keeping his own expression neutrally empty. I will admit, when I got news about what had happened from one of my own sidekicks, I was convinced that this was nothing more than a good, albeit extremely morbid, joke. Night Eye continues. I will also admit that I burst into laughter. After all, a Yakuza leader, who is a known germaphobe, getting taken out by a sneeze. Not only did I find that horribly ironic, but also incredibly unbelievable. It was only when my sidekick turned on the news and the station was broadcasting the incident, did I realize that this was no joke. Years of investigation just up in smoke, because the first runner-up of the UA Sports Festival had sneezed a blast of fire so hot that it completely incinerated the head of the Yakuza leader, leaving behind a cauterized stump at the neck. Izuku has no idea where this is going. His expression remains neutral, nonetheless. At that moment, I was, admittedly, conflicted. On the one hand, seeing years of hard work and tireless efforts going up in smoke is not one to be celebrated. Although, as I got more information, courtesy of my communications with your adopted father, a different picture presented itself to me. Midoriya, in killing the Yakuza leader, you had saved a young girl who was not only all but certain to be held captive against her will by the Yakuza organization, but also almost definitely being experimented upon. My investigations into the 𝐒𝐲 as the group was called, had uncovered troubling information about the experimentation to create quirk-destroying bullets. What? You heard me, Midoriya. Here, Night Eye's eyebrows dip. The 𝐒𝐲 were experimenting with ways to artificially destroy a person's quirk factor, rendering the target entirely quirkless. The intelligence gathered pointed to prototypes already being made and tested, but the source of such bullets' ability to destroy a person's quirk factor remained unknown. That is, until I spoke to your adopted father, who revealed some troubling insights about the girl whom you saved. Izuku turns to Nezu. What did you find out? The look on the rodent's face is grim. I discovered that Eri, who is the girl's name, has a quirk which regresses living matter. In simple terms, if she had touched someone, she could turn the clock back on the person's biology, making them younger, to the point of accidentally erasing them from existence. Izuku, understandably, is left dumbstruck. Through some educated guesses and observations noted by Recovery Girl, Nezu continues. Sir, and I deduced that the 𝐒𝐲 must have been continuously drawing BLD from Eri, often against her will, to use in the quirk-destroying bullets. A quirk factor is part of a human's DNA, after all. So having Eri's BLD as the fuel source in the bullets would be the catalyst in destroying a target's quirk factor, especially if it was injected into the target. Horror settles in Izuku's stomach, but, if the idea was to destroy quirks, won't Eri's BLD cause the target to just vanish from existence? Night Eye adjusts his spectacles. In theory, that should have been the case. But as you pointed out, the whole purpose of these bullets was to destroy a target's quirk factor. As such, the 𝐒𝐲 must have been conducting numerous experiments to get the bullets just right, all the while using Eri's BLD as the main source of fuel. The horror only worsens. But, the human body only has a finite amount of BLD in it. How is she still alive? This is where things get darker and more depraved, Midoriya, Night Eye continues. As it was, the man whom you accidentally killed was Chisaki Kai, otherwise known as Overhaul. His quirk allows him to deconstruct and rebuild organic matter as he sees fit. Part of the intelligence I had gathered described the process as exceedingly painful, often resulting in the poor victim's death. Even when the victim is rebuilt and brought back to life, that too is far from painless. We suspect, although there is no evidence unless Eri provides such testimony, that Overhaul had deconstructed Eri when she was close to death from BLD loss, and then rebuilt her entirely with a replenished BLD supply. Such barbarity was repeated over and over, for as long as the 𝐒𝐲 was experimenting with these bullets. Okay, now Izuku is going to be sick. Thankfully, Nezu produces a paper bag from somewhere and graciously hands it to the redhead. Izuku takes and promptly flees the office. Even with the door closed, both 𝐒𝐲u and Night Eye could hear 𝐒𝐿 evacuating his stomach into the paper bag. Several minutes after the retching stops, 𝐒𝐿 returns, skin clammy and lips damp from evidently washing his mouth out in the nearest bathroom. As we were saying, Night Eye promptly continues, by eliminating Overhaul and taking 𝐸𝐻𝐸 under protective custody, the end of the 𝐒𝐻𝐸 has been accelerated. While intelligence doesn't suspect that Overhaul had named a successor to take over in the event of his death, the fact that the top brass of the Yakuza group, known as the 8 Bullets, as well as Overhaul's closest aides, were all killed in a fiery vehicle wreck just shortly before Midoriya encountered 𝐸𝐻𝐸 but ensures that the 𝐒𝐻𝐸 will collapse. Still dazed from emptying his stomach contents only minutes before, that little tidbit makes 𝐒𝐿 sit up. Wait, did you say fiery vehicle wreck? Inasa and I saw a speeding van flip multiple times and crash into a tree. Before exploding. Are you saying? In truth, I find it uncannily coincidental that you witnessed the death of the operational ranks of a Yakuza group while on a date with your boyfriend, shortly before after encountering 𝐸𝐻𝐸 and neutralizing the leader of said Yakuza group. Night Eye adjusts his spectacles again. I am highly inclined to believe that cosmic forces beyond the comprehension of mankind were at work there, but I'm digressing and getting off point. My point is, Midoriya, you are a walking conundrum. Up until this point, I had believed in the singular path of fate. Once I saw a future, I was convinced that nothing could change what I believed was fate set in stone. I had believed that, in my investigation into the 𝐒𝐻𝐸, that I would have to organize a raid to take down the organization and prevent the proliferation of such quirk-destroying bullets into the criminal underworld. That was the future I saw in the few times I used my foresight quirk on a few low-ranking lackeys, so to speak. Never in my life could I have foreseen you barreling in and upending everything I was working towards, in the process changing the future itself into something I never considered possible. 𝐒𝐿 decides he can't put it off any longer. Is that a good or bad thing? Night Eye is silent for a moment, leaning back into the sofa and releasing a breath. Nobody likes to see their plans go up in smoke, especially if they were several years in the making. However, I would be a foolish buffoon to say that your unplanned intervention was not the better outcome for everyone involved, potential or actual. After hearing what had happened, I paused to think about how different the future would now be. During that short PRD of introspection, I have come to acknowledge that not only is the future not set in stone, but my personal and professional views should also be changed too. In preparing for what I believed to be an eventual raid on the 𝐒𝐻𝐸, I had assumed that only my way was the correct way. And while I could not have foreseen you accidentally killing Overhaul, the thought of there being other potential routes to dismantling the 𝐒𝐻𝐸 was something I never bothered to consider. You have given me plenty to think about, Midoriya, and I have to thank you for that, at the very least. The conversation trails off for a few moments. How is 𝐸𝐻𝐸, Dad? She's doing remarkably well, 𝐒𝐲u grins. She has been asking for you quite a lot, actually. I think it's about time that we pay her a visit. Will you be coming with us, sir? 𝐒𝐿 asks. I would have to decline, but thank you for the offer. Night Eye gets to his feet. While the 𝐒𝐻𝐸 might be effectively dismantled, we still need to procure whatever quirk-destroying bullets they had managed to create, before they are lost in the chaos of the group's collapse. A sensible plan, 𝐒𝐲u stands up too. I think we had quite the productive discussion, no? Yes, I'm inclined to agree, Night Eye nods, before taking on a considering look. Midoriya, before I go, may you indulge me in a small favor to satisfy my curiosity. What is it? The redhead asks with a raised eyebrow. May I see what your potential future may be? 𝐒𝐿 considers this for a moment, glancing at 𝐒𝐲u for his thoughts. The rodent shrugs. Can't hurt. We do know that the future isn't set in stone. Okay. Please give me your hand, then. 𝐒𝐿 gives Night Eye his right hand, and the older man takes it, activating his quirk. 𝐒𝐿 sees turning clocks appear in the hero's eyes, before they fade away, and Night Eye retracts his hand. Interesting. You don't have to tell me, sir, 𝐒𝐿 says. I rather not know what you saw, so I don't have any subconscious expectations. Night Eye shrugs. No matter. I will respect your decision. He turns to 𝐒𝐲u. Thank you for arranging this meeting on such short notice. I will be taking my leave now. Do you need an SCRT to the gates? No need for any trouble, I'm confident in backtracking my steps. Night-Eye bows in farewell and leaves the office. He waits for the door to close behind him and goes down the corridor towards the elevators. As he goes, Night-Eye thinks about the potential future that he saw. This is for 𝐵𝐻𝑜 and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. He arrives at the elevators and presses the button. This is for One for All. The elevator doors open, and he steps inside. The ride down is swift. And this is for you. The doors open, and Night-Eye strides towards the exit. Burn. In. Hell. As the sun bathes down upon him, Night-Eye sinks into his thoughts. Midoriya Izuku. Just what are you? To be continued. You'll come back, right? You won't leave me. Izuku's eyes are firm with promise, even as his heart trembles. I promise, Eri. I'm just going to school right now. I will see you again this afternoon. The young girl very obviously searches for any signs of lying on Izuku's expression. Finding none, Eri nods hesitantly. Come, let me hug you. Izuku opens his arms. It shows that I won't break my promise. It is testament to how much Eri trusts Izuku to willingly initiate physical contact, let alone a hug, with him. One can count on a single hand how many people Eri trusts, aside from Izuku. Recovery Girl and Nezu were the first two, and 𝐵𝐻𝑜 the latest. Eri had initially been wary of 𝐵𝐻𝑜 after she was discharged from Recovery Girl's care and brought to Izuku and Nezu's house, but 𝐵𝐻𝑜 had won her over by showing Eri his quirk. Despite the trauma she had endured, there was still a layer of childlike curiosity that had not been snuffed out by torture and abuse inflicted by her captors. Eri had asked if she could sit on a cloud, having seen them through the small window in the room she had been kept in while held in the 𝐒𝐻𝐼 compound. With Izuku's encouragement, 𝐵𝐻𝑜 had created a cloud strong enough to hold Eri's weight. The young girl had marveled at how the cloud felt under her skin, and 𝐵𝐻𝑜 earned several more brownie points by moving the cloud around with Eri on it, keeping it close to the floor to prevent any possible accidents. Still, it was a thrill Eri had never experienced before, and everyone was treated to the heartwarming sight of the young girl smiling and laughing as the cloud zips around the room like a remote-controlled plane. Eri slowly pulls away, and Izuku gently ruffles her hair. Dad will bring you to his office later. You have fun, okay? Okay. With that, Izuku and 𝐵𝐻𝑜 bid Eri farewell and head out to the main buildings, umbrellas in hand. It is an overcast morning today, with rain falling in a steady cascade. With the poor weather, Izuku had informed the group chat to meet indoors instead. The walk to the main buildings is short, and Izuku and 𝐵𝐻𝑜 move on through a series of private corridors to the shoe lockers to change into their indoor shoes. There, they meet 𝐒𝐿, 𝐿𝐼, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, who have just arrived. A few minutes later, Hitoshi and Nito arrive with their own umbrellas, and Inasa arrives last in a huge, oversized poncho and rain boots. Unlike the others, Inasa greets Izuku by sweeping him into a hug and kissing the daylights out of him, loud and obnoxious. Jesus, get a thing room, will you? Hitoshi drawls while Dark Shadow pretends to GG and vomit. Don't give them any ideas, Nito says by the side, making 𝐒𝐿 ugly snort. Once Izuku is able to breathe again, the gang moves on to their respective classrooms. Despite being a united group, the members vary greatly in terms of social interaction. Inasa primarily chats up a storm with Izuku and anyone who would listen. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 favors his silence, while Nito and Hitoshi are partial to sardonic commentary and dark humor. While 𝐵𝐻𝑜 leans towards 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 in terms of preferring quietness, he does add in a comment or two when something interests him. 𝐒𝐿, on the other hand, primarily engages with the newest member of the rooftop gang, 𝐿𝐼. No longer with an endeavor-shaped shadow hanging over his head, 𝐿𝐼 appears willing to socialize and engage with the other members of the rooftop gang, but his lack of social skills is quite obvious, as is his knowledge and understanding of the tongue and slang of the young generation. 𝐒𝐿 had taken it upon herself to bring 𝐿𝐼 up to speed with youth lingo and memes, and is taking his stuttering progress all in her stride. Of course, the rooftop gang is not without some tension. Despite knowing his family background, Inasa is still a little unsure about being around 𝐿𝐼, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's quick adoption of the dual quirk teen into the group. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 tries his best to empathize with his boyfriend. Childhood trauma courtesy of the number Pooh hero is not easy to shake off, and he knows that it will take time before Inasa is completely comfortable being around 𝐿𝐼𝐺, let alone engaging him in conversation. Though, to 𝐿𝐼𝐺's credit, the dual quirk teen appears oblivious to Inasa's wariness towards him, instead too focused with being the diligent student to 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's teachings of youth slang and memes. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 sees that as a small mercy he will take without hesitation. It's one thing to slowly wean Inasa off any distrust and negative perceptions of 𝐿𝐼𝐺, but if all of that was reciprocated? No thank you. Anyways, once the gang reach the classrooms, Hitoshi breaks off for 1B, while the rest file in and head to their respective tables. Momo and Tenya are already present, and more arrive as the clock ticks down towards homeroom. Izuku and Inasa spend the time together, more specifically Izuku in Inasa's lap being cuddled and kissed all over his face. Oboro moves away from the highly public displays of affection to sit in on 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's continuing lesson on slang and memes with 𝐿𝐼𝐺, while Nito settles in with a book he had picked up over the weekend, and 𝐵𝐵𝐺 continues his revelry in the peace of relative silence. As the rest of the class streams in, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 finds another teacher adding himself into her lesson, with Denki overhearing her talk on recent popular memes and eagerly jumping into the bandwagon quite uninvited. Mina and Toru watch the public displays of affection from the class' first official couple with fangirlish squeals and coos, while Tenya very visibly tries to restrain himself from butting in without provocation about the supposed immorality of PDA and NTMT contact in front of others. Meanwhile, other students discuss and share their experiences of being recognized by members of the public for their performances in the sports festival, while very conveniently or graciously, perhaps avoiding any mention about Izuku accidentally killing a criminal while saving a young girl. Then, come the bell for homeroom, Aizawa saunters in with a gigantic thermos of steaming hot coffee, looking mere seconds away from giving up the mortal coil, and everyone dives to their seats. Good, you're all ready. I hope you had a nice weekend. Izuku very nearly snorts in irony. For homeroom today, Aizawa takes a big swig of his coffee. We'll be having a somewhat different hero informatics class. Several students flinch and freeze up. A pop quiz perhaps. We'll be choosing your hero names today. A beat of silence, before the class erupts into excited noise. Aizawa glares severely, quirk activated, and the noise instantly dies. As I was going to say, this is because you all will be embarking on internships next week, the hobo continues. While internships traditionally are only open to third years, in the wake of the USJ attack, Principal Nezu saw it fit to allow first years to participate in internships as well. Izuku nods absently, already in the know about this information. Not only will internships prepare you to be work-ready for the line of duty, Aizawa continues on, it will also show that you are worthy to be future pro-heroes. I shouldn't have to state that your overall performance and behavior during your internship could make or break your career before it can even begin, yes? No, sensei. The class choruses back. Aizawa nods. Now, before we move on to your hero names, these are the number of internship offers for each student in this class. He activates the screen, and a list of names appear. Beside each name, a horizontal bar extends out, forming a bar chart with the corresponding numbers at the other end of each bar. Despite eliminating himself from the sports festival by his own volition, 𝐿𝐼𝐺's name is at the very top with the most number of offers, easily surpassing 5,000. Inasa is a close second, with just under 4,900 offers. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 is third, followed by 𝐵𝐵𝐺. Further down the list, Tenya and Momo each have about 300 offers, and near the bottom, Izuku's name has a meager 50 offers. Sensei. Eijiru raises his hand. Midobro came in second in the festival. Why does he have so few offers? Most heroes would rather not risk their fragile masculinity with someone who doesn't hesitate to castrate the number 2 hero and publicly declare it on live television, Aizawa states simply. Nothing else needed to be said. As it is, for those who don't have any offers, that doesn't mean you can skive off for the next week. Aizawa eyes a certain few students. UA has a roster of heroes whom students can seek internships with. Alternatively, you can intern with a member of UA staff, so long as you seek my permission first. His eyes fall on Oboro for a moment. Otherwise, the rest of you will receive a folder containing your internship offers. I expect to receive your choice by the end of this week, understood? Yes, sensei. Good, now with that out of the way, hero names. Aizawa presses a serious look upon his class. While there is always the option of formalizing your hero name once you debut to the public, more often than not, the name you choose during your internship will be the one you will be stuck with throughout your career. Even if you decide to change it later, if the public associates you with your original name, it will be extremely difficult, perhaps even impossible, to alter general opinion of the matter. As such, I expect all of you to take this seriously, otherwise there will be hell to pay. The class collectively jumps when the door slams open, and Midnight storms into the room with the level of excitement only seen on a child high on sugar. Midnight will oversee the rest of homeroom and will decide if your choice of hero name is appropriate. Aizawa sighs, looking several years older in an instant. Don't give her any trouble. Aizawa sinks to the floor, taking his thermos with him. Midnight hands out whiteboards, and the class begins mulling over ideas. After about 5 minutes, Midnight claps her hands. All right, children. Those who are ready can come up and present their names. Yuga is the first, presenting an extremely long name that is immediately vetoed by Midnight for being too much of a mouthful and a nightmare for any PR team. There is some debate about Mina's choice of Alien Queen, until Izuku steps in and points out that if a hero with the name Death Arms can go around in public with such a menacing title, by comparison Alien Queen is far more tame. Plus, as Izuku points out, the shout-out to the pre-Quirk era movie franchise adds some bonus points to Mina's choice of name. Midnight eventually approves, and Mina gives Izuku her grateful thanks for supporting her choice of name. While the other students continue to deliberate their names, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 approaches Izuku and Inasa. Have you both decided on your names yet? Not yet, Izuku shakes his head. Have you decided on yours? I was hoping we could collaborate. Actually, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's feathers ruffle a bit. See, I'm going for the theme of night and darkness. Tsukuyomi is my first choice. Ooh, going for the mythical. I think I can see where this is heading, Izuku nods, as Inasa narrows his eyes at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. How about Amaterasu? The perfect combination, day and night, light and darkness, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nods, especially with our avian appearances and powers. Fine. Inasa booms, startling those around them. Then my hero name will be Fujin, the Shinto god of wind. Izuku quips, thinking of going for the mythology element too. Of course. Inasa booms again, anything to match with my boyfriend. Behind them, 𝐿𝐿 looks up. I suppose this is an example of a simp. Very good. Okako beams, you're catching on fast. Thanks, 𝐿𝐿 quietly says. In the end, Midnight approves of Izuku, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and Inasa's trio names. And if she notices Inasa subtly keeping Izuku closer to his side than from 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, who remains completely oblivious for that matter, she doesn't say anything, and chooses to relish in the moment. By the end of homeroom, everyone has chosen a name and has it approved by Midnight. Even 𝐿𝐿, who was initially going to just use his given name in an obvious move to separate himself from his unsolicited SPRM donor, decided to go with Frostburn, a name which was immediately given the green light by Midnight. Once morning lessons have come and gone, the rooftop gang meets up with Hitoshi outside of 1B, and they all troop up to the roof to have their lunch, as per tradition. So you guys choose your hero names yet? Hitoshi asks. We did. Okako nods. I decided to go with Uravity. Did 1B do the same too? We did, Hitoshi nods, before sighing. Honestly, it seems that my classmates either had no creativity or were not taking things seriously. Do we want to know? Nito asks. You don't. What name did you choose for yourself then? Izuku asks from being nestled in Inasa's lap. Hijacker, Hitoshi replies. Would people get the wrong idea? 𝐿𝐿 asks. Doesn't matter in underground heroism, Hitoshi shrugs. And besides, I'm kind of reclaiming the villainous image that all those naysayers created of me by going with a dark name. Good for you, Hitoshi. Inasa booms. Thanks. The conversation then shifts to internships. How many offers did you get, Hitoshi? Izuku asks. A couple of dozen. The insomniac makes SOSO gesture. But it won't matter anyways, since I will be interning with Aizawa. Makes sense, Nito nods. Has anyone else already decided? It will be Kigo for me, Izuku replies, and presumably for 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 too. I'm not surprised if my older brother has sent him an internship offer purely because of the bird aesthetic. Even so, I believe interning with the number 3 hero would be a sensible move, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 interjects. I may be grounded by the lack of wings, but I'm sure Hawk-san knows a thing or two. I haven't really gone through my folder yet, but I'm looking for someone who can teach me hand-to-hand combat. Okako pipes up. I can't keep relying on my quirk all the time, and it would be good to enhance my self-defense capabilities. What about you, Inasa? Nito asks. Anyone whom Izuku will be interning with. Inasa booms, squeezing Izuku for emphasis. If he is going to intern with Hawks, so will I. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 leans over to Okako. Simp. He gets a snicker and a thumbs up. What about you, 𝐿𝐴𝐷? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asks. I'm not sure yet, the dual-quirked teen admits. To be honest, I think most of the offers were because of 𝐿𝐴𝐷. And even so, I may have to intern with him. Why? Izuku asks. As much as he is a flaming trash bag full of fermented dog SHT, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 glances at Okako, who gives him another thumbs up for enhancing his vocabulary with swear words. He still knows how to use fire best. Could there be other heroes who have fire quirks or use weapons that are fire-based? Hitoshi wonders. Or, maybe he can intern with my dad, Izuku interjects. I'm pretty sure he can help 𝐿𝐴𝐷 with how to use his fire safely and in a controlled environment. After all, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 doesn't strike me as the kind of person who gives a DMN about health and safety. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 has a thoughtful look. I'll think about it. Thanks. Izuku. No probs, 𝐿𝐴𝐷. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Inasa gives 𝐿𝐴𝐷 another wary look, tightening his grip around the redhead. As lunch continues on and the topic of conversation shifts from internships to anything under the sun, Inasa refuses to let Izuku go, as an uncomfortable churning feeling fills his stomach. To be continued. Looking back, the fact that it took him this long to notice what was going on is both downright laughable and tragically sad. But, to be fair to Izuku, Inasa has always been a tactile person. The sheer number of times his face met with his boyfriend's pectorals is testament to that, as is the number of times Izuku had all the air forcibly removed from his lungs from Inasa's crushing hugs. Still, there is a difference from being overly affectionate and bordering on possessive. But again, to be fair to Inasa, it wasn't as if his possessiveness was overt and clear for everyone to see. They were subtle, tiny acts, such as keeping Izuku closer to him whenever in the presence of a potential rival, being extra cuddly when they were alone or lost in their own private world, even with other people in the vicinity, and perhaps squeezing him a tad bit more tightly if, again, they were in the presence of any potential rival or rivals. Still, his significant other being possessive could lead to further problems down the line. At the moment, it is only subtle and only the most discerning individuals would spot it. However, this isn't some self-indulgent fanfic where the author projects their fantasy and idealism of romantic relationships on fictional partners. Possessiveness is, in reality, a red flag that, more often than not, spirals into far worse issues that threaten the well-being and even safety of the other half. Now, Izuku recognizes that he needs to nip the problem in the bud, before it could blossom into an outcome where his first-ever romantic relationship shatters beyond repair. And given that he, Inasa and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 will be heading off to Fukuoka for their internship, now is better than ever to address the problem with one of the rivals present. Make sure to be on your best behavior at all times, Aizawa tells the gathered class sternly. You are representing 𝐒𝐴𝐷, while you get a taste of the real-life working environment, so don't do anything stupid that will tarnish both your and the school's reputation. Also, do not wear your hero outfits unless you are given XPLCT permission by your agencies. You are not full-fledged, licensed heroes, so under no circumstances are you to assume that just because you are working in an actual hero agency, you get to call yourself one and proceed to do stupid and reckless things that endanger yourself and others. Am I clear? Yes, sensei. Good, now off you go. I will see you all in a week. The students of 1A then break off into their smaller groups or onsum, as they disperse to the different platforms where their trains will take them to their internship destinations. Of the 21 students, only 19 are leaving 𝐵𝐶. Oboro is staying behind in UA to look after Eri, whom Izuku promised over and over that he will be back soon and will not abandon her. The other one is 𝐿𝐴𝐷, who after some careful deliberations, decided to intern with Nezu instead of Endeavor. The entire rooftop gang was ecstatic that the dual-quirked teen was giving the number poo hero with a severe inferior complex both middle fingers by snubbing him in favor of a maniacal rodent with world domination ambitions. That, and everyone getting a crack out of 𝐿𝐴𝐷 revealing that Endeavor had thrown such a vicious tantrum that he incinerated the training dojo from sheer fiery rage, and apparently not getting any insurance money since this was, quote, self-inflicted damage to the property. And as it is, only Izuku, Inasa and 𝐵𝐶 are off towards Fukuoka. Okiko is going to Gunhead's agency in Matsuyama City in Aim Prefecture, and Nito is off not too far away towards Tokyo to join Sir Night Eye. As a separate point, Hitoshi will be remaining in 𝐵𝐶 since he is interning under Aizawa. As the trio wait for their Shinkansen to arrive, Izuku's is once again being kept subtly separated from 𝐵𝐶, courtesy of Inasa squeezing him in a tight hug and nuzzling his head. To 𝐵𝐶's credit, he doesn't react to the blatant PDA happening next to him, although Dark Shadow has come out to coo at the spectacle. When the bullet train arrives, they board and grab their seats. With their luggages stowed overhead, they settle in for the 5-hour ride to Fukuoka City. 𝐵𝐶 gets out a pair of headphones, connects it to his music playlist, and closes his eyes to catch a quick nap. Seeing the right opportunity, Izuku taps Inasa's hand. Inasa, I need to talk to you about something. What is it, babe? Izuku gets out of his seat and climbs into Inasa's lap. Inasa blushes heavily at the seemingly NTMT gesture, but Izuku's eyes are serious. We need to talk about your possessiveness. Ever so bluntly, Izuku presses on. I've begun to notice how you've been acting whenever 𝐵𝐶 or 𝐿𝐴𝐷 are nearby, or if I was talking to them. While it is subtle, it seems that you're worried that someone might sweep me away and I will break up with you. Inasa is rendered silent. Then, in an uncanny understanding of their surroundings, he responds in a quiet voice. You're my first relationship, my first boyfriend. I love you so much, and I don't want to see someone take you away from me. It is valid to be worried about your significant other cheating on you or breaking up with you for someone else, Izuku concedes, but gently presses his palms on Inasa's cheeks. But, Inasa, do you really believe I am that shallow to string you along for the fun of it and then dump you like a hot potato for someone else? My heart is yours only. I don't have, and will never, have romantic feelings for 𝐵𝐶 or 𝐿𝐴𝐷. Heck, I don't think 𝐿𝐴𝐷 even understands what it means to be in a romantic relationship. His social skills are still a work in progress. Getting into a romantic relationship is still a long way off for 𝐿𝐴𝐷. Inasa bites his lip as he processes what he was just told. And, for the record, 𝐵𝐶 suddenly pipes up, I'm ROACE. I don't experience romantic or SXL attraction like many others. Both Inasa and Izuku blink in surprise. That was unexpected, Izuku admits. I don't think you've told this to anyone in the gang. It's not something worth mentioning, unless someone asks directly, 𝐵𝐶 shrugs, but I couldn't help but overhear what you two were talking about. He then turns to Inasa. You have my complete reassurance that I will never pursue a romantic relationship with your boyfriend. The only entity I am one with is the darkness of my soul. After which, 𝐵𝐶 goes back to his playlist. Izuku turns back to Inasa. Well, there you have it. You don't have to worry about anyone sweeping me away. I will always be yours, Inasa. I love you on a level unlike any other. So please don't be so silly to assume that anyone else has a chance. To emphasize his point, Izuku flicks Inasa on the nose. In response, Inasa pulls Izuku close and kisses him. Completely ignoring the ensuing snogfest, 𝐵𝐶 shuffles through his playlist for another song track, when a purser pushing a trolley down the aisle stops at their row. "Good morning, sir. Would you like anything to drink? Do you have black coffee?" A cup of steaming hot black coffee is given to him, and the purser moves on. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 leans back into his seat, enjoying his music and sipping his coffee, as his two friends snog the living daylights out of each other in the background. Just another normal day, it seems. To be continued.